Hey, we made it. Good morning, friends and traders. Happy Friday. Welcome to another day of Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Friday, January 16th, 2026. I'm JD. Over to my right, we've got Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep VIP. Good morning, Ray. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling excellent. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone in the audience.
Happy Friday indeed. We're starting a little late this morning. We had some tech bugs going on. We're working on getting Muhammad in here. We might have Hoop in here. We might get Hogan here. We got quite the lineup coming in. We'll see what happens in the next 10 minutes. Uh, Gold opening range breakout. We did not take the trade. We were a little busy in the background. Raise your hand in the chat if you took the gold opening range breakout. We would have been looking at that 1 minute off the 7:20 a.m. Central Time open. It did trigger a long. Ray, are we feeling this trade right now? Do we like it to the long side? Is this something
I mean,
worth
it's
getting
gold
into?
has been kind of in this kind of range, and we've come down to a range that's been very much supportive. So, yeah, I was not 100% against that long. I think long is probably not a bad call given the range that we've been in. We've been down at this 45.90 level for a number of times, and we've been reacting away from it. So, yeah, I would have been pretty good about a long at that level for sure.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you what. If we get a little bit of a dip, it's sort of running away from us just a little bit, and I'm not
Mhm.
really willing to sacrifice trade location in the for the sake of getting into this trade. So if it gives us a chance to get in at a little better price,
Mhm.
maybe we'll jump in this trade. It is running away from us just a little bit, but we do have
Okay.
volume kind of. Volume's really starting to peter out right now too.
Mm.
Noted we're only 7 minutes into the session, but we don't have any 7:30 numbers coming out, so we've got clear skies to jump in this trade if we want. But let's make sure the risk is right. Speaking of, let's take a look at that economic calendar for today. We got a few things on the docket. First up, we've got industrial production capacity utilization at 8:15 Central Time. Also, U.S. manufacturing output 8:15 Central Time. 9 o'clock. This just popped up on my calendar. It wasn't there about 20 minutes ago. President Trump's scheduled to speak at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We've also got the housing market index at 9 o'clock. A couple of talking feds on the docket. Collins, Bowman, and Jefferson. That's all starting at right around just before 10 o'clock Central Time. Ye old Baker Hughes rig count. We're going to see how many open active oil and gas rigs there are in North America later. It's also our favorite number of the week because we know it's getting closer to the weekend when Baker Hughes reports that rig count. And then don't forget today is monthly options expiration. It's expiration Friday, folks. I might get a little volatility on the close as positions roll and positions close. Ooh, Ray, we're getting a little dip here. We could get in
Mm.
this trade super cheap right now, but I got a feeling we're about to take out the low of the opening range. Looking a little weak.
Okay.
We had some decreasing
Yeah, I
buying
mean,
volume.
the daily is looking a little bit weak as well. It's kind of a developing bearish candle we have here. I mean, we do have a level, I would say, a little bit lower that I would be more inclined to
Mhm.
entertaining, and that would be that 45.70 level. But it looks like we have somebody at the door.
Who's there? Oh, it's Hogue. Hogue
Hey,
made it.
what are you guys doing without me?
We thought you quit. We couldn't get a hold of you. You weren't answering your calls. We've got Mo in the background too. We could do a four-man weave for this. I don't want to waste Mo's time. He was gracious enough to jump in here at a last second notice. Can we do a four up? Let's prepare a shot and we'll get Mo in here for a little bit too. Look at that. We took out the low of the opening range in gold.
Took out the high,
And
took
just
out the low. That's usually an invalidation, isn't it?
that's an invalidated trade right there. Yes, it is.
Hmm.
No trade in gold. We'll take a look at the crude oil opening range breakout trade at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. But real quick, while we're waiting to
Yeah,
bring.
I don't see that it was invalidated, and there were a couple of nice big iceberg buy orders right on the low here, 45.86 even. We had 203 contracts trade there, all of them on the bid. Just above that, we had
Should we be long? Should we be long
45.87
right now?
even. Yeah, we would be. We
Should
would
we
be.
be
And there
long
was
right
another
now?
iceberg buy order there as well. 270 traded, 248 of them on the bid. So we've got a little bit of iceberging on those lows right there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put a 2 lot on. All right, we're in. House count
It's
long, a
cheap.
pair of
No,
oh,
it's a
super
nice
cheap.
level.
We're
VC
It's
not
buyers there.
nice 30-minute level. That 45.90 for sure.
taking $100 worth of risk on this trade.
Perfect.
Got a CYA 45.8490. House count long from 45.8990. We're in better than we should have been. We're almost at 1R. We're 0.5R right now. Maybe I'll peel one off at well, let's see what
Take
happens.
the risk
next
off and leave it.
Take the risk off and leave it. Peel one off at 1R. Working it. And we did. We just locked in 50 bucks. Yep. Took one. Locked in 50 bucks worth. We got a free trade on right now. CYA down at 45.8490. Peeled one of those contracts off at 1R, and we're leaving a runner. Let's see what it does.
Excellent.
Perfect.
All right.
Glad I made it in. That was good.
Yeah. Good job, Hogue. Coming out swinging. You still have Mo back there? Or did Mo leave? Wave your hand, Mo. Oh, I think he's gone.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, no, he's there. He's there. He's there. Okay.
I see him.
Tim, whenever you're ready, let's bring in our friend Mo. We're flying by the seat of our pants today, guys.
Oh,
hey, there he is. Good morning, Mr. Mo. Thanks for joining us today.
Oh.
Awesome.
Good
Appreciate
morning.
you.
I'm so glad to be with you guys. So spicy day, actually.
Very spicy day. Very spicy day.
We feel that we are running to catch up the market. We don't have to, but it looks that you got a nice long in gold. What I love with that is a quick take profit quickly, minimizing the risk. I see gold is a bit bearish today. We have range yesterday all day long, almost nothing happening in the gold yesterday, and we are at the low of the range, which makes this day this trade is lucrative and risk calculated very nicely. I love it. Whenever the price break this low, I think we are going to 40,550 maybe, or 560. So that's nice stop over there.
Sounds good. I love it. I love it. All right, guys, let's dig into these gold charts a little more in depth. But first, a little piece of news I want to share with all of you. Taiwan has struck a new trade deal with the U.S. to cut tariffs. Let's run it. So this agreement lowers the tariff rate on Taiwanese exports to a minimum of 15%, which is down from 20%. In exchange, Taiwanese companies will invest $250 billion to build and expand chip, energy, and AI operations in America. Those companies will also provide a credit line to help U.S. firms expand their own supply chains. The deal comes one day after President Trump enacted a new tariff on chips with some exemptions in place. This pact protects Taiwan from those future tariffs. Making trade deals with Taiwan. We heard a little bit about that yesterday. This is basically just a follow-up. All right, we're getting some nice follow-through to the upside in gold. Let's rip through these gold and silver charts real quick so we can move on. Gentlemen, start your engines. Tell us everything you know about these markets.
All right. Well, Fridays, as always, I like to start with the longer time frame. We're just going to look at the weekly. We're coming off of three weeks of balance, and we're trying to break out to the upside. On the daily chart here, we put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session on Wednesday. But again, on the weekly and the daily chart, especially on the daily chart, we're showing kind of 3 days of balance here. We're going to take a quick look into the 30-minute chart. We're right at the low end of the area of balance that we've been in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We're right at the low end of the balance. We looked at this level yesterday. Ray, you called this level out for some possible longs yesterday. we just took that possible long again today. We keep going back to the well, but as long as the well keeps feeding us, we're going to keep going back to that well.
Absolutely.
Ray, overnight inventory was a little bit short. We saw some iceberg buying on those lows. What do you think on this 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we've already kind of alluded to this, right? We seem to be in some sort of range here, and we've come back to a range that's kind of has paid us, right? So, like you said, I mean, every time we need to come back, every time we've come back to this level, we've rallied. So we're at a very nice level. I don't see any reason why this can't go all the way to the other side of the range, and I have that other side of the range all the way up at 46.24, maybe as early as 46.16. But yeah, no, I think this is a beautiful reward to risk opportunity in the gold today.
Excellent. Yes.
Yeah.
Mo, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with Ray. The high of the range is 4,616, 620, but we are in the middle of the range, which is acting always as resistant, 4,600, and also it's a round figure. So we should not panic if we see some correction here or a pullback maybe for another buyers. You want to see those buyers whenever we see the pullback. I think nothing can be changed in our position. It's nice stop. This is where the stop should be for this trade to work on. Yes, if we see a strong rejection of 4,604, which is exactly the middle of yesterday range, then maybe we can minimize the risk or just exit the trade.
All right, I like that. We've got value low yesterday on this platform coming in right about at that level, right about 46.05. If we do see, and we got to take out the overnight, overnight VWAP as well, right at that level. But if we do see acceptance above that, I'm looking at this market pushing a little bit higher than I think what you are, Mo, up around where Ray was talking, or up around the 46.20, 46.25 level. We've got value high from yesterday at 46.26 on this platform. So value acceptance could push this market a little bit higher than maybe than we're thinking. But yeah, we've got some work to do, Mo. This halfway mark, this 46.05, 46.04 level, completely in agreement there. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation, a little bit of extreme on that. We did close up near the highs. But again, we're basically looking at range bound to breakout guidelines here. We just bought the low end of the break. We just bought the low end of the range, buying against the low end of the range. Maybe we get that rotation to the upper end of the range. Let's take a quick look at silver now, gentlemen. So, as always, if you look at the monthly or the weekly chart, it's ballistic to the upside. A little bit of kerfuffleation here in silver a couple of weeks ago when they raised margins. On the daily, we're still seeing, or we have been seeing, what appears to be shorter time frame, weaker hands buyers coming into this market. Now we've broken this trend line, and we're starting to see silver, at least for the time being, coming off. The market could probably use a little cooler, a little bit of a pullback. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All of the weaknesses in structure are down below, and those will be important when they become important. But it's somewhat similar to gold. We're in 1, 2, 3 days of range. We're right at the low end of this range. The silver actually looks a lot weaker to me than gold does at this time. Well, we're seeing a pretty decent pullback, as Mo is kind of suspecting would probably happen in gold right now. So we'll see how that plays out. Ray, what are you feeling on the 30-minute chart
Yeah,
here?
I mean,
You
yeah,
got
definitely
that
a little bit
200
more
sessions
weakness.
moving average.
Yeah, I
Yep.
mean, definitely a little bit more weakness on the silver. I see we see that price is well below some of our moving averages that we care about. I'm looking at this 87, 86, 80 level down below as kind of a nice area, maybe for a reversal in price, kind of like similar to what we just witnessed in the gold, right? We've been down this level before, down to this level. The area kind of I'm talking about here, if I can get my little rectangle here, this is kind of the area that I'm kind of looking at, right, as maybe a possible area maybe for price to reverse. And if we do, and again, we are seeing sort of the same kind of range, kind of price action that we've been seeing on the gold market. there's no reason why we can't come up to the point of control here up on the right hand side, up to 91 maybe as a high, and maybe all the way up to the top of the range here at 90 to 80. Right, so interesting level, similar again. Maybe gold was the leader. I don't know exactly who's the leader, but if we do get that same reaction that we got in gold, well, we're coming up to a level that maybe silver can follow suit.
Well, you've got that late spike to the upside that happened yesterday at the end of the day, and opening below that late spike, and the base of that late spike is 91.89, indicates the market is not succeeding at accepting higher pricing. It's accepting lower pricing to get the pullback. Ray, I like your idea of looking down in this area for some possible longs. We've got the afternoon pullback low, which I think that got moved on to me. Oh, no, there it is. There's the afternoon pullback low, 86.11 half. And that's pretty much the low of the area of balance we've been in. So if we do get an opportunity down there, that might be an interesting spot. Mo, what are you thinking here in silver?
Yeah, I'm much more bearish in here. The market looks very weak, weaker than the gold. We can see yesterday we have some sort of a higher highs going up, and this has been not completing the all-time high that from yesterday and the day before yesterday, and starting to give me lower low. The last low that made the recent high is broken right now. It's broken, which is 87.65. So that was the last low before the most recent high, which means that we are entering into a range, maybe, or starting of a bear market. If I would like to buy the silver, I mark here a nice demand area, which buyers has to protect in order to keep this from blowing down, which is between 87 and 85.80. So this demand area would be nice to limit risk, buying at nice location. Otherwise, most that I can expect from this market is to go up to the broken trend line right now, which is, could be $90, 90.17. Could be that area of the next lower high. Back to gold, which give us the same trend line I wanted to mention as well. So we can see here we have a strong trend line from yesterday that is strongly broken, not fake or something. That's a strong break of that trend line. Now what we are seeing is a retest of that trend line. For me to be bullish in gold, I need to see the price above 4,602, let's say 604, which is the middle of the range. So this is a serious area that might interest seller to try one more time to visit the low.
One of the things in silver yesterday was a trend day to the upside. It was higher highs, higher lows all day long, and we put a late spike to the upside. Unfortunately, we didn't see any new buying coming in there. Actually, we lost open interest. So that rally, that trend day to the upside yesterday in silver does seem a little hollow. Again, I think we're all in agreement. We're kind of near some lows that might be interesting for an opportunity for a long. But that feeble open interest in decrease yesterday rubs me a little bit the wrong way. The one thing about it, and the last thing I want to say about silver is all-time high in extended trading hours. Those tend not to be lasting highs. We're going to see if this market recovers and gets back up to that broken trend line that Mo was talking about, and above that, it's all-time highs. We don't know what's going to happen, of course, but those are our looks at gold and silver. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and your thoughts and analysis on these metals.
Thank you, guys. We just got a nice little injection of liquidity in the gold market just a second ago. It popped up to, what was that high? I'm looking at the micro, 46.05. Mo called out that 46.0604 level. Was it Mo? 46.04? Holding above.
Value
See
low
if,
from yesterday. And
Yep.
it's VWAP.
see if we can get some more
Gold?
strength in here. Yes,
Yep.
gold.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
right there.
04,
Right
05,
now.
04, 05. I by now I would minimize my risk in gold. Because just imagine this price is coming back from the test of that trend line. That for me is a clear bearish signal, a clear
Okay.
confirmation of a bearish continuation.
We are taking
Or
our
maybe
risk
you can
off the
exit
table.
and look for a re-entry again at same location one more time.
Oh, that's interesting. I moved our risk up, so we're taking our risk off the table. Our CYA is now at 45.90.90. We got about $15 into this trade right now,
Yeah, I
so
love it.
plenty of room to breathe still. But it's
If you want to go up, we're with you. If you want to go down, no, thank you.
yeah, fair enough. All right, let's take a look. What happened overnight? Stocks in Asia closed mostly lower overnight. Hang Seng Index closed down 0.29%. The Nikkei was down 0.32%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.26%. Stocks in Europe also trading mostly lower this morning. The DAX is down 0.2%, 2.24%. FTSE down 0.08%, and the French CAC down 0.62%. US dollar index down marginally, 99.241 last on the dollar. The VIX down about 1%, 15.71 on the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year US Treasury note up a couple ticks, 4.189% on the 10-year. All right, again, we've got a risk off trade on right now. We've moved our stop into profit. We've already locked in some profits. Worst case scenario, we make $50 on this trade. All right, guys. The S&P is up next. Tell us everything we need to know about everyone's favorite benchmark index, please.
$50 is $50.
$50
Get
is
on my
$50.
chart as always on Mondays and Fridays. We like to look at the longer time frame. We've got the monthly up here, and after some monthly consolidation, we've broken out to the upside. We put in a new all-time high. The monthly range is only 167 points today, where the ATR is 343. We're halfway through the range. We've got more space to move here. Here's the weekly chart. Again, a little bit of consolidation with higher highs, higher lows. We're still one time framing higher on the weekly chart. And looking for this market to continue to see new buying coming in. One of the things we always keep in the back of our mind when it comes to these equities is resilience. They are resilient, and traders have a very short memory. All right, higher lows, now higher highs. New high on Wednesday, Tuesday. What was it? Tuesday or probably Tuesday. Yesterday, we pulled off the high here. We added 4,700 in open interest. We'll get a better look at where that open interest came in when we take a look at the 30-minute chart. But again, we're kind of now established in a short time frame area of balance. We've got Wednesday's lows, we've got Tuesday's high, which is the all-time high, and we're in the middle of those. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're in some sort of consolidation pattern here up to the upside. I mean, was kind of dropping into the 30-minute chart to see what that had to say. But looking at the daily, it seems like we're getting some volume up at the highs, which kind of an indication that there is some acceptance. As I'm looking at this volume profile here on the right-hand side, the point of control is on the upper end of this consolidation pattern. So that might be an indication of maybe some acceptance of higher pricing. Is kind of what I'm thinking of at the moment. But we are still in this consolidation pattern. So I do see that we are in a little bit of range here up at the highs. And maybe we're just looking for that catalyst to decide on which direction we want to go from here, because historically we've kind of, this hasn't been an area that we've received, but we are seeing higher highs and higher lows, and pressure seems to be headed higher.
All right. Well, we're going to go right to the 30-minute chart here. Maybe we'll see a little bit more information on that because we are a little bit range bound here. So when we look at the day yesterday, overall, the movement was to the downside. However, value was outright higher. What is that? What does that tell us about that increase in open interest? It's probably a mix of both new longs, new shorts. We didn't see any real opportunities for longer time frame traders. As a matter of fact, in the S&Ps, we're in short time frame control. We traded up to the afternoon pullback low from the 12th of January, pretty much last week's high. We also traded straight to the point of control from the 13th, which was our initial low of the day before we put in the high of the session. Then the market pulls off relatively okay volume on that pull off, and then kind of closes lower. We have also had a late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike, 69.88 even. We know that when we open below the late spike, that's acceptance of lower pricing. When we open above the base of that late spike, that may be rejection of lower pricing, acceptance of higher pricing, and a possible remaining inside value from yesterday or an overlapping to higher value. To me, the most important nuance or level that I'm looking at today is the base of that late spike, 69.88. It's pretty much the value area low, if the value area low is actually 69.94. So it's all going to be about rejection of value or reacceptance of value today. Mo, what do you think on the 30-minute chart?
And the 30-minute, which is maybe the 5,000 tick chart, because I love to do it with tick chart. Looking to yesterday context, we see that at the second half of the day, the market started to do lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows until the end of the session. So the last recent high that made the recent low, or the last low, was at here, 6,993. And look where was the last recent low that made the high, the same. So 6,993 is a level of structure very, very important. Now, as we see today, we see the market starting to do higher highs, breaking that level, 6,993, making a new high, which means for this market to continue going higher, we have to protect 6,987. And the first thing that a sign that this level will be a low is we maintain the price above 6,993, because we don't want to go below the recent high if we want to continue higher. So having said that, we are at a level of decision here. Below 6,987, I'm bearish. Above 6,993, I'm bullish.
Mo, we just said the same thing, just looking at different ways to come to the
Really?
same conclusion.
I wasn't listening. I was
Unbelievable.
analyzing my chart while you're speaking.
Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we have kind of looking at it from a moving average perspective. There is, from a moving average perspective, it does appear that we are in some sort of bearish kind of market here. We are in this kind of Dorito pattern that I've kind of drawn here. I do see this 200 moving average down below here. That would be kind of an interesting spot. Again, if I'm thinking long, that would be kind of an interesting location. The 69.8425 level might be an interesting level to entertain that. And since we're so close to it, it seems like it would probably want to retouch that level again, unless the buyers who maybe rejected that level prior decides that, you know what, I'm not even going to give sellers that opportunity, right? So it's interesting. We are below value, like you said earlier. We could see a rejection of value from yesterday, or we could get an acceptance of value back to maybe 7,004 is kind of what I'm looking at.
That is at 7,004 lines up nicely with an afternoon pullback low from the 13th of January. So we've got a couple of shorter time frame levels, visual levels for the market to target up there. Excellent stuff. Thanks again for your awesome analysis, Mo and Coach Ray, my good friend. JD, back to you.
All right, guys, we're going to be taking a look at that crude oil opening range breakout trade. Breakout trade at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude. Real quick, though, we got another piece of news for you. The White House is asking tech companies to start funding power plants. What's this all about, you ask? Let's run it. The Trump administration is trying to get technology giants to foot the bill for surging power costs related to new data centers. The White House is planning to ask PJM Interconnection to hold an emergency auction during an event today, Friday, where tech companies would bid to build new power plants. However, there's one problem. PJM officials say they were not invited to the event and will not be attending. PJM is the biggest grid operator in the U.S., covering 13 states as well as the District of Columbia. That would be nice if we could get our electric bills down a little bit. Have some of these tech giants. I know Microsoft committed to it. We ran a news piece the other day, and Microsoft is committed to footing the bill for some power costs related to their data centers also. So might be a little benefit to us as consumers for all of this.
They're the ones that are going to be using it. Why don't they build it?
Yeah, right.
I'm with you, Hope.
This makes sense.
All right, guys.
Invite them to the party.
Why would they reach out to this company and then not invite them to the auction?
Reminds me of high school.
Yeah, right. All right, let's get into these crude oil charts. I'm going to queue up the micro contract and see if we can get into a trade, but let's hear a little chart analysis from you three, please. Thank you.
Easy. Monthly, balance. Weekly, balance. Daily, balance. Good thing is rollover ends today. So that's one good thing. We got that going for us, which is nice. So we had a breakout above that weekly kickoff high, and that has failed. So now we're back to breakout, balance to breakout rules. Fade the extremes until further notice. There's just not a lot of information. We were seeing, some highs here around 58.50. We all know that the crude oil likes to trade around 50s, evens, 20s, and 80s. We looked up at 80s, in the February market. That was rejected. What are we doing here, Ray? What do you think about this? I was getting really excited about some bigger opportunities in crude oil.
Yeah, and then they went ahead and spoiled it. But anyway,
yes, they did.
Yeah, we're basically back inside the range, and here we are. We opened the day here at 59.20. Surprise, surprise. And now we're up at 59.73, right? So again, it's a market that's in range. Like I was with you, Hogue. I mean, we were starting to see signs that maybe we can get into something here, and we were breaking ranges, and we were getting some aggressive buyers. But look, we're now right back into the range here. So I don't know what to make of this. I would say that we need to continue to focus in on some extremes if we're going to participate in this market. Right now, 62 and 55 are kind of my 62 and 55 are kind of my levels that I'm looking at on daily.
Oh, what are you thinking?
Crude oil, I mean, it is in a downtrend, lower lows. The structure is saying that we are making lower lows since yesterday. And the last high that made the most low, or the recent low, was, surprise, that's 59.60, 59.90, which is where we are right now. However, we start this bullish move today, breaking that high, that 59.90, and now we have a nice higher highs above moving average. So that will give us much more confident to take a trade here above 59.90 with stop just below 59.60. That would invalidate that, coming with a tight trend line that's coming from these recent lows, which oil is clearly protecting right now, as we can see. They are not breaking below it. So that will give me a nice trade that will be invalidated just below 59.60
All right, thank you,
to make
Mo.
to
We
make
got
higher
this on the
highs.
third. Okay, got this on the 30-minute chart, and as Vince pointed out to us yesterday, we've set up an island top.
Mm.
It's kind of difficult, on certain charts because of the rollover, but there was a gap, and closing that gap would be right at $60.01. Here's your island top. Here's that gap. All right. So if we don't close that gap, that's going to create this island top, which is a pretty serious reversal pattern, pretty solid reversal pattern. Sometimes doesn't mean the market is going to
Mhm.
just going to fall apart or anything, but it's just another kind of data set to be thinking about it. And we're very close to closing that gap in regular trading hours. We have not yet. We've got to get to that 6,001 $6 $60.01, and it's also the 200 session simple moving average. So just a gap close to that does not spoil the idea of the island top. We're going to have to see how this plays out. We are in that gap right now. Yesterday, we were looking for a big day. The big day happened in the overnight. We ended up with a, what, 68 tick range yesterday. It was a normal trading day where we didn't trade outside of the initial balance at all. It was quite the disappointment as far as people looking for bigger opportunities, but those opportunities are still coming down the pipe here. Ray, what are you thinking here, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting again. I'm just like kind of looking at it from a moving average, ignoring the fact that we are coming into this area that we've talked about here around the 60 level. We're looking at these moving averages, and we see that price is starting to kind of curl up higher, right? So, kind of giving us the indication that maybe we are maybe beginning to develop some structure, maybe to the upside in this market. I do see that 60 is still a relatively important level that we need to get through in order to maybe start to revisit some of these highs here at 61 and above. But I am starting to see some of my moving averages kind of curl higher, right? And start to cross. So kind of give me the indication maybe there is some bullish kind of action taking place. And then I'm looking at my DMI and I'm seeing that, well, it looks like this current move has a little bit of weight to it, to the upside. My ADX is saying, give me a reading of 31. And I'm starting to see a little bit of separation between my DI and my negative DI, indicating again that there's a fair amount of momentum coming into this market. So I'm kind of I would say confused exactly which direction. I see evidence of maybe entertaining an opportunity where I would want to fade, but I'm seeing overriding evidence right now that maybe I should be looking more upside.
Excellent. Mo, what are you thinking?
Yeah, 59.90 is a decision area. It's you can play two ideas here. You can have a very cheap short stop at 60.10. You can have a very cheap long stop at 59.60. I'm more with the long side because we already broken the high of the recent low. I'm much more bullish in that. However, if we break 59.60, I will be immediately bearish, continuing the down movement, looking for a break for that weak range that we made yesterday. I consider this is a weak range. It's already accumulated. Price, I mean, it will work as a magnet for the price if we are not far away from it.
Kerfuffleation there. It was all day yesterday, just kind of range bound,
Yeah.
small range. Disappointing trading day, but those opportunities are always going to be around. So the profile yesterday was a normal trading day. A normal trading day is a bit of a misnomer. They don't happen a lot. The initial balance high and initial balance low were never extended all day yesterday. Even after the
That's
extended trading
boring, man.
hours, the market never looked past them. So tough trading day. Great day for range bound traders, but kind of a
Yes.
tough trading day. We want to see if we can leave this island top alone at the highs here, and maybe we'll see price moving lower. We know that the president wants to, and there is some geopolitical and fundamental information coming into crude oil as we're speaking. So, ACH, baby, anything can
Mhm.
happen. Back to you, JD.
Thank you. Just a heads up, we did trigger along looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout in crude oil. House count put on 2 micro crude, 59.88 is our entry price. We're a couple ticks underwater right now, but that is okay for the moment. We got our CYA. I was listening to what Mo said just a minute ago. We've got our CYA down at 59.63. I think that's a good point of invalidation. A few more
That's a little
ticks
gap
and
in volume as well.
yep. So we've got a couple trades on right
It's
now.
gold.
House count is long gold, long crude. Gold is looking good. Crude, not so much just yet. All right, we've got another piece of news for you. This is a follow-up from something we reported on a couple weeks ago. The price for cars continues to rise. New vehicle prices. The average cost of a new car is at a record high here in the United States. $50,000 according to Edmunds and Kelly Blue Book. Average price for a new car in the U.S. $50,000. No new models under $20,000 remain on the market. I repeat, there are no new model cars on the market for under $20,000 right now. Importing cars and auto parts costs 25% more now due to these tariffs. U.S. automakers are trying to eat that cost, but the duties seem to have doomed low-cost vehicles. Now, Edmund says the cheapest car is the 2026 Hyundai Venue at just over $20,000, $20,550. Luxury auto sales are booming. Economists say the U.S. is in a K-shaped economy, so wealthy people have money to burn while everyone else is grappling with affordability. So luxury cars are through the roof. Meanwhile, your average Joe can't buy a new car for less than $20,000 anymore. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Nice breakout for gold. Yeah,
yes,
gold.
Very nice breakout for gold.
Really liked it. I think maybe your stop need to be just below 45.95. That's too much, to be honest. I mean, lock in more profit in this trade.
We're at 93. We're at 92.90 right now. I'll move it up to.
Okay, you're generous, man. Be greedy, man.
I'll move it up to how about 97 or 98? I'll move it up to 98. Okay.
Yeah, 97 is that low that I don't want to see the price below it, to be honest.
Yep.
I don't want to see the price below that first low that the day made so that we maintain bullish. We have some annoying trend line coming from the high. Just pay attention to that one. That trend line coming down, buyers couldn't break out. So don't be afraid if you see some pullback and trying to break out that trend line.
Very good. Very good. All right, we've got one more market to cover, guys. Let's give the people what they want. It's time for the NASDAQ.
Nasty Nas.
Let's do it. The nasty Nas. Oh, that's a mute fine for the hoagie.
We got an inside month inside an inside month going so far in the NASDAQ. Very range bound.
Yes.
Looking like we've got about almost just under an 800 point range. ATR for the monthly is 1,664, so less than half of the expected monthly range. We're halfway through. There's plenty of space for this market to move on the monthly chart. We've got the weekly chart also showing range-bound activity. Our range high and our range low are obviously put out there. Let's call it for 24,200 up to 26,600 approximately, and we're in the middle of it. We've taken a couple of looks this week at weekly kickoff low 25,400. I think that is the correct number, isn't it? 25,400. Yes, we've looked at it several times this week. Even looked below it and rejected it. So I'm looking for this market to probably try and rotate back to the near the highs of this area of balance. That's what balancing markets do. They go from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high. We'll see how this goes. We added 650 contracts yesterday in estimated open interest. Nothing big, no new buying, nothing huge as far as open interest is concerned. We need new buying to come in. One nice thing about what we're seeing on the weekly chart here is we've spent a lot of time consolidating in this area, and that's evening out inventories. And you can see it here on the daily chart as well. We've got our high and low. We are going from low to high, high to low. We've tried to break out. This was a disappointing breakout to the upside. Obviously, we were watching that and saying we weren't impressed with how the auction process was performing on this potential breakout or new market state change. And obviously, that kind of proved to be true as the market came all the way back, checked weekly kickoff low, and here we are back in the middle. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little bit on the dull side, to be honest. I mean, I can't imagine me saying this, but NASDAQ right now is in some sort of consolidation range here. You know, we've been on this consolidation range for some time. We're kind of building up volume, as you mentioned. I'm looking at my DMI indicator, and it's really not giving me any indication as to which direction. I have a reading of 15, which is very low, right? Not really giving me a indication as to what is the dominant trend here. And when we don't have a dominant trend, well, what do? We just continue to build up volume at a very tight range of price. And that's exactly what we're doing, right under 26,000, right on 25,840. Just kind of building up volume at a very tight range in price. So very, very rangy for me, very kind of rangy kind of market for me.
Yes, agreed. Mo, what do you think?
Yeah, it's just simple line in Q for me. 25,800. I cannot imagine myself short above this level. If I'm short, I don't know what is my target. I mean, I'm screwed. If I'm short above 25,800, I'll just, do anything to maximize my cost. I will do a lot of trailing stop to higher places, taking more risk. I mean, being short at this level is uncomfortable for me. I imagine myself short right now, I'm screwed. So, having said that, I will buy anything above 25,800. My stop will just be below. If we close below 25,800, will close. I mean, when I say will closed, I mean breaking below, test it, and continue. That's a sign of a short. So just watch this 25,800.
All right. I'm in alignment with you again, Mo. Look at all these moving averages. If you can get to my charts real quick, you got the 200, you got the 100 session, you got the VWAP, you've got the 20 session. They're all right in this area, and there's nothing but wicks below value low from yesterday. Value low, where? 25,822, right around that 25,800 area that Mo was just talking about wanting to be long in. We've got overnight inventory to the long side, but as long as we remain inside value and hold these moving averages, I'm totally in alignment with our good friend Mo. Would like to see this market continue this push to the upside and kind of continue to do what range bound markets do, and that's go from low to high and high to low. Look for opportunities in the direction of the move inside of value, and look for opposite moves if we get to the upper extremes of the area of balance, anywhere near last week's high, which is 25. Well, let's just call it 26,000 just for shits and giggles here. Ray, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree. I can see that we can rotate back up to the highs here that I see on the yesterday's range here, about 25,951. We're at the low end of that range from yesterday, based on my kind of crude drawing here, right around 25,815. As long as we stay above that level, I don't see any reason why we can't rotate all the way back to the highs of yesterday. We obviously have this little level here that we need to get through, this 25,868. That's kind of in the middle of the range that we have to deal with. But assuming we can get above that level, I don't see any reason why we can't kind of rotate back to the highs. Again, I'm not super impressed with the DMI readings that I'm getting here. Not really a whole lot of strength in this move. I got a reading of 12 on the ADX. which is not indicating a whole lot of strength in this directional move that we're kind of anticipating, right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing. A little bit of a muted, maybe grinding kind of move, maybe possibly up to the highs here.
Ray, what do you consider good participation according to the ADX? What number?
I would say anything above 20. Anything between 20 and 25 is a good kind of ADX reading. That's kind of indicating to me a good, relatively good level of participation, right? So if you see here on the back, this area right here, that's a good level of participation. When we have a sloping ADX kind of sloping in this direction.
Yes.
Right now we have a ADX is kind of falling, weak. It's very weak. It's falling. No interest either on either side at the moment.
You can see that with that open interest. I mean, there's very little open interest change yesterday, even with the big push to the downside. It wasn't like anybody really cared. I can totally see that in alignment with your ADX number there. And if that's it, guys, that's probably all we've got here for the NASDAQ. Just looking for a good and profitable trading day. Still putting in session highs here in gold, which I like.
Good stuff.
Yes. Thank you, my friends, for the context and sound analysis for some of our favorite markets here at TopStep. Yep, we are still in this gold trade. We got almost $20 in this trade right now. Crude oil, not so much. We had a chance to scratch this crude trade a couple of times in the last few minutes, but it hasn't given us profit yet. It gives a few ticks and takes them right back. I don't know. That's the way.
And it taketh away.
Yes. We haven't been in the money in a crude trade in all week long. So I have very little confidence in this trade. We're only risking about $50 on it, though. So $25.
Yeah, gold
ticks for the
is
risk
testing right now that trend line. We are testing that trend line in gold. We'll see how this will be broken and retested, hopefully. I don't want to see a rejection from this level because every time they rejected that trend line, it comes with a strong pullback. Every time they touch it, strong correction, every time. So what would make this different, we will see.
Yep. If we do get another leg higher, if we close outside of that trend line, maybe I'll adjust our risk once more and lock in some more profit for sure. All right, let's take a look at the schedule today. What's going on for the rest of the day, you ask? Well, I've got your answers. You're going to get a healthy dose of Muhammad today. Thanks again for jumping in here at the last second. Well, much appreciated. Mo's going to be back again in fast markets from 10 to 11. We're going to see him in Power Players or Power Hour for the reversal challenge later this afternoon too. You're getting a lot of Mo today. Okay. But coming up next in fast markets, we've got our usual cast. Jack, Jay, and Hogue will be here. And our rotating guests will be Dakota from 8:30 to 9:30, Coach Vince from 9:30 to 10, and Mohammed from 10 to 11. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock to go over the morning recap. He's going to take a look at the trades that we took here during the opening call and any potential trades we take during fast markets. He's going to give us a little more context and analysis after fast markets. 11:15, I'll be back with Dolby Time and VWAP George, our good buddy. He's usually in the chat right about now. Trade with Topstep, 11:15. 12 o'clock, Jack and Ben are here for another shoulder tap. 12:15 Central Time, group coaching, Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. That'll be a good one. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little bit. If you got a question for Hogue, Anne-Marie, or Deanna, grab that form, fill it out, and we will answer your questions live right here on TopstepTV. That's happening at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. I will be back with Coach Jay and Dakota for a Power Players segment at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And like I said, we're closing out the day with the reversal challenge and Power Hour. It's going to be Dolby against Anne-Marie, Muhammad, and Jack. That's going to be intense. What a great way to close out a trading week. We're here for you, bell to bell, all day long, right here on Topstep TV. Big day of tradertainment coming your way, folks. All right, I've got one last public service announcement for everybody. If you're up for it. A new tool has been launched in California. A new tool has been launched in California to help residents prevent their personal information from being sold to data brokers. It's called Drop, Delete, Request, and Opt-out platform. It's the first platform of its kind, but what if you don't live in California? Lee Waldman is live in New York. Not actually live. This is, in fact, a recording, but Lee is going to tell us what people can do outside of California to protect their data online.
Tucked in the folds of the internet is information about you. Maybe your email, your phone number, or even your address.
Your phone doesn't ring because a spammer dialed your number randomly. They bought your information from a company that sold it.
Data privacy expert Harry Moggins explains data brokers work in the shadows, buying and selling people's PII, personally identifiable information, to create a dossier of your digital footprint.
And usually it's for commercial purposes like that, but oftentimes it falls into the wrong hands, and you have somebody who's trying to extort or scam somebody.
It's a long-standing issue that California is hoping to tackle with its website, the Delete Request and Opt-out Platform, or DROP, which came about through the passage of the Delete Act in 2023.
What California passed with the Delete Act is a groundbreaking law. It's the first of its kind in the nation.
The DROP website allows residents to submit data deletion requests requiring registered data brokers in California to erase their information. Matt Schwartz with Consumer Reports says nationwide efforts to tackle the issue haven't gone far.
It doesn't appear like it is very high on the priority list.
Experts we spoke to suggest people outside of California can contact data brokers or hire a third-party service to do it for you to ask for their information to be deleted, and should prioritize using a privacy browser like DuckDuckGo and Firefox. But most importantly, be careful about what you share on the internet. In New York, I'm Lee Waldman.
Protect that data, folks. All right, before we get out of here, we've got one more announcement to make. Coach Ray somehow became an LA Rams fan. We're not really sure how that happened or why it happened. But
long story.
He will be rooting for the Rams this Sunday, while the rest of us here in America will be rooting for the Chicago Bears.
Everybody
So
in
we've
America.
decided. So we've decided on a friendly wager. We're gonna make a food bet here. Live on TopstepTV. If the Chicago Bears win, Coach Ray is going to send us some birria burritos from Los Angeles. Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Birria burritos. And if by some chance, by some miracle, by some act of God, nature, whatever you want to call it, the Rams win this game, we will be sending Coach Ray some Portillo's Italian beef sandwiches that he can eat live here on Topstep TV during the opening call. So we're really going to have tacos or burritos for breakfast one day next week. It'll be interesting to see. We will keep you all apprised of this wager throughout the day. It may change a little bit, but there will be some food involved during the opening call next week. All right, that's it. We're going to step aside. Mo, thank you for joining us. Coach Ray, always a pleasure. We've got Fast Markets coming up next. Mr. Hoagland, please take it away.
Thanks, guys. Mo, Ray, JD, always a pleasure. Spend the morning with you, Coach Ray. Should you ever decide to come to the light side and become a Chicago Bears fan, you will need to be baptized in a vat of Italian beef juice. And we would be happy to do that for you if you were to become a fan of the Bears, which is probably highly likely after this weekend. We are also watching the gold market. We got up to that trend line that Mo was talking about. We also got up to that 200 session simple moving average, which can be a barrier. We are still holding inside of value. We still like the trade. We are seeing a pretty decent pullback here. Hopefully this is just the market taking a little bit of a breath, and maybe we can see this market continue this push to the upside. I would like to see it take a profit target, probably somewhere up around 46.26, 46.25, or a value acceptance completion play. But we've got to get through that 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart, showing some resistance there. That level, to be precise, 46.13 even. All right. As always, top of the chat, Tommy C wins the prize this morning. And that prize is, of course, only bragging rights that you're the first one in the chat this morning. We got Shubham. We got our friend Uplex. We got Anastasios. We got Balin Ika. Balin Ika. I'm not quite sure how to say that, but Balin Ika, we're glad you're here. Alex Andre, Acoustic Immersion, AK Window Cleaning, Gorillionaire, and all of you. Very happy you are here. And as always, remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. We're heading into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, world. Welcome to Fast Markets. Yes. Let's go lurk in the folds of the internet together, shall we? That was some excellent stuff in the news. That was on the news. Andrea's looking at me like I'm insane right now. That was the exact line they used in that news story about personal information. Anyway, Jay, we got a few minutes until open. Dakota, what's up?
Jack.
Good morning. These guys were talking about tacos and portillos before the open. I don't know how we're supposed to focus on trading, but here we are. Welcome to Fast Markets. This is TopstepTV. Coach Dakota, I see you're already in a trade. Talk to us a little bit. What is going on here?
Yeah. First, I learned my lesson not to bet against the Bears. Last year, I sent Eddie a card. This year, I lost MP, and you see my background all week, so I learned a difficult lesson not betting against them. But you can see last night we've had a recovery, very nice recovery here in the NASDAQ. We held these 25,800s. This is that same level that we were holding yesterday. So the fact that we broke through in this consolidation, I'm looking for this market, the NASDAQ, maybe return and test yesterday's highs, 25,920s, 25,940s, somewhere in that zone. A nice 1-to-1 risk reward since we were holding these 800s so well. So I'm looking for this open to at least come up and test these 900s, maybe have a chance to break out to the long side. So bullish there. I got chopped up a little bit in silver last night with Barron. I was short biased silver, and I took I think it was like 3 or 4 trades. Loss, a winner, and then another loss. And it kept selling. It sold off, man. It sold off pretty violently. So it was a common thing of like right direction, wrong timing. And here we are. Let's see if we could finish the week strong. I am green on the week. I gave back some of them last night, but let's see how we react. I'm liking longs in the NASDAQ.
Some stuff Dakota long in the NASDAQ right now. We got 2 minutes or so until the open. Silver almost did get down to that 87.50 target we were talking about last night during slow markets, but really nice bounce there. Really nice move in the NASDAQ here as well before the open. Jack, what are we seeing here? What are we seeing in the S&P?
S&P right now, we are trading right around 7,000. We're getting a little pump here in the minutes before the open. We've been kind of range bound for a while now. I've heard a lot of people, Dakota's talking about buying the NQ. It is kind of real. Here, let's look at the NQ real quick. If we look at the NQ on a longer time frame, we'll do like an hour chart or something. We've really been hanging around this range here for a while now. And I think it's time for it to make a decision on what it's going to do. We've had plenty of opportunity here to mess around in this area. Yields are a little bit higher this morning. We got the 10-year at 4.19. It's getting closer to that big 4.2 resistance that we talked about. So I think we're going to get some news tidbits today. Nothing really on the calendar, but it's Friday. A lot going on in the world.
Someone's going to say something.
I would be ready for anything.
Someone is going to say something. Is it correct that it's monthly options expiration day today as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is.
It is.
It sneaks up on you.
Interesting.
Yes. So there will be a lot of volume for a reversal challenge today.
Nice. Should be a ton of fun. We got the open coming up in about 20 seconds here. Let's quote some prices. 25,860, 858 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.94 last trade in the S&P, 46.02 last trade there in gold, we do have the house count still long gold. Get those positions. JD, if you're listening, if you can slack me those positions that you're in gold and crude oil. The house is long gold, a nice position there, and we are open. Let's go here. Seeing a little bit of selling off the bat in the NASDAQ and the S&P. I got the Dow and the Russell up as well. We saw the Russell making new all-time highs yesterday, so I'm going to keep that on my watch list. Actually, this is some of the biggest highs I've ever seen in the Russell. 700 contracts offered at 26.9450. Okay. Is the Russell the new S&P? What is going on there?
Not for long, I imagine, but there is some renewed. As we've had a lot of rotation lately. The Russell's been quite strong versus the other indices. The small caps finally getting some love. We'll see if they destroy that love or not.
Oh, it'll happen. It'll happen eventually. Somewhere near March, maybe even earlier. Russell will go back to being its range-bound market, but a little bit of selling in the NASDAQ early, popping right back up here. Dakota, looking for these 920s, 940s for a potential target. Pushing the high of the day here in the NASDAQ, 25,883. Nice trade so far.
I'm liking it. Liking it. Dan says, every time the NQ moves, Dakota squeaks. Ooh, I do more than that. This is this is my thing over here. I like movement. I like this volatility. If we can get these buyers. NVIDIA up 1.3.
NVIDIA up 1.3%. All right, house count is long 1 micro crude oil from, micro gold, 45.8990, and long 2 micro crude from 59.77. So in the money on that gold trade, Dakota in the money on this NASDAQ trade early. S&P leaving the 1-minute opening range to the upside, trading above 7,000s again. That range yesterday in the S&P, Jack, kind of surprising. We talked about it, early on. It stayed in that range. I actually ended up getting short just because we could not break out. It took forever for the breakdown, but very range-bound market here. Let's see if we see the same thing today.
It was very tight during fast markets yesterday, and then from about 1 o'clock onward, sold off very steady for the rest of the day. So we got Trump speaking at 9, I see, along with the housing market index. We got some Fed speakers later today. We got Trump speaking twice. We got Trump on the schedule at 9 and 2:15. So we got OpEx and Trump in the afternoon.
Going to be a spicy reversal challenge for sure. Pull up a crude oil chart so we keep eyes on that position as well. Dakota, you going to stick with the NASDAQ this morning? No silver?
No silver. I mean, we sold off. Silver's down 4%. Silver is down 4%. Yeah. Do we see more downside? It's difficult to see either or. I'll keep an eye on silver. But I'm watching NASDAQ first. NASDAQ's coming. It's like we're seeing some good movements. I want to see how if we can hold. If we get up to these 900s, maybe 26,000. Don't sell a Friday rally. We have, like you said, Trump speaking twice today, end of the week. And I know there's a lot of geopolitical tension. Some stuff tends to happen on the weekends when the market's closed. We've seen it last time. And I wouldn't be surprised if something happens this time. It's a long weekend, right? We got a 3-day weekend with nothing going on Sunday night, Monday. And I mean, I don't know who it is, Jack. Maybe you know. They're saying they like to hold one short mini going into the weekend.
That was I think that was Andre's old boss, right?
Yeah. You have to be wary of what we call regime changes along the way, because that used to be, you always felt better if you were short, like the short delta in stocks or long bond delta over the weekend, because good things tended not to happen, only bad things. But now in Trump 2.0, there's been a very steady pattern of bad stuff getting delivered on Friday and then resolution coming before the open on Sunday night. So that would be a very painful trade this year.
That's what I'm a little curious on what's going to happen. I mean, he's pretty knowledgeable of like, hey, let's not release anything bad or do anything geopolitical, while the markets are open. Let's do it on the weekend. So obviously I don't want to hold
or right after the close.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right as we close. So making sure I'm flat going into the weekend on all accounts, not just this one.
Seeing
Curious to see if
the
the
Russell
market's
sell
going to
off a little
react
bit
just as
here.
much.
26.86. We saw that 700 on the offer there. The market's kind of running away from that. It did pull, but selling off a little bit here. We got Dakota long in the NASDAQ. What's your average price there? 25,838?
839. 839.
839. Trading 25,867 so far. Still in that 1 minute opening range. Very similar open to what we saw yesterday, which turned out to be a range bound first 2 hours of the market before we found a direction. Gold pushing up pretty nicely here. 46.1250 last trade there in gold. House count is still long from 97s or 89. 45.89 house count is long.
If we see similar price action we did yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised. Might have to turn into some range bound trading soon.
Yeah. It took a little while to identify yesterday, right? You give the market some time to play out. It was about an hour before the first trade on fast markets yesterday, but it's like, okay, this is a range. It's about a 100-point range. You can take something out of it. It's definitely opportunities, just different opportunities, right? Maybe not looking for breakouts. And that's kind of been the case in the NASDAQ. Even if you look at it, Jack was just talking about on a higher time frame. We haven't made an all-time high in the NASDAQ since October.
Yeah.
We've been talking about the same prices here.
I mean, a lot of that is the weighting of NVIDIA, right? I mean, when NVIDIA is 15% of the index, and NVIDIA's been doing well. I mean, it's trading 190 right now, but gosh, in October it was what, like 212, 214, something like that?
Right.
Yep.
Gold,
so that's 10%
here,
on
46.13.
We're not too far from all-time highs. Like we're just under it. Like a really positive day in the NASDAQ, we could be pushing them.
Yeah, what are we, 2.5% right now? Off the high?
Should say 3. So it's within a day's range. Like we could get there in a day.
Yeah.
So that NVIDIA drag alone of NVIDIA being 10% off its all-time high is like a 1.5% in the NQ. So yeah, big company, guys, big company.
Big company. We see it every day. $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Taking a quick early look at our biggest percentage movers, Dakota was saying silver is down 4%. We got copper down 2.66%, silver down 3.38% right now, and platinum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 4.1%. To the upside, we got crude oil, wheat futures, and heating oil. Crude up 0.95%, wheat up 1.5%, and heating oil up 1.5% as well. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here to the NASDAQ. Taking a look at the tilt, 62% long in the S&P, 57% long in the NASDAQ, crude 50-50, and gold 55% long there. The range so far. The Dow selling off here. Made a high of the day, 49,799.
JGZ, if you're talking about 69.50 in the SPX, I agree with you. That's kind of where I'm looking. Early indication, like this morning, of like what the max pain is in this options expiration, the SPX, is around 69.40. So not, there's been a few months, quarters where it's been substantially lower. I kind of like the support I'm seeing down near the lows of the overnight session.
69.80, 69.82 is that low of the day so far in the S&P.
Oh, my bad. The open settlement was a little bit lower. Yeah, 69.87. The European lows, like 7 a.m. it went down there.
Okay.
Gotcha. Got a settlement price in the S&P, 69.8175.
Broadcom's almost up 3%. NVIDIA up 1.7.
How's everything else looking in the Mag 7, Hateful 8?
We got Tesla up 2, Meta up 1. Rest are about scratch, other than Microsoft. Yeah, so it's about. I could see some further upside here. Coach Hoop says silver on the move.
Was pretty aggressive sell-off. Pretty aggressive sell-off there before the open in silver.
I went to bed with a short mini in the personal on silver. Woke
Okay,
up to a
nice.
nice profit.
Nice trade.
It's minis are different, man.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are for sure. So our friend Leslie Paul Farkas, Jack, has been talking about the gold-silver ratio. How much do you know about the gold-silver ratio?
I know it is at
Yeah,
historically
haven't done my
ratio. It's the ratio between gold and silver.
There you go. Sounds right to me. Sounds about right to me.
Yeah, it's the ratio. You take gold and divide it by silver. Yeah.
And you
I know
get a ratio from
much
there.
about it. Hey, I've never pretended to be a metals trader. I'm aware the ratio exists. I'm aware it's out of whack. People look at it. That seems to me like more of a swing, like long-term trade if you want to do it. But from my experience in spread, that seems like such a crazy spread that you'd have to size it pretty smally. What am I talking about? Just because you can see it can just blow out. It's not like trading the knob, as they call it, like the 10-year versus the 30-year or something. As we've seen lately, it can blow out quite a bit. I'll see if I can pull that up.
Yes, it can. Awesome. Thank you for that, Jack. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here to the NASDAQ.
That ratio used to be 8-1. It's now 51-1.
Let me do a spot market very quick. Dude, GLD divided by SLV.
Now we got Jack doing math on the stream. Here we go. The Dow making new lows of the day here, 49,587. The Russell as well, 2681, made a new low, a couple points off the low right now. NASDAQ and the S&P still in that 1 minute opening range. We've seen this a couple of times where if you're looking for trending opportunities, it may be in the Dow and the Russell. I'll keep an eye on those. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in there. Got a VWAP here in the NASDAQ, 25,830 Dakota, right below your entry price.
25.
So far, a range. Yeah, 25,830 is that VWAP price.
Yeah, this is starting to feel very similar to yesterday. Just
very similar.
Yeah, like if we get a bounce back up to like that magic number 850, Coach Jay, that's where we were at yesterday.
That it was their price, their favorite price of the day.
Yeah.
Early look at the Delta, negative 1,000 in the NASDAQ, and the same in the S&P, negative 1,000. I'll keep an eye on that as it develops throughout the day. And we got Dakota long right now. House count did get stopped out on that crude oil trade. So now just long 1 micro gold. 45.89.90 last trade in gold, 45.89.90. Ho came on. He said he was a little late to the opening call, and he said, "Hey, we should be long gold." House got in, and we're up 20 points from there.
Okay, nice.
Ho was making some calls, maybe. 46.10.90 last trade in gold there. Taking a look at that tilt, still 57% long, 60% long now. Buyers coming into gold, potentially high of the day in gold, 46.25.50. So there is some room to that high. Settlement prices up there as well, 46.23.70. And we range.
Now I might be getting into this spread here. Sorry, I was doing a little bit of crunching numbers back here. 1 second. What's the price of silver right now?
89.17. 89.7. Yeah, let's round it up. $90.
90. Okay. First, let's show, just so everyone can see it here, over the last since 2007. This is, I use the GLD and SLV here. You can see this massive, with the rally in silver here, just the ratio of gold to silver go through the floor. Back to levels where we do have some, you know, this is interesting back here. You know, we got a full year in 2011, 2012 where this was support. Looks like the lowest it's been, at least in this time frame, which goes back to 2007, is in 2011, April, down at 3. All right, just keep that
2011.
thought.
Okay. So it hasn't been too crazy since the spread's been this low.
Oh, here's another amazing thing. Not that I recommend doing this, but you rarely see this. It looks like at a price of $90 and a price of $4,600, one if you were trading that spread, one GC future almost perfectly hedges one SI future.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the value of 100 ounces of $4,600 gold is 460,000, and then 5,000 ounces of 90 an ounce silver is 450,000. So there's your ratio, 1 to 1.
Pop of volume there in the equities. Just saw about 2,800 contracts trade in the S&P in about 2 seconds, and in the NASDAQ as well in the lows of this range. Code is still long here.
Yeah, we were seeing these tape bombs yesterday too.
Yeah, tape bombs in the range, and then eventually towards the end of the day, it broke out. We were talking about it, right? A ton of volume trading in this range. Delta in the S&P just went positive on that little spike right there. That's all OPEX, says Westy. Potentially, yeah, we could see some interesting price action with the monthly options expiration. The Russell just turned around 2691.70 last trade here, and the Russell Dow starting to turn around as well.
So what do you think? So the gold micro is 10 to 1, right?
Yep, 10 to 1.
No, it's 5 to 1.
The silver's 5 to 1.
The gold micro?
Oh yeah, silver. Yeah, you're right. Man, my mind's been on silver for months. What's gold?
This could be. I mean, maybe if we want to do this, we just for funsies, we have the we just go long. If we wanted to fade it, just go long 2 micro gold, short 1 micro silver, and then just hold it for the next few months. Or just put it on at the beginning of each session. Oh,
fade the ratio. Yeah.
All right, back to reality. Let's see what the ES is doing.
I think that's reality, Jack. The metals are the interesting markets right now. We're seeing gold continue to push up here, 46, 16, 50. Silver's kind of going with it, 89, 45 last trade there in silver. We got Dakota in long the NASDAQ right now. Saw that little bit of a spike in volume there, but it hasn't brought us out of the range in the equities so far. We are trading below that 1 minute opening range there in the NASDAQ. I see VWAP since the session has started as a flat line, which is telling me range bound market for now. Identify the extremes, and we go from there.
Let me make sure I heard that right. So you want to long 2 micro gold and short 1 micro silver, or vice versa?
What's up? Well, it's I am from my professional trading, natural spread fader through and through. This might be something I toss on, and it is that basically if you think the ratio is going to go up, i.e. gold's going to get more expensive versus silver, then you would go long the gold, short the silver. You could play the spread the other way.
Okay. No, I see what you're saying. I have a hard time shorting silver. I would think the opposite. I think the spread's going to continue to.
That's the thing with spreads, though. It doesn't matter what feeling you have about it. It's just relative value.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is I think silver is going to outpace gold. I think it's going to continue to outpace gold for now.
Sure. How low do you think it can go? It's at 5 right now. We said the all-time, or at least in the last since 2007, is like 3. I mean, what do you think? Are you thinking silver is going to be worth more than gold?
No. I think it's not good. What did you do? You did 4,600. What 4,600 divided by?
It's not per ounce. It's just per nominal. Sorry, ignore that last thing I said there. We'll see.
Okay.
See, what we are seeing right now is the Russell make new highs of the New York session here. We did see the Russell make new all-time highs yesterday, 2704.90. Quick little turnaround there. That is where I'm seeing the most movement still, and I think that's been the theme for the beginning of the year as we see the NASDAQ and the S&P continue to stay in this range. Dow still hanging out on its lows, 49,596, and gold continuing to grind up here. Dakota, we saw you add to a range trade yesterday in the NASDAQ. Would you add to this trade at all, or sticking with the one lot?
No, I would add if we can consolidate here at these lower 80s and show some type of reversal. I mean, this market is turning out to be a similar market to yesterday.
Very similar here. And we saw those opportunities show up later in the day, and we talked about it yesterday, right? If this is not your market condition, either scan and find another opportunity or just wait. We said it was highly unlikely that the NASDAQ was going to stay in a 100-point range yesterday, and it did break down towards the end of the day for a really nice trade, about a 200-point sell-off into the close yesterday. Maybe we can expect some of the same things today, but you guys are watching Topstep TV with us. We appreciate you all being here. This segment is called Fast Markets. You can see it up in the upper left-hand corner. Hashtag Fast Markets. Share your trader wins, setups, your pets, and more by tagging us at TopstepTV on X or in our Facebook group. Shout out to whoever asked about Facebook on Monday. I think James found the password, so you can share all your favorite posts there. Your kids' middle school graduation pics or whatever you want to do there. Tag us at TopstepTV. Whatever else goes on Facebook. What's up, Jack?
You sound like Sean Connery there saying "fast markets."
Fast market. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. But your submissions could end up on air during Power Hour. So hashtag Fast Markets.
Yeah, let's get that ahead.
It's the hashtag and the fast at the same time. It's early. I didn't have any coffee, but we're here. The markets wake me up. The markets wake me up. Trump takes part in a rural investment roundtable at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So at the top of the hour here, a rural investment roundtable. Here, seeing a little bit more selling coming in.
I thought you were fading that ratio, Jack. The 51 with gold over silver, not the notional value.
Yeah, notional value.
I'd fade that. The 51.
All right. Do it. I'll talk to the risk managers during. It'll be really fun.
Yeah,
for everyone watching, it'll be fun if it works or if it blows out.
Will the new contract have anything to change it? No. The new CME's talking about having a 100-ounce contract, and it won't change much.
Getting down near those that open, Jack, 87s in the S&P. 69.90 just made a new low of the New York session here. NASDAQ as well, 25,801 last trade there. The Dow just made new lows of the day, 49,541. And the Russell hanging out on its highs. Money is going to the small caps. See here if we close this regular trading hour gap here in the S&P at a settlement price down at 69.8175. Settlement in the NASDAQ's another 100 points off of where we are right now.
Yeah,
90 points or so.
If we hold here, I'm going to add. I'm adding. I'm short or not short. I'm long 2 from 821.
Dakota adding into this trade, long 2, 821 in the NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ. Dolby. If you like 840, you'll love 800s. Let's see how much selling we see coming in here into the NASDAQ. 25,795 last trade there. Let's take a look at the tilt. 67
flush,
big
I'm
selling
out.
coming in there in the
Ooh,
NASDAQ.
man.
67% short
Yeah.
tilt there.
We're losing the support I saw in the options too. Is I still am not against taking a long here, but we got to see some sort of slowdown.
I'm gonna
turnaround.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
I'm out on that
Yeah.
one.
Oh yeah, this is getting spicy.
Yep. Getting a little spicy there. At those 87s here, Jack just did close the regular trading hour gap. Got a low of the day in the S&P, 69.8275, trading about 5 points off of that right now. The NASDAQ trading 25,785. Flat there, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm flat. Yeah, I'll get back in if we hold. I still like the longs.
Seeing some selling continue in here in the NASDAQ. We did see the tilt yesterday in that range get pretty heavy. I think we saw as high as 75% in both the S&P and the NASDAQ on both sides. Right now, looking at a 67% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 25,830 average prices there. So tilt is getting paid right now. Size just traded there in the S&P, about 1,000 contracts in a second. We're seeing a little bit of a pop off of that. See if they turn this around or do sellers gain some traction here. Go ahead, Dakota.
I'm gonna take this 1 micro and I'll add to it.
All right, Dakota back in 1 micro long NASDAQ. Seeing that Delta is congruent with direction right now in the NASDAQ, negative 2,300, as we are seeing price move in their favor as well, negative 1,200 in the S&P.
Okay, I added the second one.
Long 2.
If we
Top of the hour coming up in about 3 minutes here.
Silliman's 50 points lower.
705.75.
Yeah, if we go there, this is what I love about micros. This is what silver doesn't allow me to do. Scale in, scale out, risking, $100 here, $100 there. Silver micros is just a different beast. So I'll scale into 5 micros here if we do find support and start to bottom out.
Someone's asking, where am I getting the Delta information from? I'm using Quantower, which you can connect your Topstep X account to. There's a bunch of different platforms that use it. I know we have traders that use Bookmap and things like that. Personally, I am using Quantower. But right now, Delta is negative in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So you see prices trade lower here. It hasn't taken out the low of the day yet in the S&P here, 69.8275. And there it goes by a tick. What's your average price here, Dakota? 763?
760. Yeah, 760.
760. A minute and a half to the top of the hour here. We got Dakota long. Jack, we definitely saw some volume there at that 687s you were talking about here. There's settlement in the S&P.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I added 4 from 59.
Gandhi says we're in a massive range on a higher time frame, 100%, right? That's what Jack was talking about earlier this when we started. The range that the NASDAQ is in, especially on a higher time frame. Huge range there.
If we break through these 56s, yeah, we're still struggling. Yeah, we failed that. I might set up again at settlement, but still failing. I'm still liking the longs with NVIDIA up 1% still. I'm not seeing the major stocks get hit very hard.
Turn around just yet? Yeah.
Yeah. We might
See,
hit
maybe
settlement.
maybe we need a settlement test here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Low of the day in the
20
NASDAQ
28 points away from
25,704 and a
settlement.
quarter. This is top of the hour right there. And we do have the president scheduled to speak, so we will bring in any comments if those do move the markets at all. We just got a housing market index number coming in at 37 actual. Forecast was 40. And president and Fed speakers this hour. So watch out there. Keep your ears tuned to TopstepTV. We'll bring you any market moving news. NASDAQ just closed the regular trading hour gap as well. What is settlement price? Settlement is the price that the exchange marks the market for accounting purposes. Simple way I look at it, the market is green above settlement, red below settlement. And right now the S&P is trading below settlement. 69.8175 is that price in the S&P. Still trading above it right now in the NASDAQ, 25,705.75.
20 points away.
Leslie, I may regret asking, but why is the proper mix 10 micro gold to 1 micro silver? 1 micro gold is 10 ounces of gold. 10 micro gold is 100 ounces of gold that costs $4,600 an ounce. That's $460,000 of nominal exposure. 1 silver contract is 1,000 ounces of silver at $90. So if it was, that would seem to indicate that you want to be in a $460,000 gold position hedged by $90,000 in silver. What am I missing?
If Johnny has 6 apples, he eats 1. We are watching Jack's math class here. I love it because there's a serious trade that you're scouting here, Jack. If you don't want to put the risk on, I think with like some sim accounts on TradingView, you could put the trade on and just see how it plays out. I'm curious now as well with this trade. 25,717 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Master Trader, I 100% agree. 100% agree. Jack's analytical mind is unmatched, Jack.
Oh, it's
seen some
matched and exceeded by many people. Many.
Let's see what we got going on here. We got the first half hour out the way there. Give me a thumbs up if you're good to go. We can bring the man in and get his opinion. The first half hour of the market, seeing some selling continue to come in here in the S&P.
All right, I'm back into this position.
Dakota's back in long.
Yeah, 725.
725s currently trading 730s. The S&P NASDAQ did close that regular trading hour gap, didn't quite get to settlement, about 5 points off of it, seeing a little bit of a bounce there. Dow continuing to make new lows the other day, 49,486. Someone was talking about micro Bitcoin. I didn't have it up, but it has been moving. So I'm going to pull up that chart as well. Yeah, I think micro Bitcoin is probably getting pretty interesting here.
Yeah, spots
bring up that chart
break
on
even
the side.
for the day. Spots at
Bitcoin?
95 170s. Yeah.
Looks like it's selling for the regular trading hours so far. Trading right there, 95,305.
I'm going to add my 5. Okay, now I'm in the position I wanted to be in. 5 micros. Take the losses with 1, 2, 3 small size, and then let the bigger size run.
Nice trade here. What's your average there now, Dakota?
726. 5 contracts.
Long five from 726 in the NASDAQ trading 748 currently. Let's bring in the man, get his opinion on the first half an hour of the market open. Hogue, what's going on?
Hey,
Dakota has $5 for you. There you go. Good morning, Hogue. What's going on?
What's happening?
What's up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the equities opening range, neither the high nor the low. The market seems to be rejecting value from yesterday. When I look at the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, all I see is a lot of overnight inventory in a market that is very range bound. This pullback could quite simply be chalked up to overnight longs being overextended, weaker hands, not getting what they're looking for in any continuation to the upside, and barreling out of those positions. We've kind of closed the session gap from last night to today. We traded down to settlement in the NASDAQ. This would be, an interesting area to look for longs. S&P we did have a late spike to the downside yesterday that's a little bit more clear in the S&Ps than in the NASDAQ, and was looking for the market to hold that and as well as hold value low from yesterday. It gave up both and walked through them relatively handily. So some pretty good overnight inventory longs getting out. Those are now reconciled. Now we can see what the real participants are thinking, see what they're doing. We're up against the lows from yesterday. I don't hate the longs here, Dakota. I think you finally found your spot.
Sounds good, Hogue. Hogue, talk to us a little bit about gold. You came in on the show, little tardy to the opening call, but right on time. You said we should be long gold, and we're long gold right now. It's 46.2180 last trade there in gold. What'd you see there, and what are you seeing right now, Hogue? Where's your targets on this? We're right below settlement right now.
So I mean, you see these lows here. I mean, the buyers have been present, above 45.80 all week. One of the short time frame levels that I was looking at was on another platform. I could see that right on the lows there were a couple of decent sized iceberg orders. Somebody was buying the hell out of this shit. If you'll pardon my French. The low tick of the regular trading hour session, 45.86, 203 traded there in regular trading hours, and they were all on the bid. That was an iceberg order. $1 above that, 25.870. There were 270 that traded there, and 248 of them on the bid. Somebody was putting in iceberg orders right on those lows. Managed to get about 500 big gold contracts bought, and they've probably still been buying them ever since. We've got Delta's positive, but not by much. About 190 right now positive. So we're still seeing some pretty decent buying coming in here. As far as targets are concerned, we opened below value. Value low from yesterday was right around 46.05. So that was going to be a barrier. We broke through that. We have the IB high, which is 26.1380, which is also, well, it's actually 46.1330. 46.1380 is the 200 session moving average. That was a barrier we were facing as we were coming into fast markets. We're holding above the IB high. We're holding above the 200 session simple moving average. If I had multiples on, one of my first targets would be value high from yesterday. As a matter of fact, kind of right here, right now, we're right back to settlement, which is 46.2370, and then value high from yesterday, 46.2630, 46.25, 40. Let's just call it 46.26, and that would be certainly an area that I would be interested in lightening up if we still had multiples on. We just have one. So we're just hanging with this right now. But I think value.
I was just going to ask, do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know if we did any management on that trade, Hogue, or are we going to test out the auto liquidator today, see if it works?
Yeah, we took one off at 1-to-1, so we had two on originally, and I believe the stop was moved up to 45.97, and we haven't done anything since, as far as I know. I don't know. I can check in with JD here in a minute.
Nice.
Great trade.
Really nice trade there by the house. We got Dakota in a pretty nice trade here in the NASDAQ as well. Seeing the S&P turn around here, back at those 87, 69, 87 last trade here in the S&P, 25, 757 last trade in the NASDAQ.
On your spot there, Dakota.
Yeah, I miss this NASDAQ, I tell you. Like last night getting chopped up in silver.
Back.
I'm just like, man, I miss this NASDAQ. It's a lot less volatile and easier to scale in using these micros. And I never thought I'd be saying that to about the NASDAQ.
Well, you traded it for so long, man. It makes sense.
Silver caught everyone's attention, Hogue.
It was shiny. You're shiny there. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm still net positive on silver. I've been tearing it up, but just there's some days you just miss Miss the good old NASDAQ. Always go back to it.
Seeing the equities kind of push here. Shout out to Doom in the chat. Just closed the long. Jack, this 87 level here in the S&P, we're kind of getting glued to it right now. We saw some volume trade there earlier. What was interesting there to you?
Well, that's we're at right now 69.50 in the SPX. It is option expiration Friday. As we get closer to the end of the day, some of those levels are going to be possible sticking points. We did like go through it pretty good though. We got nearly. I was too busy adding up contract values. We did. I kind of missed. There was a good deal of positive gamma coming in at the 69.35 level, which is where I just put this 69. There it is, 69.35. Hopefully we get a chance back down there. It seems like a good spot for now.
69.35 SPX level, 69.86 last trade here in the S&P, 25.750 in the NASDAQ. The Russell here looks like it might want to make another run towards all-time highs here. It has a high of the day, 2,790, trading a couple points below that right now, 26.9810. All-time high is 27.0490. Had a nice little turnaround there. Saw some early selling in the start of the New York session. It's turned around about 0.5%. Dolby time, the Russell. I think Dolby's a Russell trader now.
Yak in the S&P is 69.88 is the base of the late spike from yesterday. And we are having a little bit of trouble getting above that. If we can break through that, we still like the longs.
Well, you can't tell whether it's
kind of works with the NASDAQ as well.
Sort of if the tail's wagging the dog or not. But you see maybe do the option traders decide based on it, but you can see that 69.35, it's where we bounced yesterday. It's also, that 69.50, same thing back on the 15th, which is a 5-minute chart, I realize. So it's also yesterday. We had support there before the open. Very similar move here.
DC order flow in the chat says people actually trade the ES. Right now, the S&P is trading twice the amount of volume as the NASDAQ. Dakota, you remember when we went to the, we went to the floor in Chicago when we visited, and we're like, where's the NASDAQ traders? We had to look. It was a bunch of S&P traders, maybe 50 guys trading the S&P. It was like 6 guys in the corner trading the NASDAQ.
They were in the corner too. They were just had their own little
nice. Yep, pretty much.
Throwing cigarettes into the middle.
Pretty much. The MNQ, right? I was just going to say that, Dan Emmons. The micro NASDAQ definitely does trade more volume than the micro S&P, but for the big contracts, more volume going to the S&P. But trade whatever works for you. Bunch of different markets here. I love looking at the Russell recently. I think, like Jack has been saying, the Russell's gonna go through an ice age eventually, where it just stops moving. So take advantage while you can. And it's a much easier market to do so than in silver, right? Silver is the hot market right now, but ton of risk trading that.
Yeah, and I think the Russell's especially, it's kind of locked in on interest rates too. I think I saw somewhere, I'll look up this stat, I'll have to ask the AI or whatever, but I think like some shocking percentage of the Russell is unprofitable. They're smaller companies, like I want to say it's like 30%, something like that, 40%. And that makes them more affected by changes in interest rates. So it's not surprising, they went from 2021, didn't make a new all-time high until towards the end of last year. And I think most of that, or a lot of that, has to do with interest rates have been climbing that entire time. And do we see them going down, or is this sort of like a new normal with 4% plus interest rates? That's a very important question for the Russell. We are selling off again in the ES.
Yes, we are. It was 87's meant something to somebody, Jack. 25,720 last trade here in the NASDAQ.
It's
that spike base
options
hook. Yep.
expiration, monthly options expiration Friday. So I expect some possibly spooky movement, but in between some of these levels, like that 69.50, you can see there was stopped it pretty quick.
Pretty important. It did 25,718. Jack, do you ever look at the NASDAQ options, like NDX options? Or is that just too much of a Wild West?
No. The lazy answer is I wish like the Qs had a similar price. No, I stick away from them. I'll trade individual stock options on things in the NASDAQ, but to me, like the SPX is kind of the goat of options volume for like 0 day and stuff like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think I've looked at an options chain in the NDX. It's pretty thin.
You can kind of play the SPX options levels for the NASDAQ realistically. I mean, though they will diverge, it's not a spread I would trade, but they're highly, highly correlated products. We usually don't see those markets go in opposite directions.
No, we don't. No, we do not. 25,720 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Speaking of seeing the direction in the market, we got some live leaders who are putting some profits up today. Seeing the markets pretty well. We got Aria up $11,209 on the day, and Armando $10,418 are live leaders today, pulling real money out of the real live markets. We've seen some big P&Ls. These are still 5-figure P&Ls. These are huge, huge days. But what we've seen earlier in the week were, some $50,000 days where we had some big moves in the metals. What do you guys think they were trading? $11,000 for Aria, Armando, $10,000. Where could we find that in the markets today? Maybe short the equities or long overnight? Some good numbers there.
Some overnight plays, right? Definitely some
had to be,
plays.
right?
I can see that in any market.
Pretty much.
Someone said silver.
I don't know.
Honestly, some of these.
I don't know for sure if it was
really
silver.
good. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like the ES.
Right. Where we did have a pretty nice overnight move there.
Somebody asked about the percent volume of options. I looked it up. Sorry. I said it was what percent of the Russell's unprofitable. I looked it up. It is around 40%. And so the reason that makes you susceptible to, can't get an S&P 500 like that. It's a Wild West in those companies. But when 40% of your index is unprofitable, that means that even if you're successful, your earnings are out in the future. So the higher the interest rate is now, the more discounted those become. And also it places a burden on you because if you're not profitable, you're being fueled by debt. This is probably maybe the bigger lever. So it becomes more expensive to borrow and just operate the company.
I was thinking, why is that number surprisingly so high? 40%.
Dude, because like I said yesterday,
NASDAQ, new lows there in the NASDAQ. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Cantina of stocks there. The Russell 2000 is full with just the most apeshit stocks you've ever seen.
What's the barrier to entry?
Here in the NASDAQ 20. File for an LLC and hope for the best. 25,698 new low of the day in the NASDAQ 25,700. Trading right now, continuing to make new lows here below settlement now. S&P hanging out below settlement as well. Dow up off of its lows. Just saw a big spike of volume there in gold. Hogue, 200 contracts just traded in the last second in gold. 46.17, 80 last trade there.
Probably the guy that bought the low.
Right, yeah, just getting out now, right? Said 500 contracts. I did the math, Hogue. It's about $2 million trade. He held on to it. New lows here in the NASDAQ 25.
I'm out. Minus 656. We can't even hold settlement here. We might just go.
We continue to see some selling here. The NASDAQ definitely leading us to the downside right now, making new lows of the day. The S&P looks like it wants to potentially make a run for it here as well. 69.76, 69.77 last trade here in the S&P. about a point off its low of the day. I'm looking at a prior day low in the NASDAQ, 25,562.5. And Hogue, you know where we're coming up to. The October 10th candle high, 25,635 in the NASDAQ.
Unreal.
Yeah, as soon as we started giving out on that
here. All right, something's going on in gold here. Gold is
moment.
down. Gold down $12 in the last minute or so. Trump praises Hassett. That's what I'm seeing from the juice here.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Here's the volatility. We said it. We said it early, Jack. No news, but someone's going to say something. Go ahead, Jack.
We already have Waller at the Fed. He wants lower interest rates. He's respected. Why not him? Like, what is Hassett going to do that Waller wouldn't? I shudder to think.
Trump says Hassett was good on TV and wants to keep him where he is.
Oh. All right, buy everything.
If you're good on TV, you know, you got the job.
Right. He's good on TV.
Testing yesterday's lows here, guys. Session lows.
Yes, we are. We're here, Hogue. Hogue, are you liking a short? Is there potential to get in with this flow, or are we going to see range-bound markets similar to what we did yesterday? We saw an extension of the low, and then we just turned right back around. What are we seeing here? We did have some negative delta, congruent with direction in both.
Yeah, well, we do. We have that now as well. I'm looking at these lows as potential to look for a reversal.
Gotcha. Yep.
I mean, the short, the S&Ps was when we revisited that spike base up at 69.88.
87s.
And that's what we were looking for to kind of break out above that. It was also VWAP. We couldn't do that. So I'm just watching the lows of the regular trading hour sessions yesterday. See if we find some sort of reversal pattern for at least a pullback. I can't short it because I can't find a good place to manage risk at this point. Would have to be up at 69.90 probably would be my risk on a short.
Yeah. Makes sense here. It's kind of tough to sell in the hole, especially with these markets that we've seen. We've seen them be pretty range bound, right? So it could very well just pop right back up here, which we're kind of seeing off these lows, about 6 points off the low there in the S&P, 30 points or so off the low in the NASDAQ. All right. Yeah, Jack, I think we let all these headlines come out and then we try to decipher what's going on here. Because he says, we will see how it works out with Hassett at the Fed. Fed officials don't talk much. Hassett is good at talking. So we'll let that play out. We're still seeing some selling in gold here, 46.05 last trade there in gold.
Silver is taking a hit as well.
Yes, it is.
Oh, look at that.
841 last trade there in silver.
Ow.
What are we looking at, Hogue? Silver?
Gold.
Gold, yeah. Yeah, that 200 lot came in and sold, and then they said there's more where that came from. Down about 20 points, $20 in the last 3 minutes or so. Seeing the equities start to turn around a bit here as well. 69.83.50 last trade in the S&P, 25.718 last trade in the NASDAQ.
Looks like our stop was still down at 97, it looks like.
97.
I guess we did not manage the stop, but man, I like that. I like that high for potential profit target if we had
there's those 97s.
Yeah.
Gold
we just got it.
Not done. Shout out to Andre, down 25 points in the last 5 minutes or so here in gold. Seen the equities turn around just a little bit here. Gold is selling off pretty hard here.
Silver going along with gold too.
Yes, it is. Looking at a short there in silver, Dakota?
No, I'm not going to touch silver. I'm watching the NASDAQ here.
65% short tilt there in gold. Miss Andre, where is he at? I miss Andre too. He'll be back. He'll be back. You may see him next week potentially. 50-50 in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ here is 58% in crude oil and 65% short gold. Saw some size there in gold on the bid that just got taken out. Gold is continuing to sell off here. Silver selling off as well. Silver a couple points off of its low of the day. Gold here as well. 49.
Wow.
Selling here in the metals. It just turned around there, Hogue. Whoever bought the 500 contracts said, I'm good and got to get out.
I hesitate to assign causality, but I think the trade, if it's not, he seemed to be hinting that he's not going to make Hassett the Fed chair, as I read those comments. We got Hassett down. Let me take a look at the last couple. Hassett dropped a little bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, Hassett dropped from 36 to 16% in Polymarket on that because he seems to be saying, oh, we like him on TV. He's a talker. The Feds don't talk. So it looks like Hassett's not getting it. And so right off that news, we saw equities bounce a little bit, but also it makes sense the metals would get a sell-off there because Hassett was viewed as the most sort of accommodative, shall we say, nominee for the Fed.
Equities right back down.
Right back down here. 25,680 last trade in the NASDAQ. 69.77 last trade in the S&P. Just off of its lows of the day in both of those. Let's see if we get some continuation. The flow is definitely to the downside here in the equities. And new lows of the day there in gold. 45.85 last trade there in gold. We are seeing some heavy selling. Gold is down about $40 in the last 8 minutes or so. Checking the prior day low of 45.84 there in gold. Silver still holding up a little bit here, not taking out that low of the day just yet. Huge volume just traded at that low in gold. Yes, it is, Hogue. Hogue, do you have Delta for gold here? We are seeing some
negative 1,000 right now.
Negative 1,000.
Now we're still seeing some buying iceberg orders down here.
Yeah. Yeah, a ton of volume just traded there at that low there, Hogue. I see a bunch of these block orders that we're talking about. 300 contracts in a second, 600 contracts in a second. So if it's absorption of these sellers, maybe we do see a turnaround, but if they can gain some traction, that is some big selling coming into these markets here. 45.85 last trade there in gold. Silver now looks like maybe wants to make a run for its low a day.
A lot of them are selling on the bid here. There's buyers here.
What does that tell you, Hogue?
Well, that's what we saw this morning on the open. It was like, we saw iceberg orders buying. That's longer time frame, bigger hands. I don't know if they're going to be able to support this, whatever just happened, but now we've traded both sides of the initial balance. You can see it here. Initial balance high 46.1330. Initial balance high 45.86 even. We've traded both sides. The tendency or the probability is for the market to then become range bound. But it seems like there's more to this. Some sort of news. I don't know if that's the thing about Hassett, but I ain't ready to buy it yet. We're still seeing some iceberg buying.
Not yet, Hogue.
I think it is about Hassett because they just need to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
There's wild animal spirits all over those markets, especially silver.
Silver's down 5.5%. We're breaking through these lows.
New lows there in silver, new lows there in gold. Ton of volume just traded there. Again, Hogue, 45.7350. We got gold down $47 in the last 10 minutes or so. Take a look at silver. Silver's down about $2.50 in the same time frame. Continuing to sell, making new lows of the day here. The metals just woke up here.
I'm getting into a short NASDAQ. NVIDIA is starting to sell off too. I think we're going to make another leg down lower. I'm going to build a decent sized position for a breakdown through these.
Let us know what price you get in there. Levels. Dakota, 45.71. Gold continuing to sell off here. New lows, 45.69.5 in gold. Continuing to sell off here. This is not done. Volume increasing on this move to the downside.
the downside.
Dakota short from 680s in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm going to build a decent sized position for a break through this.
Some stuff here. We got initial balances being set in about 10 seconds or so here, Hogue.
Yeah, that's new session lows in NASDAQ.
IB lows are in there. Dakota short the NASDAQ from 680 right now. We're going to do a little bit of a shift change here. Dakota short, but keep us up to date on this trade here. And we're going to see you back on TopstepTV in a little bit. We'll see you back. Nice trade you got going on here.
Yeah.
Let's get to
Thanks,
the
Jay.
tip of the week. Nice trade there, Dakota. We'll see you in a little bit, man.
Later, Dakota.
All right. Top
Later,
step
Dakota.
tip of the week as we continue to see gold selling off here. Optimize position sizing. Calculate your size based on account risk. Adjust for market volatility levels like we're seeing in the metals right now. Never exceed your personal loss limit and size down after consecutive losses. These are some big moves in the metals that we're seeing right now. And adjusting for market volatility, I think, is extremely important. A lot of times when we see moves like this, traders think, well, if I had, big size on, I could make a ton of money. But you could make, some decent profits just getting into a reasonable position for your account size and then letting the market do the rest of the work. We're seeing gold down almost $60 in the last 10 minutes or so.
Crazy.
So you don't have to trade a ton of size to make money in these markets. Yeah, this is pretty insane here. Seeing silver bounce just a little bit here. Gold as well. Made a low of the day there, 45.6330. Man, silver did get to my target. I had a short in silver last night. I was looking for 87.50s. We finally got there. Starting to bounce a little bit now. But like you said, Hogue, I wouldn't want to be the first person to buy this here.
Oh, no. No. I'm just wishing we would have taken the profit when I said right here, right now.
Yeah.
That's the way, though. That's the way it is. At least we managed the risk. Still made money.
New lows there, 45.6020. New low there in gold. Seeing more selling. New lows again. Gold is not done here. 45. I see why Andre says it. 45.5620. New low of the day there in gold. 86.73 in silver.
Weekly kickoff low now.
Continuing to sell.
45.60 and
this is just
kickoff low in gold.
Dollar was ripping.
Hogue, okay.
Oh, actually, that's
Off
weekly
that
kickoff.
Apple
trend.
news.
Dollar strength, maybe seeing some weakness in the metals here. Higher time frame levels, Hogue. Where are we seeing? Where might this market be going? I'm seeing 45.37. We could be there in the next, 2 minutes. This is
there's
an aggressive sell-off here.
29th high.
Yeah.
And then there's a session gap. So that the high of that session gap, it comes in at 45.33, closes at 44.8870. There is a naked point of control that we just revisited. There's another one down at 45.0680. If this thing is going to really start to fall apart, we could see that gap. We could see that gap fill, session gap close right here. We see
New lows of the day there in the S&P. Doorbell, who is it? What do we got?
Bitcoin also getting smoked.
Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, Vinny Lamborghini. What is going on? How are we doing today? You're hopping onto a moving train right now, Vince. We got the gold making new lows of the day. How are we doing? How are you seeing these markets right now? S&P on its lows, NASDAQ on its lows as well. What's going on, Vince?
All right. Well, doing pretty well today. Good to see you there, Jack, John.
Hey, Vince.
Coach Jay. Great seeing you guys. So I'm currently short the Dow right now, 49,567, 2 micros. I have a pretty decent sized target down to 49,100s, about a couple ticks above the even mark there. So we're looking for the short side here in the Dow. Last night, this silver bug, man, it's getting me. So I opened up a combine. I'm up 4,500 in the combine on trading. I'm just a silver account only. And then the practice account, it was up like 18, 19,000. So, you know, I wanted to move it to a combine and try it out. I did take an L in the XFA on my first one a couple of days ago, but we're going to see how this silver treats me going forward. But the combine did well. So we're at the maximum target on the combine for the day. But we're short
nice
here
job,
Dow
Coach Vince.
right now.
Short the Dow as it's making lows of the day. We just saw a 100 lot trade on the offer there. Hogue 45.20, 45.42.50. 100 lot traded on the offer there in gold. We are still seeing some selling here. Made a new low of the day, 45.39.10. We got everything kind of selling off here. The Russell, the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, silver, gold. Find something and sell it right now. Just manage your risk, right? Sometimes when we see this it could be easy to kind of jump in, try to jump in, but these are extremely thin markets. So thin right now. So understand you don't have to try to chase the action. We're going to call it out here. We got nice trades going on. Dakota just got short from 680s in the NASDAQ. Got Coach Vince short from 567 in the Dow. Coach Vince, we heard your I gotta find a name for Coach Vince targets on some of these markets. Where are you looking for downside here in the
Dow? 49,100. I'm 2 ticks above it, so 49,102 is my target.
Got a prior day low 49,253. If we see some selling continue to come in here, let's see what we get. Seeing a ton of size trading in gold here.
All right. Get a reverse. I kind of like the level here in the ES. Let's see. I won't do it while it keeps on pounding new lows.
And another low there, Jack. 69.60. Yep. Watch that price. 69.60. It's where that 2,000 lot traded a couple days ago. New lows there in the NASDAQ and the S&P.
Great location there, Vince.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Really nice trade here.
Even a blind squirrel catches a nut sometimes, right, Hogue?
Hey, absolutely. Absolutely. 45.42 half in gold. We saw a iceberg sell 500 contracts traded on the offer.
Yeah. Big size there, Hogue. Positive 500 delta at that price.
Yes. Yep. That might be the guy that got in.
You saw about 500 contracts, right? What do you got, Jack?
Check long here. 1 second. I'm not going to do it for 40. 69, 3/4. Give me 1 moment to get adjusted here. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I'm looking at someone saying cattle approaching limit down here. We took an early look at the quote board this morning. Give an update on our top percentage movers here. We got copper down 3.41%, silver down 5.57%, and platinum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 5.69%. To the upside, still crude oil up 1.02%, heating oil up 1.44%, and wheat futures up 1.86%. Take a look at our big four. We already mentioned crude up 1%. The S&P just down 0.2% right now. Gold down 1.6%, and the NASDAQ down 0.25%. We've seen bigger moves this week in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. It is still pretty early here. We got Coach Vince short the Dow. Dakota just said he got out of that short NASDAQ trade for about 50 points, got out at 630s. Seeing the selling momentum slow down just a little bit here. Metals selling slowed down just a little as well there, Hogue. That was quite the run. 80 points in 15. How many times have we seen this in gold in the last 3 months?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like $75 gold
in 15 minutes.
Yep, 15 minutes.
When gold's $4,500, the moves get big.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely. Geez, I remember when I first started trading gold. I mean, $6 move in a day was a big move. You know what I mean? It was like a 2-3% move.
So I'm going to allow myself 2 chances at this. If we get stopped out here, the next one will be lower if we get something turned around at like the 6,900 SPX. We're not dead yet. Let me check if I still. Yeah.
Long 3 micro, 69.69.
Yeah. So we're just risking $100 here.
Not bad. Not bad here. Taking a look at the Mag 7 here. We had Google down about just under 1%, Apple down 0.75%, Amazon down about 0.5%, Meta up 0.5%, Nvidia up 0.3%. That was higher on the day. On its lows right now. Got Netflix down 0.25%. Broadcom up as well. Seeing some selling continue to come in here. Buy it. 56% short in both the NASDAQ and S&P tilt. 61% long in gold. They're brave there. Hogue, we got the initial balances. We got the initial balances in. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
Well, Trump just said he may put a tariff on countries that don't go along with Greenland.
Okay, well, that's not good for this position.
Yeah.
One
tariff talk
tick.
Back.
Guys.
Tariff talk is back.
Yeah, now we'll be out.
The headlines. Let's see here, Jack.
There,
staying alive.
There, it bounced off it by a tick, but there's no way this works.
The Bee Gees wrote a song about this, Jack.
Staying alive.
Staying alive.
69.66 last trade here
John
in
Travolta
the
days.
S&P. Right.
All right. And yeah, we're out. So we lost $110 on that. As I said, I'm allowing myself 2 chances. If we get down, if we keep on selling off, I'll look for something around 69.40 in the ES.
69.40. 69.40. Hogue, we got the initial balance set about 10 minutes ago. We are seeing extensions clearly below the low of those initial balances. Are you seeing any potential downside targets here? I know sometimes people use, an extension of that initial balance, right? Maybe 50% of the initial balance range as a potential target. What are you seeing for areas where this market may trade to?
Okay, so 50% of the initial balance in the NASDAQ takes us down to 25,549. We're already halfway to the 50% of the initial balance in the S&Ps, which is 69.60 in the orders. All right. As far as other types of targets in the NASDAQ, really there's a visual target down below a naked point of control from the 14th. That's a comfort level from that day. That's the most popular price traded, 25,500. 25,500. Below that, there's a spike base. It's kind of been run through a couple of times, 25,471. I'm not really counting that on that one very much. Then we've got weekly kickoff low, 25,400, which we took a look at on Wednesday and rejected. So we could go down and take another look at that if this market continues to push lower. S&Ps, kind of a similar situation. This area, 69.62, and Jay, I know you've been talking about, well, you've heard me talking about this. This level means something to somebody. And are we going to base here? Quite possibly. If we can't hold here, I see 69.44 half, that same point of control from that same day on the 14th of January. Comfort level, most popular price traded that day, visual targets. But when we look back at this exactness, now, yeah, it's been run through a whole bunch of times, but when you further back you go, you got exact. This price means something to somebody. And is it going to provide exactness for us on the low for the day? I mean, we're already, that's almost exactly halfway through, half an extension of the initial balance. Again, that's 69 60.75. Our low is 60.5.
60.5.
Could be interesting.
As pointed out, 10-year is moving on that. We are up at the top end of this really strong resistance here. We're above 4.2, trade just above it right now. But like, look at this.
Talk about exactness.
Rarely do you see a line in the sand like that going back to September.
We're trading above it here.
Now, once again, that's some of the Hassett seemingly being knocked out of the race for Fed chair. Is doing what we'd expect. Dollar strengthens, metals sell, bond yields up. And then also our Bitcoin whales making moves again after 20 days of nothing. And guess what?
Okay.
They're buying
Taking
more.
profit or adding more?
Adding
wow.
more.
Bet more.
Adding more Ethereum.
Wow.
Bet more. There you
More
go.
on trade.
More on trade.
Yes, sir.
They got deep pockets. They can
look at the lows
They can
today.
afford it.
Look at the intraday low today and look at yesterday's intraday low for the Dow.
Same price?
Almost. 2 ticks.
That's you. Vinny, 2 ticks.
I was just going to say.
Didn't take it out. Two ticks, right? Let's see if we can push down here. There's a gap a little bit below. I want to see close to 49,400. And then let's see where we go from that point. But yeah, I don't like how we just couldn't take out yesterday's low. So we're gonna see what happens here. We're under the initial balance. So we'll see how we close here in the next 15 minutes.
It was a pretty aggressive 15 minutes of selling across the board. We are seeing that momentum slow down a little bit. Gold is about $25 off, $26 off of its lows. Silver with a little bit of a turnaround there as well, about $1 off of its lows there. Is it safe? Is it safe to buy it? The 6960s. Yeah. It's safe if you manage your risk, right? Right.
Mm-hmm. The safest.
At 6960 price in the S&P, there's been a ton of volume over the last 2 weeks that's traded at that price. Curious what that lines up with in the SPX. What is it, about 30 point difference, Jack?
Price 6960. Like a
6960,
point.
yeah.
So
38 points.
There was a lot of action at the 6925 SPX level for a while.
Yeah. 6945 is my ES target. And 35s. 45s and 35s on the downside targets.
Here, taking a look at that tilt. Maybe starting to get long here. It was kind of aggressive short there. It's back to 50-50 in the S&P and the NASDAQ. And 60% long in gold. You were saying, Hogue?
Just asking Vince that those 69.45s, you're looking at that point of control from the 14th, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. NASDAQ, I mean, I like 25 500s.
Look at this.
We were close.
69.62 exactness, finding some buyers there. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Interesting stuff.
Is this the low?
I'm gonna look to short it. I'm gonna short it.
Yeah.
Jay, that was a good call out. I mean, looking at half of the initial balance and twice the initial balance. Certain platforms actually put that out for you. I've got one over here that I can see that on.
Nice. Yeah, we have George Diamond Hands all the time. That's part of his strategy, right? All of his targets are just extensions of the initial balance. I think he starts with 25%, goes 25, 50, and then a runner to 100% of the IB. It's kind of like a measured move target, right?
Yeah.
Quite the bounce, huh?
Quite the bounce there for sure.
What's the tilt? What's the tilt right now?
It's 50-50. 50-50. 51% long in the S&P, 53% short in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at Delta really quick here. Negative 4,600 in the S&P, in the NASDAQ. You still seeing the same thing there, Hogue? I got negative 7,200 in the S&P.
Negative 4,600 in the NASDAQ. Yeah, negative 7,500 in the S&Ps. Exact. Yep. Perfect.
Well, I got
with
Twitter
direction
down right now.
Twitter's down.
Yeah, so I don't get any takes on the Fed. Big prone.
Oh yeah, it's just loading. Look at that. How are we supposed to know what the takes are? Jack, so we bounced off these 69.60s. You said you give yourself 2 tries. Would you take it on the way back up, or patience here? That was just an unfortunate stop out, but I like the idea, right? And that's low of the range for what we've seen a couple of times.
Yeah, I'm probably done with that level for now.
Okay.
I don't want to do it. Like we took our shot, we didn't get it.
Yeah.
It went about 3 points lower than our stop currently. In part because I don't want to I'll take 2 losers at the most today. And if we do start selling off, it's like that 6,900 in SPX is such a cool level that I gotta have some ammo.
Yeah.
Vince, you thinking about selling the IB low here in the S&Ps?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to take a short against some strength here. So want to see how we react and how we close, right? Do we close back inside the range? If so, then all bets are off at that point. But I'd like to see how we close here and then potentially take a short here in the ES.
I see that continuation auction.
Exactly. That Dow had a pretty strong pullback there.
Nice
but
bounce there.
I'm thinking about selling more. I don't know. I mean, I don't like how we couldn't take out the intraday low though yesterday. So it leaves excess there, right? And you have a gap below, which is more excess. So this is a tough one. Did something come out? Like, did they? I mean, who knows what they're talking about, right? Like, it's like, the bear news, and then right after it's followed by some sort of heroic event. So,
seen that a couple of times. It was, I mean,
on monetary policy. So no comment from Collins.
Okay.
The other Susan Collins. I didn't put together that there were 2 Susan Collins out there until recently.
I like Phil Collins better.
Sure.
No, the singer, Phil Collins, the musician.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's who I'm talking about.
Is he on like the ECB bank? They got Phil Collins? Bank of England? All right.
In a little bit of a bounce here. Coach Vince, you still short the Dow?
Yeah, I'm still short. I might get short the ES.
Okay, now we
said
this morning that we were just going to.
That is the question.
Dude.
Who said we were going to. Go ahead, Hogue.
I was just going to say it's looking kind of grim for opening below that IB low in the Dow there.
Yeah.
Let's
see, we got some time here.
Yep, we do. Jay, go ahead.
No, earlier this morning we were saying, there's not a lot of news out, but with it being options expiration day, we have a bunch of speakers on the schedule. We got U.S. Trade Representative saying Canada's decision to allow 49,000 Chinese EVs is problematic. There's just comments coming from everywhere. It's gonna be a very interesting day. It has been already. Yeah, it is Friday.
Oh yeah.
It is Friday.
Yeah.
All right. I'd be low in the NASDAQ. We got a little bit of room to go.
Come on, where's Bob Barker?
4.21 in the 10-year. We're testing. This is untrodden territory since we started cutting rates in September. And I'll point out again, just for everybody out there, when Powell announced the September rate cut, we were at 4.056 in the 10-year. We are, 15, 16 basis points higher right now. The market determines longer rates.
Back at the IB low here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. 5 minutes or so before we can start to confirm whether or not this is a successful or failed auction hogue. It's looking a little V-shaped.
It's the longest 5 minutes of your life.
Yeah.
It's looking a little V-shaped here. 69.7450 is that IB low in the S&P. 25.667 and a quarter in the NASDAQ. We got the Dow back inside the initial balance here. Flow is still to the downside. I'm looking at a VWAP. It's pretty much downsloped in each of these markets. But we were talking about it, how extended can we get before, well, one, where do we see downside targets in markets that have been on a higher time frame pretty range bound? And that 50% extension from the initial balance, NASDAQ and S&P rejecting at it right now. But it's not surprising to see the flow slow down here. V-shaped recovery in gold there as well, coming up on the top of the hour in just about 4 minutes.
Oh, we got a beautiful three-bar reversal in the S&Ps.
What time frame, Hogue?
5.
5 minute. Yeah, really nice reversal there. Delta's still negative.
Yes.
Come on down.
This is just a little bit of a relief bounce. 3 minutes to the top of the hour here. Pace is definitely slowed down. I felt like I was running a race for a second, that 15 minutes with gold selling off like that. We're about back to 50%. Yeah, not done at all. Back up to about 50% of that sell-off there in gold, Hogue, and maybe seeing some sellers coming in here. Silver, the same thing. Just measuring out, where that sell-off started. We tagged about 50% in silver as well.
We did not
back
get
up here.
Top of that session gap here. We're in a session gap. Another session gap. Seeing some pretty good recovery here, guys.
Yes, we are. Across the board here. 69.76 last trade in the S&P. 25.670 last trade in the NASDAQ. 45.78 last trade there in gold. 87.73 last trade in silver. Take a look at that tilt one more time. It was 50-50. Now getting long in the S&P. 65% long in the S&P. 72% long in the NASDAQ. Your local real estate guy. Looking for a short here in gold. Maybe. Where's the risk? That's my new question. Anytime somebody asks about a trade, where's the risk on the trade? Because we don't know. We don't know what's going to work, what's not going to work. But if you can afford the risk to take it, take the trade. I could see it. I would probably wait for a test of that prior day low, 45.84 personally. That is not financial advice. That's just my view of the market right now. But it is slowing down to the upside for sure. Got 30 seconds here. Hogue, this would be a failed downside auction in the
Yes,
S&P.
it would. Yes, it would. If it holds, it will be.
You see the same thing yesterday? I feel like we've seen that maybe 3 times this week.
Yeah.
Right, where we look below that IB.
ETFD.
Pretty range from
All right, here we come. Here comes the change. Let's see what we got here.
See a lot of people in the chat saying they called out the bounce. Hopefully you guys are trading it, right? Don't just call it. We're here to talk about the markets. We'll trade them as well. We appreciate you all tuning in. Again, if you take those trades, tag us on your favorite social platform at TopstepTV, hashtag fast markets, but make sure you're taking these trades. Don't just type them in the chat. Get paid for your ideas. We're seeing the equities continuing to bounce here. 69.8175 is settlement price. VWAP for the New York session is sitting there as well. Seeing the Russell start to bounce here. Coach Vince still short the Dow. You said you were potentially looking to add here. What would get you to add to this trade?
Well, I don't know if I want to add right here because we did close inside the range, but I want to see if we can, you know, I don't want to just bail on something. I want to see if I can hold the B period high here. And so right now, I'm still going to hold short for right now. I mean, we do have a failed downside auction, and we couldn't take out the yesterday's intraday low, which is a little bit concerning. But I want to see if we can try to, you know, rope in some longs and see if we can rotate the market back lower. I don't have a big risk on this trade. It's only 2 micros, you know, so I'm not just gonna lenny it.
Gotcha.
Just yet. Because you know, sometimes these pullbacks is an opportunity to sell more.
Yeah, for sure. The flow has been to the downside all day, right? Unfortunately, we don't get to choose how the market gets to our targets. So sometimes you got to be okay with pullbacks. You know, that's one of the things I think about every time we show the live P&L board, right? And someone's like, you know, how'd that trader make $60,000? Well, I think we saw, you know, sometimes there's a trader who's just taking pieces out of the market. But if you're making, you know, you're catching a big piece of a trend, you have to be okay with counter trend moves going against you, right? If you still think there's more room to the downside in the trade. Someone who's making 60 grand in a day might be comfortable with a $5,000 to $10,000 P&L swing in the opposite direction before they get continuation. So it's measuring where you think the market has the potential to go, and if you want to accept that risk. Seeing some rejection there below settlement in the S&P.
You know, and a lot of it has to do with emotions too. When people start seeing the market go, they start chasing into it. You know, so I'm just trying to be level-headed and just follow the plan right now. You know, I just don't want to see us, you know, get above that 30-minute, the second 30-minute candle bar, you know, the high. So if we can stay below that, I'll probably stick in this trade right now. If we break above that, I'm probably going to be out. Trying to be Hogue, you know, best I can, right? A lot of journal entries, guys and gals out there. Lots of journal entries. You know, you learn a lot about yourself with those journals. People might not believe it, but it can definitely help you with your emotions for sure.
Some people really feel as though they don't need that. I wish I was one of them.
You know, and you give pushback, right? When you first hear about it, Hogue, you know how it is. You first hear about it, like,
oh yeah, I push back.
Whatever. But when you see it in front of your face and what you're doing, you know, it's interesting to learn what you're going through, because you don't realize it when you're in the trade, you know, until you're done with it.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was like, you're joking, really? You want me to do this?
I'm telling you, I even thought about it too the first time, you know, you brought things up like that, and I'm like, I don't know, but sure enough, you really start to learn a lot about your damn self.
Looks like Twitter's back.
All right. Let's see if we get this push here.
More Fluent says, use soft paper for journaling so you can wipe your tears away.
That's funny.
That's what I thought too. It's like, Really, I got to do this?
Yeah.
It's kind of fluffy, but it can make a difference.
Absolutely.
There's the tag of that prior day low there in gold. We got pretty close to it. We'll see. That would be the first spot. Personally, I'd look for maybe a short to see if we can stay under. If you look at the metal markets on a higher time frame, looking at a daily chart, there haven't been many days recently where we've sustained price action below a prior day's low. So this could just be a wick on a daily, and we get right back to this being an inside candle. So I'd be cautious at this area. That would be the first place if I was looking to get short. But again, looking at that higher time frame, this could just be a wick here. So probably a no trade for me. But we'll see how the market responds there. Again, looking at that higher time frame, Hogue, how many days have we spent or even closed below a prior day's low? When's the last time we closed below a prior day's low in gold?
Been a while. Been a while.
It's been a long time.
Yep. It's been a long, lonely time.
S&P holding inside the initial balance now. The NASDAQ's testing right at it right now, 25,671 last trade there. Tilt still 50-50. Coach Vince, you are still short the Dow, going to manage this trade. Let us know in the chat. Keep us up to date on this trade and how it does go.
Sure.
Going to
risk management.
I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Volatility and see what he can do. Coach Vince, either way, however this trade plays out, enjoy your weekend.
Yep.
We'll see you back on TopstepTV
You
next
too,
week.
guys. Trade well, everybody. Take care.
Vince.
See you Monday.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Vince. Thanks for hanging out with us on Fast Markets. And hello to you, the chat. Hope you're all having a great Friday so far. I know these markets are getting wild, but you know what's even wilder is following us. That's right. Follow us on X or Twitter. Call it whatever you like, as long as you click that follow button. And what do you get by following TopstepTV on X? Well, you get live reactions, hot takes, and TopstepTV highlights that help you stay in control and confident no matter what the market throws your way. In addition to that, we post best of giveaway information, updates, things you need to know, and more, all on Twitter, X, call it Twix. We're there. So go ahead, we're going to drop a link in the chat. Click on it. Give us a follow if you're not already. And while you're there, go ahead and follow all the Topstep accounts. At Topstep for all things Topstep. At Ask Topstep for any support needs. And while you're at it, go ahead and give Michael Patak a follow. You never know what he might tease for the future of Topstep. So lots of good stuff happening on X. So go ahead and follow us there. Then when you're done doing that, come right back here to the stream and sit tight because 12:15 p.m., it's group coaching time. Group coaching is the point in the show where we have our esteemed TopstepTV personalities sit down and answer your trading questions live on air. Today, we're treated by Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie, a combo you don't want to miss. So if you have a question for Hogue, a question for Anne-Marie, or a question for Deanna, there's only one way to get it in front of their eyeballs, and that is to fill out the questionnaire form we're going to drop and pin in the chat, and then be sure to be back here at 12:15 for group coaching. Your question could be answered live on air, and if it isn't, don't worry, dear viewer. We do save all the questions, and we hope to get to them over time. So be sure to keep tuning in. Group coaching every day at 12:15 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is answered. Now, we have one more final guest in Fast Markets who saw him in opening call, but before we get there, let's talk about Canada. That's right, Canada and China are easing long-standing trade tensions. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping Friday. It's the first time a Canadian PM has visited China since 2017. The pair announced a new strategic partnership. It's expected to ease Canadian tariffs on electric vehicles from China to 6.1%. In return, China will reduce its tariff on Canadian canola seed to about 15% from 85%. The partnership comes after relations between Canada and the US soured in the face of tariffs implemented by President Donald Trump. It marks a significant change in the poor relation between Canada and China. That started in 2018 when Canada arrested an executive from Chinese telecom company Huawei at the request of the US.
You guys know why they
for
call it
that.
canola seed, right?
Good
If
morning.
you don't, look it up. Good
Right.
PR name
I'm
change.
gonna have to do that. Good morning, Mohammed. Good to see you. We saw you on the opening call. We got markets moving right now. The equities are in the middle of a V-shaped recovery, as well as the metals. What is going on, Mo? How are we doing this morning? How have you been trading? What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I managed to pass my combine today, and this is the XFA I'm trading now. Actually, I'm looking to the ES right now, where I see the market kind of starting as trending up, failed to make a new high, then breaking the low of the initial start of that move at 69.81. So that was my line on the sand. Below it, I'm bearish. Above it, I will be bullish. So as we can see now, the market take another leg down. If you can see it by eyes, this one is equal to this one. So they have completed, the sellers, they have completed their whole move. Now they're making V-shaped recovery to the upside, looking to the retest of 69.81. So we can ride this up again, because for me, if the market is below 69.81, this is a reversal down day if it is below it, because the market started strong and then they turned the table on the buyers and continue going lower. As far as we are going higher, that's a bullish sign, higher than 69.81. So we are in a bullish momentum. We want for a retest, and we can continue buying this, and with a tight stop just below 69.81, because I don't want to see the price again below 69.81. This is also similar to a failed downside auction, I believe, because in the 5-minute we set up a range. In the 30-minute opening range, the high was 70,002, the low was 60,979. Let's call it 80. So that was the low of the opening range. We dip below it, and we back in the 5-minute inside the opening range, which is a bullish sign, looking to visit the high of the range one more time.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Mo. Says Art
Yes,
Studio
indeed.
says wrong.
It's
There
the
is no
outside auction.
It is, Hogue. I was just measuring this. We are 50% of the initial balance, 69.88 quarter. We are trading back above 50% of the range for the New York session so far. In the S&P, the NASDAQ still rejecting at settlement right now, 25,705.75. Official failed downside auction, Hogue. Is the target the other side?
Usually, yeah. Unless something, of course, happens, the ultimate target would be the other extreme of the initial bounce.
Yeah. I'm seeing a resistance at 60,990. Usually the middle of the range works as support and resistance, and most of the buyers would, exit their position, because if they are wrong, they are happy that the price they back to their point of entry. If they are short and they are seeing the market back to their point of entry, they also exit. So that will be, a resistant area for buyers and sellers. But let's see now if buyers holding this in touching the moving average, 21 moving average, 69.80. We are at it right now. This is what I was looking for, to see a pullback to the level. Now I would like to see a strong green candle, although I don't like to be the first who try, because this will be the first try for the buyers. I love to
Buying we're
take the
seeing
second
now,
try.
I view those. I don't see that as meaningful buying. I want to see us above 69.88 again and show some acceptance up there. That would be meaningful buyers, initiative buyers. that would mean something. I'm not convinced that this thing's going to continue to push higher.
Yeah, I will wait. I will wait for a second try at least.
We got smacked down to the SPX 6950 again.
That 87 price check, 69.87 in the futures. That price means something to someone. See if we can trade above that. Trading right above settlement right now, 69.8350 last trade there, 25,688 in the NASDAQ. Mo, were you talking earlier this morning?
Downside auction. Jay, if I'm long off the failed downside auction, I'm lightening up against this with this late spike base, 69.88. We break out above it, I can add to it if that's the case. So we're at a critical area here. I agree with Mo in that.
We talked about that. I think it was Monday, right? You're saying you wouldn't want to buy it here, but you would buy it higher, and that's because the market's achieving a goal that you're looking for, right? If we break above this high, then there's more room higher. But is it a great trade buying into what would be a resistance here if we reject? So I like that idea, Hogue.
Yes.
Gold got back up to VWAP there, 45.90.60 in that prior day low. Like I said, that would be the first spot I would think about shorting, but when I look at that higher time frame and we haven't seen many candle closes below a prior day's low, a little cautious. It's been tough to sell the metals. You get these quick moves, 15 minutes, $80, and then it rallies for the next 2 weeks. So,
we had
that a buy the dip opportunity
this morning, and then of course somebody says something that screwed the whole thing up. But them's the breaks.
So that give us the first try for buyers in the 2000 tick chart in ES. And now the sellers try again. Let's see the second try for the buyers, which means they truly hold 69.81, which is my line on the sand. If I took a long after a strong green candle here, my stop will be 69, give it 79.
We officially have the highest 10-year yields since Powell announced the rate cut in September. 4.211.
10-year yield. Yields up, prices down. Are we seeing action in the 10-year? Actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On its lows of the day. Yes, we are. Which have been in a pretty consolidated range that entire time, right? As well, but maybe seeing a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
The yield is still in. I got up my charts right now. We're still in. I would say, we went a little bit above it, but this is a pretty important resistance. We've been in a 10 bip range since beginning of December. It's got to break at some point.
Got to break at some point, potentially to the downside here. Looking at that daily chart for ZN, down about it. Go ahead, Mo.
I don't see strength of buyers here. Yeah, they're holding 69.81, but you can see in the 2000 tick chart, not really a strong green candle here. Wait for maybe a sweep below it and then strong green candle. Maybe the timing is important. Let's wait. Even if that means I will lose the trade.
Pace is definitely slowed down.
It looks like you got a bid in there lower there. Mo,
yeah, I'm just
have that in
very, very low there. 69.60.
Got it.
I guess they want to be ready so I can just drag it up there and take it.
Got
Whenever I see that signal.
Understood.
Market's trying to decide what to do here. We got the London close coming up in about 10 minutes or so here. NASDAQ trading below settlement currently. Everything slowed down.
Here, Mike. It's the base of the late spike to the downside yesterday. 68, 69.88 even.
Hey, there you go. Comment of the day. I love this group. All of you are positive and great. We appreciate that. We appreciate you tuning in. I try to be great every day.
1%.
I will take this long 5 micro.
Long 5 micros. Mo?
Yeah, at 69.8450, because now I see this strong green candle with a small trap for the sellers here. So that means this is a second try for the buyers. They successful, and this is the same time second try for sellers failing. And that's exactly what I want to see. I want to see sellers failing to be long. Looking to take profit at 69.90.25 as the middle of the opening range.
How many, Mo?
Low
5 micro. I will take two. I will take
5
two
micro.
at 69.90.
5 micros long from 69.84 and a half. For some momentum to the upside. You taking partials on that profit, Mo? You gonna let some of it run, or you taking all out at the 90s?
At 90, I will take 2 out of 5.
2 out of 5.
Yeah, because the whole goal of this move is to get back to the high of the range, which is the high as 7,002. I will take some also there. And then I'll have a nice runner at a good location.
This is that spike base 69.50 SPX level here. Can we find some buyers? It's also 50% of the initial balance range. Is this where the buyers step up? I'm still seeing a negative delta hogue, negative 6,200. That could help this move to the upside if they don't get price in their favor. Maybe see some covering.
Very, very much good.
Negative 4,100 in the NASDAQ.
Sellers are trying here.
They are.
Let them try.
$69.85.
Today open was 69.86, so this is why we see some selling pressure here. Okay, sellers try and fail as usual.
Holding view up there, Mo. Right at 85s here. London close coming up in about 7 minutes. Yesterday was like you almost couldn't tell that London closed. There was no volume at all. Let's see if we get some here today. 70% long tilt in the NASDAQ, 64% long in the S&P, 59% long gold, which is continuing to push back up, back at 4,600s here in gold, and 66% long crude oil, which I haven't looked at pretty much all day. For good reason. Really hasn't done much since we've opened up here. Dan Emmons, I saw that.
No,
I'm not going to believe that. I'm sorry. I can't believe it. I will believe a Supreme Court ruling on tariffs when we get a Supreme Court ruling on tariffs, and not before that.
Well, it doesn't say which ruling is coming out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Which is my beef on Wednesday. Like, do they really not know? Just friggin' tell us.
Right. Yeah.
Those robes go to their
believe
heads.
it when we see it. Yeah, Mo long right now in the S&P, 69.84. Twitter looks like it's back online. 70% long tilt here.
Yeah, that 69.88 is strong resistant, Hogue.
I knew it was going to be a pickle to get up above there.
Yep.
Oh, do you see a similar price in the NASDAQ somewhere near like 730s? No.
Well, let me take a look. 791.
791.
790.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a little rejection here at those 88s in the S&P. London close in 4.5 minutes.
Ooh.
What?
Those sellers
Little
are
2-point drop there in the
vicious
NASDAQ. Yeah. Yes, they are.
They are strong. At 69.50.
Yeah, not really. I don't see any.
Mo doesn't believe him.
I mean,
who's the man?
My trade is not invalidated as long as we are above 81. We're fine. Actually, I'm looking to add to this one. If I see strong green candle, I might add another 5.
There we go. Speaking of strong green candles, the Russell is doing its best to try to stay up here, a couple points off of its highs of the day. 8 points off of the all-time high there in the Russell, holding up the best out of the equity market so far. Which has been the theme. I got the S&P just kind of hanging out at VWAP right now. Volume definitely slowing down. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How is everybody doing out there? It is Friday. Let's get a little recap on your week. How are you doing this week? You know, we talk about being up or down all the time, but I think what's more important is, have you followed your trading plan this week? Bull Shark having a great day. Thumbs up for Bounce the Cat.
Not too hard.
Went on tilt but ended green. What's something everyone learned this week, if anything, from the markets? I learned. What did you learn, Jack?
10-point stop would have been better on that trade earlier.
Right. Yeah.
I think I was a little high on my own supply there from previously in the week. Just having very small stops, but I just been learning a lot from seeing some of these other markets take center stage, and it's kind of fun seeing everyone giving some love to silver, especially, or talking about silver.
Yeah. Bunch of good stuff there in that chat. I'm seeing. Can't read them all, but seeing some good stuff there for sure. Two minutes here until the London close. Mo, did you add to that trade?
I hesitated just because I saw this trend line, strong, steep trend line. If I have to add, I'm adding against it, you know. So I don't want to see this is rejected from that trend line. So I say I'm fine with my position.
Holding up so
interesting
far. 69
with this.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Where we've been, that 69.50 level in the SPX where we are right now, that we've been bouncing off of, is some of the options resistance. Most of it has like retreated back, it seems. So like, I don't know what's going on here.
Please, if you have any line in 69.88, just remove it from your chart. Just remove, man.
Get that line out of the way.
It's not going.
Here, oh, you're long, Mo.
Give us a pass.
Well,
Take all your lines
the
off the chart so
line.
we can go up here.
Here.
Put the line at the all-time highs.
I'll take them off of
69.60
mine.
SPX.
There you go.
Mo, I have a VWAP on my chart. I'm going to leave it there because it is acting as a support for your trade right now. I'll leave that one. I'll take off all the resistance lines.
Make it thicker, please.
Okay. Sorry, no, we'll make our VWAP. We'll change the font to size 10. I won't be able to see anything else on my charts but VWAP, but that's fine. If it helps Mo's trade, let's do it. 69.88 last trade there in the S&P. Got Mo long from 69.84. 4 points in the profit right now.
Shoot. I got to girth up this resistance.
Easy there.
We're not going to call it resistance. We'll call it momentum.
There we go.
Let's go.
Seeing a little bit of a pop here. London is closed. And with that being said, we got to let Hogue get out of here and get ready for the morning recap. Hogue, great stuff as always. Thanks for jumping in here. Anything you want to say before we get out of here? Let's point at you.
Here we go. Just taking out those 69.88s. Watch for meaningful buying.
All you had to do was move the line.
Monitor for continuation, folks.
I get my target. First target, 2 contracts.
Beautiful trade.
Trailing 3.
Beautiful trade there. Hold on a second. What just happened here?
We got through
Nice
it.
trade.
Literally just talking about
Nice
moving.
trade.
I girthed up and called it momentum at level 60. It just went through. There might be something here.
Is that the new strategy? You draw a line,
Look at my
you
chart.
take it off.
We weren't on my.
I mean,
we weren't
I
on
can
my
see
charts
it,
when I
Jack.
did it. Yeah.
All right, I'll see y'all in a
What
little
the
bit,
hell's going
man.
on?
Jay, Jack,
Later,
Mo,
Hogue.
great to see you. Great to see everybody. See you during the morning recap. See you in a bit.
See you.
You got a Mo in this trade, taking profit on some of it there. See, you got to stop in profit now, Mo. Oh, not just yet, but this does not have to be a losing trade. Can we go to Jack's charts for a second? Jack, explain what we did here.
I made the 69.50 thicker and then called it momentum instead of resistance, and then it went through it.
That's it. We got the algos are reading Jack's charts apparently, and
Time to man up.
just buying them. 69.89.50 last trade there in the S&P. Mo out 2, still long 3. Saw some buying there at VWAP as well in the NASDAQ. 25.729 is that New York session VWAP. Just saw a burst of buying there. Let's see if they get some follow through.
I'm tightening my stop actually now. Just
Okay.
because we are at the 50% of the opening range, of the 30-minute opening range. I mean, I don't want to stay if we have a rejection here, so I will exit, looking for another try for buyers or failure of sellers.
All right, well, we removed all the resistance lines. Now we can run. We got a high of the day in the S&P 7,007, about 0.25% off of where we are right now. Do you have more targets to the upside? I know 90s was your first one.
7,002.
7,002.
We'll make it 7,000 figure. Only one, so I will still trailing 2 if we get up there.
See here. That tilt was getting kind of long there. It was 70% long in the NASDAQ. Still showing 70% long here. Gold slowed down right at that 4,600, kind of middle of the day here for gold. This is normally when we see that volume start to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
London is closed. Oh, did we get not yet. Baker Hughes rig count. That's how we know it's a Friday.
At noon.
Coming out in about an hour and a half. President ending his remarks at the White House Health Roundtable.
So after all that, we got yields higher, still 10-year above 4.2. The big boy and girl stocks. Google and Apple both down 0.7. Amazon flat. leader is Broadcom up 1.4. Everything else not doing too much.
Slowing down a little bit here. At 88 level, this is where Hogue was saying if we started to see some convinced buying up here, maybe taking the long on the breakout back above, but still kind of indecisive here. Looking at the delta, still negative in the S&P, negative 6,500, in the NASDAQ, negative 4,000. That'll be more important later in the day, depending on where the market's trading. If we have that negative delta and prices continue to trade higher, we may see a squeeze of shorts into the end of the day. But right now, shorts have been winning, right? Dolby used to ask the question all the time, who's happy right now? And we're seeing sellers came in all day. The sellers got to be happy about the price action they've seen in the equities so far.
I take one just for Hogue at 69.88.
There you go.
So
sell one for the rally.
I'm long too. Yep.
Sell one for the rally. Now it can go, Mo. They think you're short.
Yeah, big time. 1 micro.
1 micro.
So they should squeeze me hard now.
Yeah. So the question is, where's your stop on that 1 micro, right, Mo? You got to let them know where your stops are so they can run them. Set an ambitious goal here, all-time highs.
Yep, for that 1 micro. So they sure that they liquidated me.
$22 minutes to go here in fast markets. The way NASDAQ is slowly consolidating up makes me really want to short. Yeah, I could, we're kind of right at that New York session VWAP right now in the NASDAQ 25,728. You see a burst of volume there. Again, another question. That's my question for everybody in the chat. Anytime you look at a trade, where is the risk, right? Where do you say this trade is invalidated? At that point, there is no question whether or not you want to accept that risk. Go ahead and click the button, take the trade. You got to know where your risk is. You saw Mo's risk there, 69.81, 81.75 was settlement. So based on some market structure there as well. And seeing this trade play out pretty nicely here. It's a slow grind, Mo, but it is working out.
Yep, yeah. My concern is this 69.90, the middle of the opening range. I would like to see the price above it, so I can have my stop without tightening anymore. However, if we are unable to pass this 69.90, I have to tighten my stop. So my stop now 69.85 for the remaining 2 contracts.
69.85. The Russell just made a new high of the day there, 27.0110. Not far off the all-time high, about 5 points off the all-time high there. Let's see if that drags the other equity markets with it, or do we see that divergence again? Right now we got Mo long, 69.84. About 6 points in the profit right now with a 2 lot. Let these 2 run.
All right, Mo.
Okay.
We go.
You can do it. It's heavy. Looks, they're fighting.
Heavy lifting. Heavy lifting here, Mo, but it is going slowly but surely. Anyone else have any resistance lines on your charts? Do us a favor, hit the thumbs up button at first, like and subscribe, tell your friends and family to do that as well. And then go ahead and remove your resistance line so we can see Mo hit a banger of a trade here. Already a pretty damn good trade. 6 points in the profit, starting off this new XFA pretty well. You copy trading here, Mo? You trading just one?
Yeah, just one.
Just one. Did I say I wanted to short? I don't want to short. I was reading somebody's comment in the chat that said they wanted to short. I don't know that I would want to short here in the NASDAQ. I think I'd have to look at get a look at the full session VWAP at 753. Could it sell off here? It very well could, right? We saw some absorption of buyers in this range right here. Those block orders we were talking about earlier in the week, we just saw from 25,732 down to 724 in the NASDAQ. About, what was that? 570 contracts trade in a second. So this range here, there is some absorption of, orders going on. So it could sell off, but my risk would have to go at least 40 points from where we are right now in the NASDAQ.
NQ is a bit weaker. NQ. They're just above the opening range. The opening range was between 25,892. The low of the opening range 25,727. So we are at the low of the opening range, but we have a strong hammer candle at the low of this move. I will wait in NQ to buy. Actually, it's not. I need to see something. The 5-minute. Yeah, the 5-minute. I need to see some pullback, then going higher, or we see a strong coming back inside the range and retest. So in the ES, we had the move inside the opening range and we got the retest. I get long and we are in the middle of the range right now. However, in NQ, we are just touching the low of the opening range. So either I wait for a pullback, then I anticipate the breakout. I mean preemptive the breakout, or better wait for price go inside, then retest, and then come with the bias.
Mo, when you say opening range, what time frame opening range are you looking at?
30 minutes. 30-minute opening range.
30-minute. Got you.
Yeah, because the market opens at the bottom of the hour, so I like to see the 30 minutes instead of the 1 hour.
Makes sense. Awesome stuff. Dolby time. I'm seeing it. The Rusty 2702.80, new high of the day, about 2 points off the all-time high here, continuing to grind higher.
Well, the 10-year yields did not break out there above 4.2. They're kind of back into that range a little bit. So that's good for our friend Russell.
You got a line on that chart, Jack? You got to take it off so it could break out as well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's pretty insane. Just remove the line at 88 and we break through it. Mo, you got a question here in the chat. What do you do when the 5-minute moving averages show a buy, but the 2,000 tick chart shows a sell?
No, I don't use moving averages in the time frame, time-based time frame. I don't use it. I'm just having it as a template in the chart, but I don't look at the moving averages in the time-based. We know why? Because sometimes you have these candles, for example, they have no volume. There's nothing here. At the same time, they are affecting the calculation of the moving average. So I disregard moving averages in the time-based time frame.
Time
I
charts.
use it only in the volume tick chart.
Gotcha. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Mo. Thanks for that explanation. Seeing the S&P continuing to grind up a little bit here, 69.91. We just tested the low of the 1-minute opening range, I think that is. As we see the markets continue to grind higher here. We saw some aggressive selling earlier on. But the one word Hogue has been using for the last 6 months about the equities is resilience. And we are continuing to see them be resilient, take a shot, and trade back to the upside. Are we going to make new highs of the day here in the S&P? Let's bring in JD for some top 5 live funded P&Ls and payouts. Who's trading well with us at Topstep, JD?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we've got a couple traders here who are going into the weekend feeling pretty good about their trading this week. Up at the top, here are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top here, Abin, $39,478 trading NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. Abin's taking he's almost at that 30 winning days according to his trade report. I took a look at it. 29 winning days. Not sure if that's 100% accurate. He might be at 30 days already. So one step closer to daily payouts for a bean in that live funded account. Next up, Jaden F, 31,426, trade in the NASDAQ. Jaden's taken over $100,000 in payouts so far this year. Big start to the year for Jaden. Pi, 9,723, trade in the NQ and gold. Took a nice payout last week. Also, Hi's having a great year. Trin, 9,244, trading the NASDAQ, and Selvin rounds out the top five. $8,956 trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ. Those are yesterday's best top five live funded P&Ls. As far as payouts go, these guys are going to have a great weekend. You are up at the top, $55,720 in payouts. Nathan G, $31,678. Ken H, $20,390. Jonathan, $19,415. And Anastasia, $18,330. We had a lot of traders in five-figure territory taking payouts yesterday. Great start to the year for all these live funded traders. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. What do you want to hear, Mo? What do you want to hear?
Don't come back.
Whatever you want.
Oh, that's it. I love how these guys are, these traders are showing us what's possible in that live funded account. So big shout out to all of them. All right, guys, back to you.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Yeah, JD, I don't know what you did there, but you got the markets moving to the upside. 69.93.94 last trade here in the S&P. Most still long too. 25.748. There's that tag of the full session view up there in the NASDAQ that we were just talking about. A little bit of a rejection there. Most still looking for 7,000s here with the two. Nice trade we got going on here, Mo.
Yeah, I'm comfortable now seeing the price above 69.90. My stop will be 69.88. 69.88. Now that strong resistance that Hawk told us should work as support.
And 88 level.
Is just below. Yeah. So my stop is just below 88.
69.50 SPX.
Yeah, there's some possible resistance at 69.60, so right below 7,000 in the futures, like 97, we'll say 98.
Mm-hmm.
What's your target here, Mo?
7,000. 7,000, I will take one. And Moon for the remaining contract.
Nice hold time on this trade here, Mo. We got a question in the chat earlier. I don't remember who asked it, but they said, "How can I get better at holding my trades?" What's giving you the confidence, Mo, to hold on to this trade? Right? It's not just a time thing. You need to see the market doing what you expect it to do. What's giving you the confidence to hold this trade, Mo?
First of all, having the luxury of trimming some of my position as goes to my direction, it gives me comfort. So if the market return, I already took some profit. So that makes me comfortable holding the trade. Second, you have to have a mechanism and fixed one. I'm not saying my way is the way. No, it would be multiple ways to manage your position. I like to trail my stop. You have to find a very clear, consistent way to trail your stop. For me, maybe if you know me or not, I always like to trail for the last two candles, but only trailing my stop if I get some of my profit in. I never touch my stop loss if my first target is not hit. So I have to be filled in my first target, then I can trail my stop loss for the last two candles. Today we have an important location or level, which is 69.90, the middle of the range, which I was waiting for this to break above it, so I can make sure that if we are above it, we can retest it and go back up. If that's not happening, I'm wrong, so I have to exit my trade. Luckily, I will exit my trade at an extra profit. So you have to put in your mind before entering any trade. You don't know how this trade will work out, whether it's go to your stop loss or it will work in your way. Some traders, they always have a fixed target, fixed stop. That could work. That's fine. I don't like to do this way, because when I see the market going to my way and getting my when I see the trade is moving to my direction and I'm out of that trade, I will keep chasing that trade. That will affect my psychology and my emotions. This way, helping me not to do that, not to overtrade. You're still in the trade. You still have one contract, two contract, whatever. Fine. That's how I see myself trading. So you have to find a consistent plan, clear one that you can explain. If you cannot explain it, you don't understand it.
Awesome stuff. I appreciate that, Mo. Nice trade you got going on here. Continuing to grind up. Mo, I've been driving fast markets all week, and I don't think we've done this in a while, and I haven't had the chance to do it. But I just took a look. We got 2,800 people watching right now. We only got 443 likes, Mo. Can you do the thing? Can you help us out with some likes here? Yeah. We helped you out, Mo. We removed the resistance off the charts. Your trade's working out. Can you help us out with some likes here?
Refresh. Let me refresh. 444. All right.
Yeah.
So what do you want
no pressure, Mo,
from me to do if we reach 1,000? Let's do it the other way around.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
What do we want?
I like that.
Something that I can do.
What do you want from Mo in order for us to reach 1,000 likes? See it in the chat. Let's keep it PG. Mo's a family man. So we can only do certain things, but I like that, Mo. What can we offer to you to hit that thumbs up button as we see some selling coming in here? As we see some selling coming in here in the equities just a little bit.
Come on.
Remove the glasses, that's it.
You scared me, man.
I'm sorry. It was in the Russell. I was in the Russell. I know no one talks about the Russell, but we did see some selling coming in there. And in the NASDAQ as well. But the S&P, you're still looking good here, Mo. Either way, whether I scared you or not, your trade's in the profit. You're not going to take a loss here. So
advanced
we're looking good.
Video of his what? I can do
your
advanced
strategy.
Video. I can do it. Let's get 1,000 before this fast market done, and I promise you with advanced way how do I pass my combine.
I like that. See, there we go. Don't say Mo does never give you anything, and it worked, Mo. We're up 200 likes already. I saw some people say they're going to dislike until you start dancing. We're not going to do that. But
yeah,
nice trade here, Mo.
I can't even twerk in slow motion. I just don't think I have the range in my body to do so. Maybe for 200,000 subscribers.
I'm gonna hit the unsubscribe button on that one there, Jack. Just for you, just for you. But
the real sickos at. Son's home from school today, and he's getting dangerously close to that door. He turned around though. It's good learning.
All right. How old is he now, Jack?
He's 4.
4. Nice.
Turned 4 in October.
Yep. There you go. Happy birthday in October. I don't have the range of my body. It has been a week here at TopstepTV. I want to say, I know I've been filling in for Andre, kind of driving this segment as he's enjoying his vacation. It's been fun doing this. It's coming to the end of me driving fast markets for the week, but I want to say thanks again to everyone tuning in. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We got Mo in a good S&P trade here, 69.90 last trade there. But after this, you might ask what we have coming up, and I have the answers for you.
Well, before you do, Jay, you shouldn't have to announce
ahead, Jack.
your own accolades. I was waiting until we got to the 3-up just to say, Jay, you've done a fantastic job driving this week. It is one of the toughest jobs in this organization. I don't know how Andre does it, but 2.5 hours in the gauntlet. You are awesome. It's always a pleasure to be on with you. So great job, man. We'll see you back, obviously.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Jack. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back to trade. I'll be back in the trader seat for the hour before power hour. I think it's trade with Topstep with Dakota and JD. But yeah, this is fun. Again, it is the hot seat. If you guys see we added some lights to my desk, so hopefully my face is coming in a little bit clearer. But it's hot, and I can't wait for Andre to be back in his rightful seat as the driver of this show. We appreciate you all being here. Mo, keep us up to date on this trade. Coming up after this, we got Hogue back and ready to provide the final morning recap for the week. So don't go anywhere. Then after that, our guy VWAP George is back on Topstep TV for Trade with Topstep. You've seen him in the chat every day. Now you see him live on air with JD and Dolby. Couple hours left in the trading week. Trade well out there, everybody. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
Right. Traders, welcome to the morning recap. Hopefully you are trading well. Just want to give a shout out to Coach Jay doing a fantastic job driving. Coach Jack is absolutely right. It is a difficult thing to do. I've been in that seat. It is a hard thing to do. It takes a special person, and I am not a special person. So great job, Coach Jay, driving all week. Fantastic job. It is, again, not easy. All right. Opening range trade. We had a really good one here in gold this morning, and some news came out and it kind of squashed it on us a little bit. But we're going to take a look at it now. I'm going to go, well, let's go to the 30. As usual, we try and look at things in a little bit of context, and we've been somewhat range bound. We were kind of looking at this area down here as potential for longs, and the opening range opened right down at that level. Now, I was a little bit late to getting into the opening call this morning. The opening range had already been established and it had pulled back inside of the opening range. So, looking on the 5-minute chart here, we can see how this played out. So, here's the opening range, that first minute. Okay, that opening range was 45.68 even to 45.93 even. Now, by the time I came in, I was looking at the platform, and I'm able to see when there are possible iceberg orders, and we saw some iceberg orders inside of the opening range. Those iceberg orders were big buys, big buy orders that kept replenishing. We had a lot of negative delta on those, indicating that those were probably some bigger, longer time frame, stronger buyers down there. So we jumped in real quick to 2 longs on the opening range breakout trade, and we got out of the first one at 2-to-1, pretty quick. Excuse me, at 1-to-1 reward over risk. Excuse me. We were also looking at, all right, well, where is a potential target for it? And when we saw that the market was kind of accepting, at least for a period of time, above the initial balance high, my kind of ultimate target for it was the value area high from yesterday, which was up at 46.26. We got to settlement, which settlement price was 46.2370. And I said, this is a really good target. If we had multiples on, I would be out of most of them. Up here, we did not, however, Lenny the trade. We were looking for some continuation to the upside. Then some news came out from the president, and everything fell apart on us. So we did move the stop. We did manage the risk on the trade. We moved the stop to 45.97 even. So still a small profit on both of those contracts, just not what we were looking for. And hey, this is trading. That's the way the ball bounces. That's the way the ball bounces. Let's take a look at the crude oil. So we did get some news a couple of times this week about crude oil, and there's been some pretty decent opportunities. Unfortunately, those opportunities have not provided great daytime frame opportunities. Yesterday, we had like a 60 tick range. I was looking for a lot more from this market. However, in the longer time frame, our island top remains intact, indicating that the market has put in a reversal pattern. We're not seeing any real continuation of that reversal pattern. As a matter of fact, we opened with a gap above the range from yesterday. We did not close the gap that would close the island top here. So we're still looking at a market that might continue to see pressure to the downside. Of course, we're all very aware that there are some geopolitical situations with Venezuela and Iran and other things that can drastically change the situation for crude oil at any moment. So if you are going to be trading it, make sure you are using stops. Always use a stop. So the opening range, we opened with a gap, didn't close the session gap, closing the island top. That still remains. But the house opening range trade put us into longs here this morning. Was I excited about that? Not necessarily. We had some overnight inventory that was pretty long. We were looking to see if we could not close that gap to kind of close out that island top, which we didn't do. So we ended up long 2 micro crude oil, 59.88. It kind of flopped around the opening range. It wasn't a very aggressive trade either direction until, of course, we put in the initial balance high. Sellers came in and they hit our stop here at 59.63 for a loss of about $100. I'd have to say, looking at what we did in gold and crude oil this morning, house opening range trade was a pretty much a break-even trade today, at least the way I'm looking at it now. So we do have a failed downside auction below the initial balance low, market returning back into the initial balance, and very quiet, just not a whole lot of range. What are we looking at today? We're looking at a 62 tick range in gold, 68 tick, in crude oil, a 68 tick range yesterday. Not a whole lot of opportunities, but there's always the sense that there is a probable big opportunity. Unfortunately, it might be really difficult to catch. It's probably going to be news related. So I kind of feel like while crude oil has been providing small opportunities, there always seems a probability of some sort of news event changing things. So that's going to be a market that I believe is on a hair trigger as far as news events are concerned. Take a look at the S&Ps. This is the 30-minute chart. We're looking at it again this morning. We're in, 5 or 6 days of balance. We've pretty much opened it in the center of that balance. What did we do first? The first thing we did was rejected value from yesterday to the downside. All right. Well, we're looking at a late spike to the downside, which we opened above, which would be normally kind of acceptance of value above the value from the previous session. That is not proving true, at least not yet today. We do have that base of that late spike. That was a difficult spot to get through on the way up. It should have kind of offered an opportunity for a potential support, but it is not showing that. So we're seeing a little bit stronger sellers here. We're going to see value at the very least overlapping to lower, if not outright lower. So the rejection of price above the base of the late spike is significant. We were looking for meaningful buyers above that base of that late spike, and for a period of time, they looked to be relatively present. However, we got back to value low from yesterday. The 69.95 level that's grayed out here is a previous weekly kickoff level, and it found some difficulty getting through that level. So be careful. We're pretty much in the center of the range, center of the initial balance. Be cautious in this area. Now, we were watching the market kind of fall, and Jack is always looking at some of the options levels and things like that. And we were both sort of looking at this area down here as a potential opportunity for a long. This 69.62 level is an area I've been kind of watching because there's all kinds of highs and lows in recent history up against that level. It's a level of exactness, and I like to mark those on my chart. And that's what pretty much put in the low. We did try 3 longs in the MES 69.69. Stop maybe a little bit tight. We got stopped out on those at 69.62 even for about $100 loss. That's when we started to see the failed downside auction come into play. That is still in my mind, that failed downside auction. The initial balance low, 69.7450. The market looked below, couldn't close a 30-minute bar below that level. Closing back above that level creates the buying tail that some would call a failed downside auction. And the target would eventually be, maybe at some point today, we can get there, the other extreme of the initial balance, 7,002 and 25. And that's the level that Mo was looking for. Mo was looking for longs below that. He did take a good trade. He was long 69.84, and he got out of some of them as price continued to push higher. Got out of about 3 of them at 69.90. And then got out of one of them at 69.83. And I'm sure that as we pulled back below this 69.89, 69.88 level that we were both looking at in different ways, I'm sure that he ended up taking his profit on that trade and is looking for, again, the next opportunity. It was a little late in the party for me to get that on this chart, but that is what we've got. Take a look at the NASDAQ. We had Dakota trading the NASDAQ today. And he was looking for longs, always looking to buy the dip, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. Just timing was the issue. We're never wrong. We're just early, it seems. So again, the market opened, inside value, rejected value right away. The market continued to push lower and traded us right into below the yesterday's low and right into. This is the high of the October, the big October bar there. So the market pulled down there, looked into it, and rejected it. Again, we have another failed downside auction here. So, we're looking for the market to reaccept inside the initial balance. A good target would be the initial balance high. I don't know if that's going to happen today. Market has just kind of settled in here. Taking a look at the shorter time frame here, we'll take a look at a couple of trades that Dakota did take. So the market opens, pushes lower. Dakota looking to catch a low. Didn't really see any reversal patterns here. He got long. A couple of MNQ 25 759 maybe just to stick his toe in the water. Took a small loss on those. There were a couple of opportunities that Dakota took here for longs. And where was this? This was pretty much settlement price, right? So right around settlement price, Dakota tried a couple of longs a couple of times. Those longs were right around 25 726. 75680, took some small losses on those. Was looking, here, I think pretty much after the initial balance was relatively close to being established. Took some longs down there again, a couple of longs, micro NASDAQ. 25,680, ended up getting out of those 25,630, and then pretty much decided he was gonna take a break after that. So we're never wrong. Sometimes we're early, sometimes we're late. Vince had a really good trade on in the YM, and I want to discuss that briefly here. All right. So Vince caught a short after, some pretty big excess on this high up here. What he was looking at, I'm pretty sure, is at the time there was a kind of a value high here. We had the point of control, which was right in that neighborhood. We kind of put it, we touched the point of control, started coming off, and he was holding on to this trade for quite a long time. As far as I've just been kind of discussing, he's still holding on to this short. He is, he's got a couple of micro Dow short 49,567. What he's looking for is price to maintain below the excess high that was put in right in that first 30 minutes of the session. Price pushed higher, buyers backed off, sellers took over. We've got pretty much a big excess high up here, and I think that that's what Vince is kind of counting on as resistance. His stop is somewhere up in that area, and he's still holding on to it. It looks like he's almost back to break even on this. We'll see how this plays out for Vince for the rest of the day. All right. Let's take a quick look at the quotable quote. I have a feeling I see VWAP George looking at me in the green room here. I have a feeling VWAP George is a George Carlin fan, and he'll probably like this one. All right, Vince saying he's still short. Good job, Vince. Good job. All right, George Carlin, of course, probably my favorite comedian ever. A real genius, says some people have no idea what they're doing, and a lot of them are really good at it. This is so true about trading, and there's always more to know. I've been at this for, well, more decades than I choose to admit. And there's always more for me to know. So, this is not meant to say that it doesn't have any idea what they're doing. Nobody has any idea what they're doing. Nobody knows what these markets are going to do. And if you can get really good at understanding that we don't have any idea what these markets are going to do, it might be really helpful to you as a trader. It's all about risk management. We can't decide which way the market's going to go. It's all up to the markets. And let's just remember, when I say to myself, the market's going higher today, it has to go higher today. I remember people standing next to me in the pit saying, this market's got to go higher today, and buying it and just getting crushed. So thank you, George Carlin, for everything you did and for today and that quotable quote. All right. We got some fun coming up here. Yes. Kind of told you already. We got VWAP George coming in here. We have, hang on. Yeah, it's VWAP George, TopstepTV, Trade with Topstep. We're going to see JD and Dolby and VWAP George next. Coming up here, this is TopstepTV. Let's go. Happy Friday, everyone. Capital Preservation Friday. See you in a minute.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You know Dolby over there. And the man in the middle, the guest of honor, the star of today's show. You know him from the chat. You know him from TV. It's VWAP George. He's here live with us today to trade with Topstep. Mr. George, how is it going? Tell us everything. Haven't seen you in a couple weeks. What's going on?
It's going good, man. Took a couple losses in the funded, but it's very minimal. About $100. Got a little room to play with. Hopefully we find a trade. I have a feeling it's gonna just kind of bounce around this VWAP on the MNQ. I'm looking forward to the game Saturday. Or is it Sunday? Sunday at 5, right? Something like that.
Sunday at 5:30.
So who you got? Rams or?
Yeah, we got the Rams.
Go get them.
I should say the Rams got us, huh?
Yeah,
damn straight.
Rams are coming to Chicago. It's going to be sub-0 degree weather. We're expecting about 20 below. We got some snow last night. If weather is a factor, I'd say we have the advantage right now, right?
Are the fans cool? They don't throw snowballs or anything, do they?
Nah.
In Chicago?
Yeah.
No, I think
this is Philadelphia.
You're in a.
I didn't say batteries.
You're in a certain level of respect if you are brave enough to sit out there in 20-degree below zero weather. You know,
Gotcha.
So there's some camaraderie that happens at that point, right?
Oh yeah.
You won't catch me out there though. That
No?
is not my idea of a good time. I will find a nice, cozy tavern.
There you go.
That's serving a hot meal, and I'll watch the game there. Or I'll stay home. Ham sandwiches. Exactly. All right, guys. George, you mentioned you're down about $100 today. What's your DLL, if you don't mind me asking?
I have it set at 350. Yeah.
350? Okay, perfect.
It's a 50K. I don't have a lot of room. So, I mean, that's plenty for a 50K, in my opinion. I mean, anything over that, it's kind of a waste. Yep. You know what I mean?
I like it.
I like that.
I like it. We're looking at micro contracts, micro NASDAQ, micro S&P, and micro Dow. What are these markets doing? Let's check into the tilt real quick to get this all rolling. Pretty flat in the equities right now. 54% short in the ES, 56% short in the NASDAQ. Crude oil's getting a little tilty to the buy side, 64% long, and gold's relatively flat too, 55% short. Mr. Dolby has the keys to the house account. Everybody buckle up. Let's take a look at these markets, see if we can't get into a trade here. What should we start with? MNQ?
Sure.
All right.
MNQ's great.
I kind of want to go over my shortfall here. When I took that trade earlier on the MNQ.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
I kind of have yesterday's close down here at 25,710, 711. We got this nice bounce around 9 o'clock Central. I really thought it was going to bounce again about 15 minutes later. It didn't. That's basically the trade. Just kept falling.
Sounds
you know
good.
What I mean?
Yep, for sure. Just a little paper cut though. Lost down $100. We can get that back, I think.
That's right.
Looking at this micro NASDAQ, we're sitting right on top of settlement price right now, 25,705. We might be jockeying for position around here for a little bit. What's your VWAP on the MNQ right now?
Right now, I have it anchored to the New York Open. It's at 726.
726. All right. I'm marking that down. VWAP. Sitting right on top of settlement. What do you guys think? How does this chart? What does this chart say to you? Are we looking for another leg lower? Or is this thing going to drift sideways into the close and then we see it pop? The old late Friday rip. Are we going to get it today?
Yeah, I mean, VWAP kind of acts like a magnet for, especially during this New York lunch hour, generally.
Yep.
I don't like to trade it. However, the last couple months, we have gotten some movement in this hour. So we'll see what happens. If it breaks above that VWAP, maybe retests it, no problem taking a long. Or if it just flat out rejects it, maybe take out this, is that an Asia low at 702?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a good close below that. Maybe we look for shorts.
There you go.
Dude,
There'll be
I like it.
anything
Sounds
in
like a plan.
particular? Yeah.
I mean, if you start at the daily, I think Hogue had it drawn up. We're just in the mother of all Dorito patterns right now. And I think there are definitely some traders getting trapped on either side, anticipating this to break out and actually do something exciting. And all it ever does is test a high, trap some shorts, or test a low, trap some longs. And it is just very tricky to trade the micro NASDAQ right now. It feels like the market's waiting for news, and we do have some big news coming up. Maybe it's the tariff situation from the Supreme Court. Maybe that's like kind of keeping a lock on things right now. We're kind of just stuck in the middle of the range with this micro NASDAQ. The RTY actually, I think, has been a much better trade. I've been a huge fan. I actually wish I traded more RTY yesterday. I think the price action's a little bit cleaner than the micro NASDAQ is. But that's also range bound as well. I mean, 2703s in the RTY cannot get above it, triple topped, but we also had a nice double bottom at 2681. But we are a little bit higher within the range in the RTY. I don't necessarily know what direction is the best direction because I think shorts are the value trade, but RTY has been very strong. And so maybe buyers see some value here at 26.98 and they want to push it back up to 27.03. We will see. We have a very nice 5-minute range right here, right now in the RTY. So if we did want to take a trade, it'd be very easy to define risk. Put a stop below 26.96, or if you're short, you put a stop at like 27.01 and just kind of play this little 5-minute range and see what happens. If I had to take a trade, I'd probably lean to the long side. Just because it's the indices. And who's selling stuff right now?
Sounds like a plan, Dolby.
Got a plan.
Mr. Dolby time looking at the Russell, looking at the 5-minute range, possibly taking a cheap long. We'll see what the market gives us.
Or a cheap short. We'll see what we get
up. Or a cheap short. Russell's sure didn't care yesterday. Every other equity was moving to the downside with Russell making new highs. It was quite the event. It did eventually break, though.
In chat. They want to know my VWAP settings are. They think that theirs is way higher. I have it anchored to the New York Open, so 8:30 Central, anchored VWAP there. That's probably why it's a little different than yours. That's all.
Good question. We got VWAP George on. We should be talking more about VWAP. What turned you on to VWAP in the first place, George?
To be honest, it was Anne-Marie and Brian Shannon.
Nice.
Anne-Marie mentioned Brian Shannon on TopstepTV. I looked him up. He's the one-all be-all. Bought his book. Started listening to Coach Jay, Anne-Marie, and was kind of sold ever since.
Mm-hmm.
It was like every other word when I first got on TopstepTV. So
the VWAP. Remember that guy?
Exactly.
The VWAP.
Oh yeah, 0 Day J. The VWAP.
Yeah,
that's a great
line.
Yeah,
he's great.
That's a great line.
Absolutely.
I gotta pick up some of those Brian Shannon books. We had him on TV, and I was on air with him. And he kind of blew my mind talking about VWAP too, but I never really followed up on it. So I got to learn more about it too.
Anchored VWAP, it's more like an instruction manual. I always go back to it. You look at it once or twice. I mean, there's no stories in there really, right? It's technical but it's nice to go back to. It's always there. You know what I mean? If you have a question or a refresher, it's there. And then plus, internet's forever. So you can go back and watch, him on TopstepTV, or Anne-Marie talks about it constantly, which is another.
Mm-hmm. Looking at this MNQ right now, we're in a pretty decisive downward sloping channel during regular trading hours. New York session, we're hovering just underneath that upper channel line right now, bouncing around settlement price. This could be sort of a battle zone. It's looking like shaping up to be a bit of a battle zone right now. We break to the upside of this channel. You can switch over to my chart real quick. I'll show you what I drew. Just a simple channel. You have that tool on your platform also, and it's pretty obvious, right? So we could either take a cheap short right here with a stop just above this most recent swing high at call it 25,754, or wait for a breakout to the upside. It could go either way right now, though.
Sure
Well,
could.
you've got a cheap opportunity on either side of the market, it looks like.
Yeah. I do have a bid in for RTY at 2697.1. We missed the initial entry by 1 tick, actually. Pretty exciting. So I'll see if we can play this 5-minute range in RTY.
How long have you been trading that,
looking
Hildy?
to get in.
Like 2 weeks. I mean, honestly, I am more familiar with the RTY. I haven't traded a ton of it because I think a lot of people like seeing the micro NASDAQ get traded. But I think for a range trader, the RTY is really nice. It does tend to have tighter ranges insofar as, like, say you have this 5-minute range we have right here, 2697 up to 2700. It tends to not like wick out of the range that much, whereas I feel like micro NASDAQ can like shoot down 20, 30 points, then hop back up into range, which can be really tough for range traders because you have to try to figure out how much risk do you want to take on a range trade, because you kind of have to build in a buffer for it. But I feel like RTY and also the YM to that degree tend to have tighter ranges, so it's a little bit easier to define risk. Like, we're only risking like $50 per trade, and I feel like most of the time it's, oh my goodness, look at it bounce. It's well behaved. It's a pretty well behaved market, and I don't think it's trying to like screw you out of your trade like the micro NASDAQ feels like it does to you every now and then.
What's the dollar per point?
It's 5 a tick, so $50 per point.
Okay.
I also think that you can easily trade an E-mini or 2 in the RTY, whereas like not really doing that in the NASDAQ. Maybe you can do micro NASDAQ, but at like 5 a tick, it's moving pretty chill. I mean, you get a point, it's $50. You get a couple points, now you have a couple $100, and it feels pretty reasonable. I mean, we would already be up about $100 in this trade, and it'd be very, very little risk you'd have to take. So I think you can get really good risk reward ratios in the RTY.
Yesterday, I was pretty proud of myself not trading my funded accounts because as you know, I usually trade NQ or MNQ, and it was so choppy and frustrating. And I started looking at the Dow and traded that in practice. Hey, I mean, it trends. I mean, it was clean. It was way easier. Kind of wish I would have done it in a combine or something, but at least. But I might start looking at that when the NASDAQ's kind of misbehaving a little bit. Maybe I'll jump over the Dow.
It's always misbehaving.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's a lot of markets out there, and it's like there's no reason to.
Right.
I'm not saying for you specifically, but there's no reason for us as traders to be forcing, trading markets that don't align with our personality or our strategy. Maybe RTY or the YM aren't the sexiest markets, but if you have an easier time making a couple $100 in those markets, and you have a hell of a time making a couple $100 in micro NASDAQ, well, then save yourself the mental capital. Go trade the easier market. It's a little bit slower. It's a little bit more forgiving. And I think just overall, like, we'd be happier as traders if we weren't just trying to chase the hot market. Like, how many traders are getting smoked by silver right now?
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
a lot of them.
Yeah.
Probably 100%. A lot of them.
JD, is that your MO? Just make a channel and pick bottoms?
It helps me pick out direction, and breakout zones.
Okay.
I've been doing that for a long time. I took years ago. I paid to take a class on channel trading, just channel trading, a week-long course just on channel trading.
A week long.
And do you use the 50% of that too?
I take a look at the midpoint line also. Sometimes you'll find price dancing around that line, and sometimes it'll hold as quasi support level. But mostly you're just looking for breakouts or continuation of the pattern. That's what I look at when I draw a channel line now. I've done it down to the basics, the simpler the better.
So just the DOM and the channel, and you're good to go.
Pretty much, yeah.
Sweet.
I like reading the tape and catching momentum. That's it. The harder you make
So
it,
we're gonna,
the harder it is, right?
yep, we're gonna bracket
Yeah.
this range in RTY. We're gonna get an offer in at 2700.2 and see if we can get a little test outside of the 5-minute range, and then have it get back in again.
On the MNQ, I have an anchored VWAP from today's low, and it's also at yesterday's low currently. So we'll see if we get a bounce here. If not, it might be good for shorts.
Yeah, it's like NASDAQ starting to head down a little bit, but it's such low volume, and we're stuck in the middle of the range, so that could get undone also very, very fast.
We're still
yesterday
still
was tough.
respecting that.
Yeah,
yesterday was
crazy.
tough. Yeah,
it was a tough trade. Like it sucked in a lot of longs and then just started selling off, and it's like, is this the bottom? Is this the bottom? How about now? This one?
Everyone got caught long at the top yesterday. I got a feeling a lot of accounts were blown buying those highs yesterday because it looked so strong for such a long time, and then it just fell right out of bed. It was a crazy move.
Yep. It's like, hey, we're plus on the day. This is going to turn around, right? And it's like, nope. Give me your stops.
All right, I'm long one micro in the MNQ.
Ooh, nice.
VWAP George is in the market. Long one MNQ. What's your price, George?
Looks like 25,689.
689 right here, right now. Okay. 685 last trade. How much risk do you want to take on this?
I'm gonna do what? $40. 20 points.
20 points? Nice. Sounds good. Trading just below settlement price. Again, settlement price 25,705. 25,705 in the NQ. We're still hovering just underneath that upper channel line right now. We're respecting it. Prices are respecting it. For now. The longer, sometimes I find the longer it spends hovering around a channel line, the more possibility it is for a breakout than continuation. Does that make sense?
Because it just keeps retesting it. Is that your? Gotcha.
Keep an eye on this. No fill for Dolby yet in the Russell, correct?
Not yet. Looking for 2700.2. We are about 4 ticks away. And we're just looking for a base hit here. See if we can get like 50 to $100 on this trade. We're risking 50 to make 50 or 100. This range has been well behaved. Not a lot of big extensions to the downside or the upside. So hopefully we just get filled and this just rolls over for an easy point or two. We'll see. See what happens.
Question from Alex Montero in the chat. How do you draw your channel lines? What are the reference points? I draw them based off of regular trading hours. I only use the New York day session. So you see at the top here, my starting point is 8:30 a.m. Central Time, that opening 5-minute candle. And that is your starting point.
Also, check JD out on Udemy for the drawing of the channel lines to get his money back from the course that
I'll never make that money back, that's for sure. Man, if I told you how much money I spent on trading classes, trading courses over the years, in my younger years, I should say. I haven't done it in a while. But yeah, when I was first getting started, I was looking for all the information I could get my hands on, you know.
Sure.
And it cost a lot of money back then. Now you can find everything for free.
Right?
No. No YouTube. Everything was live in person. Actually went to I went to a week-long seminar. I won't tell you the guy's name, but it was a group. He would only take like 8 students at a time. And you go out to his farm in Ohio, and you spend the week at his farmhouse, and like it's like a commune. You live together, you trade together, you do everything together for a week. And yeah, I never made money on that one either.
I mean, I think all traders go through that phase of trying to hoover up as much, knowledge and information as possible, thinking that the more we know, the more profitable we'll be. And then, a couple of years later, we're just, drawing horizontal lines on charts with nothing else on it and just trying to manage risk. And it's like, oh, this is
I remember.
Got to find yourself.
Yeah,
really
question
big
in the chat. Why did
RSI? Go ahead.
Oh, there's a question in the chat. Why didn't I just listen to my dad? Eventually that's what I went back to.
Yeah.
It turned out, like it took me 20 years to realize it, but my dad was right the entire time. And it was like, Dad, all those tips you've been giving me over the years, can you just repeat them all one more time? Because I wasn't paying attention. And yeah, that's basically what happened.
Yeah, you gotta carve your own path. All right, we're in. We are in 2700.2. Let's see if we can get back within range here. Looks like NASDAQ is bidding a little bit. See if this one pans out.
Right back on top of settlement price in the NQ, 25,707 last trade. 705 is settlement. Trade's looking pretty good, George. VWAP George
Not
along
too
for
bad.
689. You got a profit target? Or just gonna let
VWAP. I might cut it a little early, but it's the 25723.
Nice.
See if we can't get up there.
Good. We're just gonna go 2-1 on this one. What's your target for your trade there, George?
Target 25723.
Okay, nice.
VWAP.
And what's
This
the
is
ratio?
part of the problem with only training one, right? I probably would have scaled out one by now. But I don't want to go risk off just because it could retest this entry point pretty easy with the low a day VWAP right there and the previous low. It could retest that immediately. So it'd just be a break even trade. So it looks good. It's kind of right in the middle of, where I would cut the whole thing. So maybe I would trim off one if I was in two, but I think I'll just leave the risk on, and it's pretty inexpensive too. It's 1 micro, right? So
yeah, nice. Well, we both
Dan Emmons is right. I could add to the winner for sure.
So anything you're working on for 2026? We're like 2 weeks, 3 weeks in.
Yeah, so I always do good for a couple weeks being disciplined, and then it's like I go back to square one and just start blowing up combines. I took a payout right before Christmas, and then my XFA starts suffering immediately. It's getting out of my own way kind of deal, and just having a plan and sticking with it instead of just watching the candlesticks. And I'm long, you know what I mean? So being a little bit more disciplined, take way more payouts, stuff like that. Yeah. You?
Yeah. I think just journaling a little bit more, journaling trades. Just taking it just a little bit more serious. I'll start trading in the overnight a little bit more. Before I really wasn't doing that. So just getting a bit more in tune with the market is kind of my goal. Managing risk a little bit better, like in personal accounts, things like that. Being more also conscious of what other market participants want to do. It's not so much about like me as a trader, about my setup. You have to think about other people in the market because they're the ones who are really moving price. We're not moving the market with onesie twosies over here. And so we have to, stop thinking about ourselves so much, stop thinking about our own setup, and be like, hey, what is a buyer going to do here? What's a seller going to do here? And then, try to react or use your setup, whatever your technical setup is, in that context. So that way we're better aligned with the market. We're going to go to break even on this one. So we're risk free. So that's kind of the goal. Really, it's just think about more about other market participants. I think primarily, like that's where I want to start with. What are other market participants doing? Where do they want to get long? Where do they want to get short? I feel like if you
Yeah, it
can
makes sense.
develop that a little bit, you find yourself getting more in line with the market and less trying to force trades or have a bias, right? That's a big thing too, is the bias. And I'm trying to get rid of that.
It's very
Real
interesting.
quick, Colby. Real quick, my MNQ trade here, notice that it tested my entry to the tick. Now it could still take me out and get my stop, but to the tick, I'd be break even right now. So interesting. I also need to get rid of this tunnel vision I have with only trading MNQ. I need to trade the Dow more. I need to trade a couple other instruments more. I don't know why. I just can't get away from NQ. It's like, I don't know. I always try for a little while, and then I always go back to it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's always good to have a backup product just in case what you're trading goes flat. I know silver's the shiny new toy right now, and a lot of traders are migrating over there.
That's too expensive.
A whole lot of traders. Yeah, you should spend a little time. For everybody in the chat, if you're thinking about picking up a new market, make sure you spend a little time getting to know that market too. Feel it out.
Practice accounts.
Understand the nuance. Yeah.
Hop into your practice accounts. We're flat on this trade. We got tagged for break even. I think we can get back down to 26.97s. We'll try longs. Oh, maybe this is the old don't ever go to break even situation. We'll see. That's probably another thing I need to do a much better job of, which I've been saying for like the last 2 years, is just knock it off with the break even stuff. But that's a hard habit to break.
I mean, again, if I had 2 contracts, I would have taken one, and it's kind of like break even, right?
Yep.
Yep. Mandy trying to get me to go to the dark side and trade silver.
It's doing great.
Come on, just do it. Everyone's doing it, George. Everyone's doing it.
If only George. I could be in a trade for 3.5 seconds.
That's about the comfort level for a SIL trade, for sure.
She's good at that.
Hey, everybody, pinned to the
all green candles, man. Yeah, what do you got, JD?
Pinned to the top of the chat right now is that group coaching form coming up in about half hour. We're gonna have some group coaching going on. Hogue, Deanna, and Anne Marie will be here to answer your questions live on Topstep TV. If you have a question for one of them, we've got the answers likely. Grab that form, fill it out, submit your question, and have it answered live on Topstep TV by one of our 3 pros. It's a coach's takeover. Hogue, Deanna, and Amory. That'll be a great segment. Very educational stuff coming your way, and a little bit of tradertainment too.
Love it. Love it. We might get
Adobe, I like what you
on break even here. What are you saying?
I like what you were talking about. Your New Year's sort of trading resolution. Try and figure out what other traders are doing. Just curious. What's your process for that? What's the what are the reference points? What are you looking at when you're trying to figure out what other traders are possibly doing?
It's just like the most obvious lines. It's like, how many times do we just open up a chart, draw some like really basic support and resistance, and like lo and behold, that happens to be the bounce or the or it breaks through or whatever it is. It's it's really thinking about if I was a bull, where would I want to get long? Well, if I was looking at RTY, it's like I would want to get long around 26.97 because that's kind of where we bounced a couple times. And it's really what it helps me do is stay a little bit more patient in trades, because sometimes you'll see your setup on a 3-minute or a 5-minute chart, but that's not necessarily in context of what other traders might be thinking. And so I'll try to go to like a 15 or a 30-minute and be like, okay, well, where do we think resistance might come in? And then it's easy. It's like, okay, well, what's the most obvious line I can draw on this chart? It's like, okay, 2,700, big round number. We bounced or rejected that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Like that seems pretty normal to try to get a sell in there, right? And what it helps me do is like, because we don't have a ton of space. for most of our trades. Most of us are trading, risking a couple $100 per trade. Like, that's not huge. And so like our trade location is incredibly important. We joke and say it's like we're being stingy, right? We're being stingy with price. We want to get the exact price because we don't want to have to take any extra risk. We don't have to. And so, let's say we take a range here, but maybe we're impatient and we get short like 2698.8. Well, if we do that, now our stop is in a real kind of weird spot. And like that's not good. And so it just helps you put your trade location in a good spot, helps you become a little bit more patient, makes your stop a little bit harder to hit. Not vindicated on going to break even. This is rolling over here. So chuck another one up for break even being bad. But that's it. It's just keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Big double bottoms, stop runs on 15-minute or 30-minute, candlesticks, looking at bigger picture stuff. That can all help us as traders find a better trade location and, not chase the market. Some traders are momentum traders and they're totally fine chasing the market, but they have a plan for it. Range trader, I do not. I will lose every single momentum trade I ever take, ever. Just the way it works.
This is the benefit I see in things like chart patterns. Also, I know it's archaic technical analysis. It doesn't absolutely work so much, not as much as it used to. But a lot of people are still looking at like these certain patterns, right? And it gives you good information. It's good intel on what people are looking at in terms of a breakout. Where they might be putting their stop loss, where the pain points are. Again, the more people that look at these things like chart patterns, the more obvious they become the more obvious it becomes as to what a lot of people are thinking, what they're doing in the markets.
Yep.
Don't have to necessarily trade them the way they're supposed to, but what their measured move targets are. If they're getting in a long position on a breakout, what the breakout price is that everybody's looking at. You can almost see like those liquidity injections after a breakout too. And the pain point if the breakouts fail. So it's just another thing to look at.
It's why I like traders who have like super simple systems, because if you start stacking a bunch of indicators on your chart, you're just removing people that you can relate with in the market. So if you're doing like an RSI with a MACD with a VWAP, and you have to have like this 3 or 4 point process to get into a trade, it's like, dude, no one is looking at that. Like no one. You've cut off so many market participants that your trade is going to be in a location that just might not resonate with the market like at all. And so we need people to resonate with, because that's what's going to push price. We're not pushing price with onesies twosies. And so if we're just doing simple channel patterns or ranges, the stuff that everybody sees, VWAP's another one, or like a moving average crossover, like a really popular moving average crossover. Like we want to keep it as relatable as possible to other market participants, because we need them. We need them to push price. We're not doing it. So keep it simple.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's why I really like opening range breakout strategies. I mean, it's just, draw high, low, and when it breaks, you're in.
Yep. Are you automating those yet, George? I know we always close out our sessions with George talking about automation. I know you built a couple of bots. You've got some programs running. How is everything going? Oh, so the opening range breakouts. So what markets are you using for those ORBs? And what kind of time frames are you using?
It's kind of neat because I built something. I used PineScript for this particular one, but it can trade any time frame, any instrument. And so that's really nice to back test. That's kind of how I got into YM, to be honest with you. It's just a 5-minute, opening breakout strategy that works pretty good. Now, obviously, if you have 50% win rate and you're 2-1, who cares, right? It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But there are sometimes you get into instruments that just don't work very well. It's just too expensive or too choppy. So they're good. They're going really well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Are you running them in funded level accounts, or are we still just kind of testing them out?
I do run them in combines sometimes, and that doesn't work out all that well I'd say half the time. I've passed a couple combines using some automated things, but there's always something to tinker, always something that could be a little better.
Yeah, for sure.
And having human eyes on the charts it's just better. It's more comfortable, and it's more accurate. It's hard to code something that you're seeing in pattern recognition and all. Now, opening range breakouts, if it breaks, it closes above, you're in. Or if it just breaks, you're in. That's pretty easy. But there's some, some models that get a little carried away, and you're just constantly tinkering. You know what I mean?
So you're keeping the rules pretty simple, right? Are you looking for a confirmation bar before you get in, or just a breakout to either side? And
usually what I'll do,
the opposite side.
Usually what I'll do is in the same script, I'll do both. So maybe there'll be a radio button where you have your your back testing, and I manually back test as well for like go back like a month or two, and then make sure that the automation's back testing properly, right? The human eyes are just way better still. But I usually have both. So let's say I'll have a opening range breakout on MNQ, right? And I'll have one where it has to close above and one where it just breaks. And you see the difference.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's cool. You're dipping your toe in the water here. We might get filled on a long in the RTY at 2697.3.
Probably going to get
like a radio
stopped
station.
now.
All right, we're in.
Yeah, we're seeing just a little bit of selling coming in the NQ here. 25,673 last trade in the NQ. Very low volume. Volatility's dried up. Volume's gone. Could just be a little
Question in chat. I am using the Topstep X API.
Yes, yes, yes.
Break even on this one.
George can code. That should be your next.
I kind of hate it.
UAP George and George can code.
I kind of hate
coding.
I do.
Why?
I can't stand. I don't know. I just always have. But I like trading. So,
yeah, there you go.
It kind of helps. So.
My attention to detail is so poor, and it just kicks my ass in coding. So it's like, oh, you missed a semicolon or a colon or whatever. Your code's not working, and then I'm just like, this is the dumbest thing ever. We might get tagged here for $100. $100 is $100.
How about that?
Get us.
We're in.
I can't believe I'm still in.
Back in.
Just like that, $94 in the RTY.
How about that? $94. That's that's how much I would charge for gas in the Blues Brothers. Remember? That would be $94. Here's
half
$95.
A pack of cigarettes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
and
there's nothing wrong.
Talk to Robert in the Topstep Discord. He kind of runs that show as far as teaching you how to do that. And he's way better than I am. Too. Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah, he's got that technical brain for sure.
100%. He thinks in code. I think in the opposite of whatever that is.
What's the opposite of thinking in code?
I don't know.
Oh, Dolby, I forgot to tell you. I've been working on a model, and it's I might have it. Yep, there it is. It's in an old combine, and it's called Bizarro Dolby because it's just trend trading.
Bizarro Dolby, nice.
Yep, it is the helmet. No helmet today though. We did a losing day yesterday, so the helmet got smaller. If we have winning days, we'll make bigger and bigger helmets.
People were digging the helmet too, Dolby. People were digging it.
Well, I had two on yesterday. I found like the two thickest beanies I could find, and I was just stacking them over my my headphones. It's a good time. We have a good time on Topstep TV.
That's great.
We sure do. If there's one thing we know how to do, it's party. All right, guys. Time is up. George, thank you for joining us. Have fun watching the Bears game this weekend. We're going to catch up with you again next week. Toby Time, my man. I'll see you later this afternoon. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with the shoulder tap. Jack and Ben are going to be here to roast and toast a couple of live funded traders. We'll take a look at some live leaders and see what else is going on in the world of our live funded traders. And then group coaching. Don't forget that form is pinned to the top of the chat. If you got a question for Hogue, Deanna, or Anne-Marie, grab that form, fill it out, and we'll get to your question live here on Topstep TV. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. Shoulder tap with Jack and Ben coming up next. Topstep TV.
Go Bears.
Go Bears.
Topstep TV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
I love the manual lockout feature on Topstep X because it helps you avoid temptation. That's right, the devil on every trader's shoulder that says, I'm down a bunch, but I can just cannonball this and make some money. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Topstep X. You can take that option off the table by clicking the icon at the top of the Topstep X page and lock yourself out for an hour, a whole session, some custom time. It's all up to you and help you stay within your trading plan. Good afternoon. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Ben. Ben, you know who I am. We were just talking in the green room. My son's home from school. My in-laws are here, and I'm like smelling like fried chicken in my house right now. And I wasn't offered any, so I'm in a mood. How about you?
Ready to crack some heads. I'm doing pretty good, Jack. Happy it's Friday. It's been a wild week, and we have quite a bit of activity in from our live traders today. It's been a mixed bag. We've got a handful of traders up nicely. There is a little bit more red than green, similar to yesterday. I think it's kind of a tough environment right now. There's been a lot of volatility in certain products. I know everybody's eager to trade the metals. Equities have been sporadic, kind of cinching up the volatility there, kind of more range bound. But a few traders today up nicely, 5 figures with Armando there at the top of the board with $13,000. So, lots of daily loss limits. You hate to see it on a Friday, but so it goes. And that's why we have those in place to protect traders to continue trading another day. So that's what we got in the way of leaderboards, Jack. Any comments there before we go to a trading card?
Yeah, is that the Balkaran or a new Balkaran?
It is the Balkaran.
Balkaran's back. Balkaran. Long time Topstep trader there. I believe one of our all-time leading payout leaders. That's a name you don't forget. Well, good for him being back there. We got a good card today because I think it kind of it ties in nicely with Omar's card that we had yesterday, which Omar's just trading like mad right now. And this is a little more down to earth, some really good stuff, and some maybe places of improvement, though this person has also profited quite handsomely. So who do we have today?
Yeah, we've got Samuel up, who we have actually featured previously. And the last time we did was, I believe, in November. At that time, they were trading gold exclusively, have since expanded to trading silver, which might make the hair on the back of your neck stand up a little bit. But he has had one of the best performances of any active live trader in our program. So average daily P&L is positive, $400 a day is nice. Been in the account for almost 80 trading days now, and is selective as well. Isn't trading necessarily every day. Been with us in this live account since I believe it was July of last year. So like that they're focused on metals, gold in particular, and had a really killer performance. I was looking at this card compared to when we last featured them, Jack, and there are a couple of metrics that some errors come out of a little bit. One being that average daily P&L, but also the winning day percentage and the reward to risk. Those have come back down to earth a little bit. I think those averages have been impacted, particularly by the trading over the last, say, month or so. As everyone who's been watching the broadcast or watching markets period is well aware, the precious metals futures have been going crazy. The volatility is, 4 or 5 times what it was back in October, which is, pretty much the place where Samuel started ebbing and flowing a little bit more in that P&L curve. So, Jack, I don't know if you have any visuals on that, but you can see, particularly over the last more recent trading, been hitting that expanded daily loss limit more frequently, and is not really escaping with the winning day magnitude. He's not having those frequent enough or large enough. Unlike Omar, who we featured yesterday, those winning days just aren't large enough to escape what is, 3 days in a row of a daily loss limit. So something to consider. The account balance is also kind of in jeopardy given how much risk he's taking on a day-to-day basis. So definitely something to consider. He does trade the micros, is willing to size down, which is great, but sizing down is not necessarily proportional to how much the volatility in these markets has expanded. So that's the shoulder tap for the recent performance. We're in kind of a dangerous spot in this account with Samuel. That being said, he's crushed it. $187,000 in payouts from this live account. He traded very profitably while he's been in it. we just want to see him keep it and continue, on the right track here. So, yeah, what do you think, Jack, as you were going through a pretty high volume of trade data here?
Yeah, Samuel is like a bit of a I don't mean this as a negative, a bit of a wild man, it would seem here. Um, for $427 over that many days is great. The payouts are fantastic. I think the only thing I would point to, I always wish we did these anonymously so I could just say whatever. I mean, what you say is right. I brought two graphics so we can kind of see what we're talking about between this and Omar yesterday. First, the histogram. These are $1,000 buckets. We're pretty familiar with kind of how this looks, where Samuel has a $5,000 loss limit and ain't afraid to use it, but not quite the same ratio of hitting the big time days. There's definitely when I filtered it just by gold, there's definitely, I don't know if it's like tilt or a bit of a head scratcher on some of them. I saw one day where he traded like 287 gold, like big gold contracts, and I'm dying to know what was going on right there, because it's interesting because some days it'll be like very small trades.
Mhm.
The thing I'd like to point out too, before we get to, I didn't include just the regular P&L curve because it's not super interesting. Except there's three things I want to discuss with this. I think the difference between this and Omar's yesterday. I'll get to what here. So this includes payouts. This is not his account balance. The payouts are a significant portion of this. A couple things I want to say first, and it's been a while since we've had someone like this, is Samuel definitely has the tendency to be flat up a pretty big amount of money and then swing the other way rather hard. And we didn't really see that as much on Omar's card, in part because he was holding those trades for a long time. But just on top of the worst of it, for instance, he was flat up 10 grand one day and then hit the 5 grand loss limit. Avoid that because I see a bunch of those days, and those are kind of keeping. If we looked at the histogram, right, it's like he has some big days that he just kind of lets slip back, right? You got to build. With Omar's more willing to take, I know it sounds silly, but take the 10 grand day rather than go for, you can see here the infrequent if you get the 20 or 30. Let's go back to that other. Is usually when I have comments on these, because I can't see the actual trades, it's almost always on account management, of which I want to be clear. Samuel has rocked this. As you mentioned, he's taken like $175,000 in payouts or something close to that.
180 something, yes.
So let's talk a little bit of, there's two things I noticed that we didn't see on Omar's card. First, let me find my right sheet here. I want to point out, you see that kind of descending, slowly sloping line down in the middle of November, it looks like. That was a streak where he essentially hit the DLL for 16 straight days. So that's, $82,000 over 16 straight days. I think that's what you got to watch out for. Great with the payouts, love that. But as you commented, these last few days are getting dicey, right? You've taken 175 grand in payouts. That's fantastic. Your account balance is no longer that. The last 3 days, especially, are a little bit troubling, as you said. It's 3 DLLs where the balance of the account was probably like $35,000 when I started. So going from 35 to 20. I mean, he does not seem to be adjusting now. And maybe it is one of those, okay, I've taken all this money, let's just let it ride. And once again, you all get to make your own decisions. But I was saying it's not good account management if you have 35 grand to lose 5 grand on 3 straight days. You have 4 days left of that. That's one way to do it. Or we can drop and see if we can, drop your personal daily loss limit and see if we can recover this. Yeah, some of these cards is like, awesome job, made a ton of money. It's not nitpicking though. The account management is important. So I kind of took the same way. I took the same from it that you did there, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something we talked about earlier this week too, the account management versus trade management. I think there's really some issues with both. Again, not to tell anyone how they should or shouldn't trade. This, Samuel got to this point, with a certain style of trading, but again, not factoring for an expansion in volatility, which it seems to be the case, right? The trading size is basically identical to what it was in October when the daily ATR in silver was $1.20 to today where it's like over $5 ATR. You're just going to have to. It's not that you can't take similar strategies, but you do really need to adjust your size lower and give that trade more breathing room. It doesn't seem has been happening, at least again, not to the magnitude, right? Maybe you widened downsized by half or something like that, but the volatility is 5 times what it was when you were really making hay, leading into and including periods in October. So just a consideration there, and the fact that the account balance is lower.
Just to be clear, so you know what you're looking at in the screen right now with this chart, this includes withdrawals, performance bonus, everything. So those 2 big vertical lines are both big. He took like a $70,000 and $80,000 payout or something. Right. But what it's showing is like this is basically the balance you have the trade, and what I'm seeing is like, hey, you should probably try and stay in this account because you are making on average $500 a day, but we can't be. The payouts are great, but you don't have $150,000. You have $20,000, so you can't be risking 5 grand a day and expect to stay in it much longer. But end of the day, money spends, shoulder tapping doesn't. So awesome job to Samuel. And that's all I got.
Yeah, same here, Jack. It's been fun. Thanks for doing this, and I will see you again on this segment next week.
Excellent stuff. Well, Ben, thank you again. Stick around because we still got 2 hours and 45 minutes more of trading action here on Topstep TV. We got group coaching next. It's Friday, not Thursday. We got Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie will be here next for group coaching. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Stop talking.
All right. Welcome to Group Coaching Lunchtime. I'm here with the two of my very good friends, Dee and Anne Marie. Just having a laugh there prior to the opening of Group Coaching. And I was asking Anne Marie if she could go in my brain and find some of my memories because I've lost a lot of them. So maybe she can do that later. But we've got some really good questions. We're going to keep an eye out here, see if there's any opportunities for trades. Dee, have you been trading today?
Just messing around in combines, really. So, testing things out. And yeah, it's Friday, so low stress.
Capital preservation.
That's right.
Yeah.
You've had a good week, so I don't blame you.
Yeah. All right. I'm quite tired.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Anne Marie, how about you? You do some trading today?
I did. I am down a couple $100 in this combine. I'm sorting through a couple of other things, so I haven't had a chance to really focus. But I had my stop set. You know that big, I can't remember what time it came. It was a little bit before pre-market. It bounced, shook out all the shorts, and then, it went right down into the level. And by then I was sitting in another meeting. So I went, Crudzicles. So, but it is what it is. It happens.
Well, and you're probably still kind of reacclimating to the time zone. It's been a few days and takes a while.
Yes, it does. It does. I'm reminded by it because I see it's dark outside where Dee is.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nighttime. It's winter, so it's night. Yeah, it's very. It gets dark very early here now. It's going to start getting lighter probably in about a month's time or so. But yeah, it gets dark around 4 p.m. here, and now it's 6:20. So.
I can't wait for it to start getting lighter later because
I know.
There are people that get depressed when there's not enough light. I don't know if I'm one of those people, but I always, January and February, I'm always like, come on, let's go. Let's get some more light.
The good news is that if you're in your neck of the woods where Chicago is, you get 7 minutes of daylight more every single day once it's past December the 21st. Just so you know, it's coming.
All right.
Time.
Hey,
7
we got
minutes.
that going for us, which is nice. All right.
Bring back Topstep quiz.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. Just don't get Jack asking me my questions because I just shoot blanks there.
All right. We've got some good questions here, and the first one that came in that I want to kind of talk about is actually it came in late yesterday, kind of at the end of the session, so it didn't get addressed. And it's from Elliot, and I know I'm pretty sure I know your answers to this, but I want to hear a little bit deeper. Elliot is saying, after all the years of trading, do you think it's worth it? Add up all the hours you sit on the screen and trade. Would it be better than a salary job, $50 per hour for 40 hours a week? We all know that, maybe 1 in 10 traders make it. Just wanted to see that the long game, is it worth it? Because trading is hard. Dee, what do you think of this question, and how do you feel about all the time you've spent trading?
It's a good question, but I would pose another question of how much windfall did you experience from trading? And if the answer to that is none or very little, then it's probably not worth it. I mean, I'm of the opinion that day trading in particular is not suitable for everyone. It's almost like chasing an Olympic medal. So obviously you can have a lot of athletes out there that are kind of professional, but they may never reach that pinnacle of the career. Doesn't mean that you can't have a decent career, obviously, but intraday trading, to me, it's right up there with any other high-level skill, which means you really have to be on top of your game. There's a lot of mindset prep. You have to nourish your body, you have to nourish your brain, and you have to make sure that you fish for your weaknesses, that you work on your skills methodically, not just sitting down and clicking buttons, but, you know, trying different things, aggregating data, what worked, what didn't work, trying to find the probabilities of what you're trying to achieve. And whoever is not doing that, I would actually say, yeah, you probably should go back to a 9 to 5, if I'm going to be completely honest. But, you know, if you're willing to work on the weaknesses, face yourself in the mirror, because trading will uncover a lot of things that we don't like about ourselves, and then just go, okay, what needs to improve here and why am I doing this? So you dig deep enough, it will be worth it, but maybe not for everyone. So that's kind of my take on it. But at the same time, there's no reason why you can't do both. Have a 9 to 5 and trade. And then once it does start working, just like any side job, it at first is going to be small amounts, right? It's not always going to be like, oh, wow, I just made 20 grand on the week. It's going to be like, okay, so I made an extra couple of grand this month. That's nice. What am I going to buy with that? You know, treat your family, you know, do something nice. But if you're doing the opposite, where you're constantly spending money and, you know, it seems like a never-ending hole, it can be very dangerous. So you have to really look at yourself and just go, is this really for me? And nobody can really answer that for Elliot. So that's my take.
It's a great
Thank
answer.
you, Dee. Great answer. Anne Marie, your turn.
You know what? There's not too much I can add to that. She's totally right. You know, I suspect the person asking the question hasn't experienced a lot of success, or else that question would just never pop into your head. You would go, oh, of course it is. Of course it's worth it. And so, you know, Dee really said, I honestly believe that every trader has that spot where they're like, am I really going to keep doing this? Because it's just before we get to the space where, and so you have to figure out whether you love the game or not, right? And what is suffering because you're doing it, right? And that's pretty important. That's a lot of us fall into addictive behaviors, and that is something to really watch out. Why am I doing this, and who might I be hurting if I continue to do this in this particular way? That's really important. But everything else that Dee said, you know, look at yourself. It's going to expose who you are, where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are. And then you have to step on that road to improvement. If you don't, you know, you're going to be a hamster in a cage. And yeah, you're trading, but it's your own personal prison that you put yourself in because you're not expanding and growing. So, yeah, that was a really complete answer, Dee. It was great.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, both excellent answers. You know, Elliot, I probably quit trading 1,000 times. Especially at the very beginning, you know, trading in a trading pit was physical. You felt like the entire world was watching you. And you know, it was very difficult. You're standing in an arena with some really tough competitors, and it was like, you know, David and Goliath. You're kind of one person facing this fire breathing dragon, and you know, it was extremely difficult. And you know, like I said, I quit a million times, but I also, you know, had other things going on. I had other streams of income that made sure that the bills were getting paid. You know, at the time, I didn't have a family. I didn't have anybody that was depending on me. So, you know, one very important thing that was pointed out there was, you know, who might you be harming by trying to do this? But just finding each level or degree of success, I found so gratifying personally that it kept me, coming back, after I'd quit, just about every day I'd go up in the office. I'd say, I quit. I can't do this. Even on good days, sometimes it was just so exhausting. But every time that I found, a new level of success, it was enough to keep me going. And again, I didn't have anybody leaning on me. I had money coming in through other forms of other streams of income. And when I started to make money, it was nice to have the extra money, and it was a lot of years before I was actually able to depend on trading for my living, and so um Dalton, I think, says it best. He says, and I agree. A lot more people could be more successful at trading if they didn't run out of time or didn't run out of money.
Money,
So,
yeah.
Elliot, you're in the right place here at
Yeah.
Topstep, because you're not going to be risking your real cash, because we all know futures. I mean, you can just get killed, lose all your money. Anybody depending on you, of course, that is going to hurt them. Addictive personalities have a difficult time with this. So, it's a very personal question and a personal decision for you, Elliot. Is it worth it for you? The one thing that I would say, outside of the reward of money in trading, is how it changed me. It probably doesn't change everybody like this, but how it changes you into a better, stronger, um, more resilient, thicker skinned trader. And even if you're not a day trader, you're learning something about the charts. You're learning something about how money works, and maybe that just leads you into becoming a better investor. Just
Yeah.
something to throw on there. Just something to throw
True.
on there. Very, very personal question, and we appreciate that. And the decision is equally as personal. And everybody, we all said it. That if there's something else you've got going on, you've got a 9 to 5. Doesn't mean you have to completely abandon your thoughts of making extra money trading. And you're right, it's not easy. It is not easy. Great question, Elliot. Thank you. All right. Are either of you experts on fair value gaps?
I'm not. Flat out. No.
I know they're similar to single prints, but
Yeah.
I'm not an expert,
Yeah.
no.
All right. So the question is, how do I spot fair value gaps? Is it between like settlement price and VWAP? No. It really doesn't have anything to do with settlement price or VWAP, but it does have a lot to do with time frames.
Yeah.
So as I recognize it, and I'm not VWAP kind of guy, but like D says, some people would call them single prints, right? So when we're looking at the NASDAQ here, you could say, and again, check me if I'm wrong, I am not an expert in fair value gaps, but you could say that the bottom of this bar to the top of this bar, well, this bar is a fair value gap, because there's no overlap between those two levels on this particular bar. And this would be on a 30-minute chart. What if we were to go to a lower time frame chart? We have what would appear to me to be several possible fair value gaps. We've got there's to that. Okay, there's a little bit of a fair value gap. We have no overlap. That's price is seeking new levels to find buyers at lower levels. That is a fair value gap. Then you could also say this is a fair value gap, because again, there's no price bar overlap there. And that is where you're going to find your fair value gaps. Right. It's like Dan Emmons is saying, and I think I've got this pretty close to what they say fair value gaps are, is you need 3 bars, there's no price bar overlap in part of the center bar. So you can see There's the low of the wick there, the high of the wick there, and there's the bar in the middle. That is a fair value gap. And you can see it really has nothing to do with settlement price. It has nothing to do. Settlement price in the NASDAQ today is 25,705.75. Is that right? Is that right? 05. Yes, that is. So that's my settlement price. VWAP is here, and these two fair value gaps have nothing to do with VWAP or settlement price. Now, again, the concept of fair value gaps, some people love it, some people hate it. Whatever works for you is what you should be looking at. But as a non-fair value gap expert, that is how I would view fair value gaps. And of course, you're going to see different fair value gaps on different time frames. We saw on the 30-minute that this was one fair value gap. On the 5-minute, we're seeing two basic fair value gaps. All right. So to answer your question, nothing to do with settlement price or VWAP.
Well,
why would we
actually, if I
care
could add
about
something.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Anne-Marie. No, you go.
Go ahead. No, go.
Well, you say it's got nothing to do with VWAP. I think it's just a price action reading technique. So let's say on silver we have VWAP and we're about to touch it. So maybe from what I've seen, how people do it, you have to have a level of reference, whatever that level is. Obviously, I use a multitude of things. I use profile, but one thing that you can do is have a level of reference, and then once the price hits it, you can see whether there is a 1 or 2 minute fair value gap, because that would mean a strong rejection. It could be a sign of dealer hedging as well at that point. And it's not a bad way to read it. Like if you're only looking at the price chart, it's not a bad technique, because it would keep you out until there is that strong fair value gap. I like to call them strong bearish engulfings when they're starting from a reference level. And I want to see it if I'm on a super low time frame. If we're just looking at the chart, I'm not looking at tape, I'm not looking at the dome, I'm just looking at the chart. You want to see a low time frame go under at least 2 or 3 trending candles against the fair value gap, and that usually means there's some interest there from what I've seen. But I don't necessarily use FVGs, but I certainly can see how it would actually make somebody into a better trader. Because some people would be like, it's touching VWAP, let's go. But what if it just carries on up? However, if you wait for that strong, I think they call it displacement, and I think that's actually a really good word for it. You wait for a strong displacement in the form of an FVG. That's actually fine with me. I don't particularly have a problem with it. So I have a problem with other things around ICT, mainly the culty side of things and crazy stories. But when it comes to the concepts and technique, I can definitely see power in them. Let's put it that way.
When there's certainly when there's some sort of confluence between those levels and an unrelated study, certainly would be helpful. I'm sorry, Anne-Marie, please go ahead.
No, you are actually answering the things that are on the tip of my tongue. Dee answered one part of it, you're answering another part of it. My question was, why am I observing such a thing? Why would I want to even look at that? How does it matter? And so listening to the answers about, whether we looking to reject or accept those areas above fair value or below fair value, is that giving us our trend direction in some form or fashion?
I think Dan Emmons says it best, and he says it right here in the chat. And it's the 30-minute fair value gap can be considered very similar to single prints for market profile, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's excess.
Yeah,
it's an imbalance of price or buyers versus sellers, right?
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fair enough.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. I try never to
Thanks,
look at
Dan.
anything that doesn't lead me to a trend. I mean, it doesn't lead me to a trade, right? I go, okay, I
Right.
see that, but it doesn't matter. So I'm sort of tuning out the
Yeah.
noise in real time.
And we all know that, what works for some doesn't work for others.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
all
It's
in
an individual game.
all in
Yeah.
what talks to you. All in what talks to you. Desmond has a question. Can you explain? And this can be somewhat controversial. I know people that disagree with this, but why does resistance become support and support become resistance when the market state changes? Anybody want to jump on this one?
You firsty.
Right. So again, if we take the level of 89 today on silver, so it's a potential gamma flip area. So this is how I like to look at things. Let's say that was some kind of a support based on the number of open interest sitting there in the options chain. So if it gets broken to one side, you can actually sometimes, not always, but sometimes have a look at those areas to see whether they will hold to the opposite side for the same reason, because there's a bunch of open interest there. And it's obviously not a perfect scenario, but for example, we have another high just above here. I wouldn't call this high particularly relevant, but if we look at the chart to the left, there was a big call wall that was actually yesterday's gamma flip level, and that got broken. So once that gets broken, if we get up here but cannot go down, it's because there's still a lot of open interest there, and it is an area where the dealers might find that they want to hedge and to keep going into the negative gamma environment that we've had today. Everything was like a little bit crazy because of that. That's how I look at it. I like to pair up the support resistance ideas with a reasoning why something should do something rather than just looking at the structure on the chart. And that's the beautiful thing about gamma levels. They're not connected to the price structure necessarily. And in fact, the price structure, the way I'm seeing it, is created as a result of dealer hedging from the options chain levels rather than the other way around. Or the price does that, and now we have support resistance. And that's made a lot of sense to me to start looking at the option strikes as levels of interest. Because we don't have the power to move the markets. Dealers are the ones with the deepest pockets, and I would prefer to trade with the dealers rather than against them. Most people think the dealers are their enemy, that they're after their stops. That couldn't be far further from the truth. If somebody's hunting your stops, it just means that your stops are at a really crappy location. So you need to do better. It could be the volatility, it could be, a bunch of stuff, but to me, support resistance will be dependent, and the flip between them will be dependent whether the next day, for example, we still have loads of open interest there, or whether they've disappeared. And if they disappear the next day, because that can happen, then this little previous support may be turned resistance. It's probably not going to be relevant at all. And in that case, price is just going to run through them. But there's always a reason why they stop somewhere in the way I look at it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And there's a million ways to find a level.
Yeah,
it could be
exactly.
value high, value low. It could be a point of control. It could be, lots of different reasons why a level can be supportive, and then at one point break that support and then become possible resistance from the other direction. I'm looking for an explanation or something that would be really vivid about this. And the only thing I can think of right now is look at this afternoon pullback high here from the 13th of January. So the market opened and broke out above that. It traded right to an afternoon pullback high from the day before that. This became resistance. The market tried for a while to hold this afternoon pullback high from the 13th as support, but it failed. So now price continues the push to the downside. As price comes back to it as a level that was resistance, became a level of support, now maybe a level of resistance. In the overnight last night, the market traded back to this afternoon pullback high, which broke out above, tried to hold as support, failed as support, came back to it, and last night became a degree of resistance. Now, does it not work because it traded through it? No. Everything is a zone. Before the open, the sellers started coming in 5:30 this morning. The market opened, looked back up to that level, did not find buyers. Sellers took over and pushed price lower. So that's one of the things that I look at when I'm looking for levels to look for opportunities and possible areas of support and resistance. We also, sort of, the spike base from yesterday's session in the S&Ps, 69.88. What's a spike base? It's where the market extended the range at the end of the day, closed, and didn't have time to show acceptance of lower pricing. Well, today we opened above it. That should be acceptance of higher pricing. It didn't hold though. We had resistance at that afternoon pullback high. We broke through the base of the late spike. Now I'm looking at that late spike as meaningful buyers above. We saw those buyers got crushed. Now it's resistance. Now we're back above it. Does it now become support to show price accepting at higher pricing based off the nuance of the base of the late spike being below the opening price of the day? We don't know if that's going to happen, but it's just a couple of examples of how a level and it can be your levels, it can be floor pivot levels, it can be a value high, value low, point of control, previous high, previous low, overnight high, overnight low, all of those levels, and there's a lot of them, which makes things more complicated. Any of them can turn into support, and then they can turn into resistance from the other side. I know JD, good friend of mine, good trader, he doesn't cotton to the idea of support becoming resistance and resistance becoming support. It hasn't worked for him for whatever reasons. He just doesn't see that. But it doesn't mean that it can't help you. Does that help?
Yep.
Yay. Nay. All right. There's a question about value areas here, D. George is asking, wants to know, with the value area high and low, what percentage do you use? Some people like 75%, some people like 80%. Just wondering what the logic is behind that. I know that we're both market profile, volume profile traders. What percentage of the volume area do you put on your charts as far as
I
what's the
like
value
to
area?
70. Yeah, I like to 70%. Yeah, now
Me too.
Where that comes from, it's because it's the closest number to the, like, if you want to be a nerd, then 68% would be the number where the distribution curve is created. But 70 is just enough. It's fine. So there's no need to nitpick that much. And we tested various value percentages, and we came to the same conclusion that Steidelmeier and Dalton did, that 70 seems to be a pretty accurate description or depiction of where the value area is located. So I stick to that. Some people like more. I know that Coach Robert likes, I believe he likes 80 or 75, I can't remember, but it's a little bit higher than 70. However, for me, I'm not somebody who nitpicks over entries and stuff. I typically use wider stops, and to me that, is just fine. But obviously, if you are looking for super accurate entries, you're more of a scalper. Yeah, maybe you want to explore which one is going to work for you. I never say, well, you have to do it because I'm doing it this way. No, we're all different. So test it out, see whether you find better results in changing to a higher value area percentage. If it doesn't work, then go back to what we've known since 1985, that 70% seems to be a pretty good measure.
Sure. And Marie, you said you look at 70% as well.
I do. And because, I am that nerd that takes a look at where 70% is. The question, though, whenever I hear the coaching questions, the first thing that comes to my mind is, why might this person be asking this question? Where is their challenge, or where might they be looking to refine, or maybe they're just there to nitpick. I mean, sometimes we try to get very precise in a place where we're using a chubby crayon. So from that perspective, 70% is statistically the right spot for us to sit in. So the question might be, well, why might I want to use 75? So if your moving average is flat and you've got this 70 sitting there, but then you decide you're going to flip it up to 75, then maybe 75 is this place where you can find your really cheap short as it falls back into value area, or your breakaway long if you are trying to break out of value. And so in trading, everything has tentacles, right? We might be looking at a volume profile, but we aren't just thinking about that volume profile. We're thinking about trend. We're thinking about speed of motion. We're thinking about time of day. We're thinking about how close are we to settlement, all these kinds of things. And so when a question comes in getting this person to the next step, it almost needs that quantifier that says, tell me why you want to know. Tell me why you want to know that the answer to that question. And then it makes it easier for us to answer it. But again, if you're looking for it to say, hey, am I trying to trap as much as I can so that if it breaks out, I know it's out and run off to the top, or break and run off to the bottom. Why do I care about whether it's 70 or 75 or 80? And once you get to that space and you're watching, if you are watching, send us another question and say, here's what I want to do with that VWAP. I mean, with that volume profile. So that certainly is all I have to add to that.
Thank you. And when we're talking about a value area that has 15% above value, outside of value, and 15% below value, we're looking at a very even bell curve. And unfortunately, in trading, we don't see a lot of perfect bell curves. So when the mean of the bell curve is leaning towards one side or another, value is going to kind of follow where that mean goes. So you may actually end up with 5% above value and 25% below value because of the mean, or the point of control is not perfectly centered in the bell curve. It's
we nerds call that skew.
Yes. And you might even see the value area at the dead high of a particular session, but it's because the mean, or the point of control, is very close to one extreme of the entire range. It's like a gelatinous glob, really. I mean, because it's never going to be the same form exactly twice, right? And these are all things that you can learn over time, and that that just help put context over the marketplace.
Yeah.
And I hope that
Yeah.
helps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Time flies when we're having fun. Dee and
Yep.
Marie, always a
Always.
pleasure.
Same.
Happy Friday.
Already.
Happy Friday to you. A
No.
long
Happy
weekend,
Friday.
peeps. Yay.
Well, blessings to you both. Blessings to all of you. Thanks again for joining us here on Top Step TV. We've got three-man weave coming up here. We got three of everybody's favorites. We got JD, we got Jay, we got Dakota coming up. Power players. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Top Step TV.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. We've got a very special Power Players episode set up for you today. In the middle, the man in the middle, Coach Dakota. Over there on the right, we've got Jay, Coach Jay, a couple of VIP coaches, a couple of longtime Topstep traders, a couple of longtime TopstepTV contributors. What's happening this afternoon, guys? Dakota, how are we feeling today?
Good. Last round of the day. I started off this morning during fast markets red. I'm in the green. That short that I finished off fast markets worked out pretty well. It looks like we've rebounded, consolidated a little bit, and some buyers are starting to step in before we end to a long weekend. So yeah, we're continuing to step in. Buyers are continuing to step in, actually. So I don't know. What are you guys seeing? What are you looking at, Jay?
Yeah, what's up, Jay? Jay coming off a long week of hosting fast markets. That's a tough job. But yeah, what are you seeing in the markets right now, Jay? How's it going?
I'm looking at exactly what you guys were just talking about there. The equity's starting to pop a little bit here. It started in the Dow. We got the Russell right below all-time highs. So I'm trying to figure out which one of these is presenting the best opportunity to maybe get into a long. I don't hate the longs here. So just trying to find an opportunity potentially here. I am got the Russell up here. I did take some trades last night. Got short silver. So up on the day. Got a trailing personal loss limit set, so we'll take some opportunities if they set up here, but we will see what happens here. Equity's just pushing up.
I like it. We're back inside value from yesterday in the S&P. Yesterday's value area low was 69.95.75. We got a couple bars close inside here. I'd like to see a return to yesterday's value area high up at 70.14 1/4. See all those levels on your Topstep Daily Levels indicator on the Topstep X platform. Looks like a decent target right now.
So that 69.87, 69.88 price Hogue and Jack were talking about this morning, and that's kind of where we just took off from, right at the top of the hour in the S&P.
Got it.
See if there's an opportunity to buy this.
Let's see if the tilt is telling us anything right now. Getting a little tilty to the long side, just a bit. 60% long in the S&P, 64% long in the NASDAQ, 51% long in crude, and 53% long in gold. Gold and crude relatively flat on the tilt. S&P and NASDAQ growing slowly to the long side. That was some decent buying we had right at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock Central Time. Little injection of liquidity. Those buyers going into the close, or somebody covering going into the weekend? Of course, we don't have the answers to that question, but
I think we could break out. Maybe go retest 25,800 here. Maybe during power hour. This is the hour before power hour.
Correct.
I'm not too used to trading it.
Well, let's get used to trading it.
How do you get used to trading it, JD?
By trading it.
There we go.
You push the buy and the sell button. Let's see here. One of these equity markets is going to present a decent opportunity for a potential long here.
We really just
did just reject.
Sideways.
I'm looking at it. Yeah.
What did we reject? Say again, Jay.
I'm looking at a 3-minute opening range. We just rejected right at 50% of it. So if I'm going to get long, I'm welcoming the pullback here. I want to see the reaction to the low 69.92 here. Because this could just be a spot where the market turns back around again.
Mm-hmm.
We are starting to see that volume pick up a little bit. We'll see here. I'm not married to either side. I'd take, yeah, I think I'd take a trade either way here. Kind of feels like a 50-50.
We have been very rangy for the last 3 hours, too. Going back to 10 o'clock Central Time. Just drifting sideways in the equities. There's a bit of opportunity on both sides of this market right now. That's what it's kind of showing us. Anything else moving? How are we doing in silver today?
Still down, but it's been kind of like after this morning's move, we've just been quiet. It's been very quiet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enter a long here in the NASDAQ. I like this pullback.
There we go.
I like this
Getting
pullback.
used to trading it. You're getting in the long here, huh? Is that what you said? You're getting in the long?
Yeah, I'm long. I'm long 1 micro. I'll build in position, see if we could play for a break above these 750s.
Gotcha. Where's your entry price on that?
739. Damn, just like that.
739. Okay. Dakota building a position in the micro NASDAQ long 1, 25,739 presently. 746 last trade. Looking all right. We've not got a lot of news happening. We still have Trump scheduled to speak at 2:15 Central Time. Maybe that will create a little volatility going into the close. We had our Baker Hughes rig count out about an hour ago. I don't know if we ever reported on it, so I'll give you those numbers right now. North America increased open active oil and gas wells by 28 rigs. Prior
I just
741
got short 2 lots
actual.
in the Russell JD.
In the Russell. All right. Here we go. I didn't see that coming.
Short 2 RTY, risking the high a day, which would be a new all-time high up there. And seeing if we're going to get a pullback to VWAP here, 2694.
Excellent.
Just saw some selling
coming
coming in here. 2780.
Got it.
Short 2.
Russell's been pretty independent of the other indexes the last couple of days. We saw S&Ps and NASDAQ kind of drifting lower yesterday, while Russell was hanging around the highs. Eventually, it did pull back, but it took a quite a move in the other stock index futures before the Russell started following it. This is looking like a pretty good short right now. Earlier
I'll
this
add
week,
another 2 contracts to this. If we break below that most recent low we just made, I'm gonna take the risk off. Actually, you know what? No, we're good.
No.
My idea here,
Not
JD,
adding.
is that we're not going to make another all-time high before the close.
Before the close of today.
Yeah, close it today. Correct. So
Okay.
Betting on no new highs in the Russell today. Looking pretty good so far. All right, so we've got Dakota long micro NASDAQ, Jay short the Russell. Finish up that rig count news. 769 actual rigs in North America, 741 prior. Added 28 new oil and gas rigs.
I'm flat, plus 360.
Nice.
For the day.
Very good.
Fly says Dakota always on the wrong side of the market. Must not be tuning in very often.
You can't please them all, Dakota. You can't please them all. How many days is that in a row for you, Dakota? What's the streak at? Consecutive winning days. Is it still on? Is the streak still going?
1 of 1, baby. 1 of 1.
Oh, back to 1.
I haven't traded during this hours. Like I said, this is a sim account because I trade a sim whenever I am either not going to trade my live account or I'm testing a new market.
There you go. Wise move. Wise move.
As I think everyone should. You're testing a new market, like silver is a good example, right? Silver for the first time, it's starting to move and you haven't traded it before. That's in a simulated, safe environment.
Mm-hmm. How often are you testing new markets out, Dakota? Is this a regular thing?
No. Every I'd say I test a new market out twice a year.
Yeah.
Twice a year.
With the exception of silver, does anything else ever stick?
No. No, it's been gold, silver, and the Nikkei have been my markets. And NASDAQ, of course.
Nikkei volume has really dropped off recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Take a look at that. How you feeling about this trade?
I picked the wrong horse, JD. Feeling good. Like I said, I don't know that we'll make an all-time high. The S&P did the exact same thing. All the equity markets are kind of moving the same. but the S&P actually just tagged VWAP, which is where my target is in the Russell. In hindsight, probably trade the S&P because it's been the weakest, right? The Russell is the one that's making all-time highs, so it's probably going to take the longest to get this pullback, but still valid for now. Again, if we make an all-time high, I'll be wrong. Would still be a profitable day here. Still looking good though.
Yep.
We're down 50 points almost since starting this trading session.
In the NASDAQ, right?
Hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the NASDAQ.
We just got a Delta update from our good friend Mr. John Hoagland. ES Delta negative 7,000. NASDAQ Delta negative 4,700. We got a squeeze on the way?
Maybe. Right now, they're getting priced to move in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
If we're seeing the divergence we've been seeing all week, I'm hoping they're not selling the NASDAQ to buy the Russell, but we'll see here.
Selling coming in the S&P, too. Got an overnight VWAP at 69.86. We're right on top of that now. Settlement price coming up next, 69.8175. This range continues to range in equities. Going all the way back to about 10 o'clock Central Time. Just sideways price action.
I mean, we're just back and forth on the NASDAQ around settlement. Settlement's just right around here, 700.
Patrick Bukowski in the chat says, this is a seller. Why is that? Add some context, please. One last check on the tilt. Let's see what it's saying. No change, really.
All right, I do want to add to this trade.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm back in this from 697.
Dakota's back in, long 1 MNQ, 25,697.
Building a position up to 5.
And Jay is doubling down on his shorts. He wants to add to this position.
Short 4 now. Risk is the same. Short 4 from 2,700 evens. My risk now is at 2702 half. So I'm not going to risk the high of the day. I am adjusting my trade in that sense. But if we get a further breakdown.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Dakota long. Jay is short. House account is flat.
And we are right around settlement in the NASDAQ. So it's just, oof. We'll see.
Settlement price is 25,705. Yeah, we've just been jockeying for position around there for the last couple hours. Very nice, tight 5-minute range, though. Draw that in. What kind of target are you looking for on this long, Dakota? Ride it into the close, or
well, I'm not going to hold this
to the level you're looking for.
We got what, 42 minutes left of this hour. I want to see how price action reacts. I mean, it's Friday. It's options expiration. It's a long weekend going into the long weekend. I'm not expecting a big move in either direction. So maybe back up to 720s. Maybe a 1-to-1 trade. Maybe we go test these highs again. Not expecting a big move in either direction.
Another update from Hogue. We've got Delta growing to the short side in equities, negative 8,500 in the ES now, and negative 5,800 in the NQ. More sellers piling into these markets.
Silver's dropping off, huh?
Seeing some sellers stepping into NASDAQ right now.
There they go, JD.
How did the Russell react to that? Russell trade's looking good.
Selling a little bit. It's at an area now, decision-making area here. If we get below these 97s, then I'll probably take the risk off of this trade. This is the area where I need some sellers to step in. It's been a support here so far.
All right.
this is the first time we've really seen silver, have this much pressure throughout the entire day for a moment.
Yeah, what is it down right now? 4%?
It's 4.25%. 4.25%. Yeah, about 4% now. It changes so fast.
Take one off there. We'll take one off there just because we're hesitating at this consolidation area here.
All right.
I think this
Jay's locking in some profits. What's the news is the question. I don't see any news coming across tape.
I'm going to take a long on silver here too.
Did you get in, Dakota?
Yeah, 1 micro silver.
Go to long 1 micro silver. What's your entry price on that?
56, 88.56.
88.56. Got it. I'm not seeing any news coming across the wire. We did get one from the U.S. Energy Department. The Trump administration is not currently considering using Venezuelan oil to fill the strategic petroleum reserve. Does anybody believe that?
Say that one more time.
I don't know, man. Why not?
Why not? It's there.
Administration is not considering using oh yeah, no, that's what?
I mean, we're already keeping an eye on it, right? So
how much is this risk?
If that's the case, what was the point?
Yeah, what was the point?
I'll stop there.
Yeah.
There had to be a point.
Let's see.
Yeah,
like if we get another
quite a bit.
Last print in silver, 88.61, 88.61.
Okay. I'm added. This is to my max position here on silver, 2 micros, which is still just weird to say. Max position is 2 micros. It's as much as I'm willing to risk because of how volatile it is. Tighten up my stop too. See if we get a breakthrough to 88.75.
What's your average price on these longs now, Dakota?
59.5.
59.5. Jay hanging on to some micro Russell also. Short the Russell.
Big Russell. But I'm going to take one off, JD, if we get back above 26.97. I am trading the minis. And Dolby was saying it before. It's very comfortable. I got up to 4 minis in this contract. It's very comfortable to do so in the Russell. Clean price action, not a lot of chop and indecision. But if we get back above 97.90, I'll take one off. Be back to 2.
Sounds good. Yeah, we've had a lot of traders. They'll be approved. Oh yeah, it's comfy. Earlier this week, 4 of our top 5 live funded traders on our P&L board were all trading the Russell, slowly, quietly becoming a very popular product around here.
I like that. I'm going to take one profit here at these 75s. 88.75 here in silver. If we'll take it.
Locking in profits. Here we go.
So, see if we get it. There you go. Nice little bro. BTFD right there on silver.
Well done. Very nicely done.
It's so easy to be long silver, Jay.
Yeah, you just buy it. Even though I know we both made money to the short side today, it is a lot easier to be long. I'm moving my stop to to break even. We are at this consolidation area that I said has the potential to be support. I'm tempted right now, JD, those 2 contracts that I just had on, to set a stop sell below that area, because I think if it does give out and we do see that flush to VWAP.
Gotcha.
Or I may just market order in here if we do get that break.
Take one more. Yeah, I'm gonna take profit right there.
It's not doing
nice
it on
silver
volume.
trade. Nice silver trade. Let's go
Dakota's
jump
flat.
over.
Nice job, Dakota.
Yeah, flat. Yep. Up $770. That was a nice one. And I still have this micro NASDAQ running, so jump over to see what the NASDAQ.
Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about that trade.
Yeah.
Still long from 25,697.
Oh, let's see.
Correct.
Where am I long from? 697. Yeah. Forgot about it.
Trading below. Forgot about it. Sometimes those are the best trades.
Yeah.
You said it.
You have a stop loss for a reason. Adobe, yeah, this is the same combine from this morning. I was down what $500-600. Now I'm up $770.
Those silver moves, making a couple $100 on 2 micros and just
man, what was it? Wednesday night,
seconds,
Jay,
it feels like.
Where 1 micro, it was a minute and a half. $600
yeah.
in a minute.
A minute and a half, $600 on a micro.
1 micro.
Yeah, there was like on the big contract, I think it was a $25,000 5-minute candle or something like that. It's like, how do you manage your risk and something like that? Getting some selling here in the Russell. So a nice little burst of a block order there, about 300 contracts traded in a second. So my stop's going to go right above that. If we do trade back through that, I'll get out. Looking for this VWAP still. 2693.60 is the target. But at this point, this trade is not going to be a loser.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to move my target out of the way. We'll just manually manage it.
Happy I got out of that silver where I did.
Did it come back?
Did it turn around?
Yeah, we dropped. Yeah, we dropped right back down to where my entries were.
Oh yeah. Good exit. Nice trade.
Nice trade with you, good Jay. This is your
Russell,
XFA, right?
It is.
This Russell trade is looking very nice. Very nice. What's that downside target again?
On the XFA. You're up what?
VWAP, JD.
Do I see that right? Is that?
That is correct, man. That is correct. We got short silver yesterday. Don't worry about it. It's a process, Dakota.
Okay. All right, Jay.
It's a process over profits.
Uh-huh.
It's the process. All right.
Casual.
Back down to 1. Down to 1. If we get back above 97.10, I'll take that last one off for $100. We're getting pretty close to VWAP. I normally don't take full positions into targets this way. That ad, JD, would have been really nice. 26.97.10.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I thought about doubling the position there. But it's all right.
No FOMO, right? No FOMO.
None at all. Not at all. I'm honestly surprised to see decent price action during this time, because a lot of times it's pretty quiet. And that was the one thing I was just like, if there's going to be volume that trades, and right as we came on, there was a spike of selling that came into the Russell, which is why I went over here. That was nice to see, because sometimes, it can be pretty choppy. You watch volume, JD. It can be pretty choppy, but we saw it pick up as soon as the top of the hour came in. So turned out to be a pretty nice trade.
Yep. A little bit more selling coming in the equities too. Let's trade in the ES 6981. We're just below settlement price. Settlement price in the S&P 6981.75. Dakota, how deep is your stop on this MNQ trade?
It's below the previous pivot. So it's at 650s.
650s.
651.
Okay. A good point of invalidation. Right at the lower extreme of this range, too. No movement on the tilt. Everything is marginally short.
Speaking about comfy markets, after trading silver, JD, I feel so comfortable trading the NASDAQ.
Man, seriously. I agree with you, Dakota. I'm with you.
Like 5 micros, it just feels so, yeah, like you said, comfortable is the best word to put it. I'm like, yeah, I feel comfortable in this position. Doesn't matter if it's, going against me. I'm not going to be down so dramatically. I have like breathing room with a micro or 5 micros. Even if I get up to a mini, there's breathing room in this market.
That's pretty hilarious. A lot of our NASDAQ
The
traders moved
NASDAQ's
over
the
to
safe space.
Yeah, NASDAQ's the safe space now.
Hoax says Crude.
What's gonna be the next shiny new toy?
Is Crude moving?
Is it true? Is it
Crude on
true
the
that the
close.
TikTok
It's gonna
kids
spike here.
Is it true that the TikTok kids are all trading soybean oil? I saw that in the chat yesterday, Jay, when you mentioned that
I don't
the
think
highest
that's true,
moving,
JD.
the highest percentage change yesterday came from soybean oil, and then someone wrote in chat like, "All the TikTok kids are trading soybean oil," but I never looked
If
it up
that
to see if
happens,
it's
we're
true.
going. I don't think so, but maybe. I mean, it moves. It's a pretty clean trade. All right, so I'm out there flat on that trade. We did tag
Great
VWAP and
trade.
kind of bounce there in the Russell. So out there, plus a couple bucks on the day. We're seeing a bounce in the equity. You still long the NASDAQ, Dakota?
Yeah, 697, right about here.
Nice.
The silver profits made up more than just to let this thing just run. You're going to the week happy, AJ? Have a nice 3-day weekend.
About the process, man. It's about the process. Actually, I'm not. So I was up. I actually gave back more of my P&L high from the day than I would have liked to.
Okay.
So it's a good day. I'm not going to complain about it, right? Made some profits and secured some of it. I'm actually going to hit the lockout button now. Get ready for the reversal challenge. But, there's still some times where what I'm trying to do with this XFA, Dakota, is try to scale up position size without increasing the risk, right? Especially if, we want to take it to a live account, right? Where that DLL is going to be 3K. So in doing that, I think there's going to be bigger swings in the account, and the swing from the high today, I'm not super happy with, but it's a good day overall. I'd rather be up this much than down this much going into the end of the day, for sure.
There's always ways you could look back and critique yourself, right?
For sure.
Green or red. But love hearing that. You've been able to size pretty well then without adjusting your process or having any more emotions into it, right?
Right.
Which is good to see. Love seeing it. That more comfortable Russell trade.
You can take a couple of them. They're like Pringles.
It's like a warm blanket. Yeah.
Right.
WST459 in the chat says, I used to trade in the soybean oil pit. My first job was as a runner for RJ O'Brien, 685 in the grain room. And my desk was right behind the soybean oil pit. I bet we crossed paths. WST. That was in 1998, though. I don't know when you traded.
I'm going to tighten up my stop loss now that we made that pivot. Kind of a little bit of a double bottoming pattern here on the 100-tick chart. Reversal on the 5-minute. And we're making our way back up towards settlement. So even if this hits my stop loss, it's been a profitable hour here in the NASDAQ. In these markets, actually. Not just NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Is that XFAs don't have a 50% consistency rule?
No consistency rule in the funded level.
There's no consistency rule. Yeah.
There's a scaling plan, but no consistency rule.
Yep. Don't believe any rumors.
You know,
There's
guys,
a lot of them out
we
there.
do have a website with very factual information about the program on it.
Perfect.
If you
Yeah,
ever
well
have
said,
any
JD.
questions, there's a little search engine in there too. You could actually type in your question, and there's a 98% chance that we have some type of blog article or help center article to answer the question that you have about the program
Or
rules.
or you got your answer right here, JD.
Right here on Topstep TV.
We do have a website. What?
Some people
call
forget
the internet. We're all on it.
What do you mean I got to look it up? You can type this question in anywhere, but I'm going to type it in the chat while they're live on TV.
Love it.
We did just test a settlement price in the NASDAQ, 25,705, bounce right off of it.
I think we could break through and go retest these 720s. I'll take a couple off at 720s. I don't like having. I get this question a lot. Why don't you have a take profit? Why I don't like having a take profit, and there was a few examples in silver this week on why I don't like having a take profit. I have a take profit, kind of caps my wins at my winning trades. So many times I've been in a trade, a news event hits, or the market moves a lot quicker than I expected in my favor, and I'm getting a lot more than what I was looking for. The opposite's true, right? Like if you don't have a stop loss, it's like I could just get out manually, and then something happens and you blow your account up. So that's the reason why I like not having a take profit, but I always have a stop loss in.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's the best route. Let market-generated information determine how you get out of a trade.
Yeah,
Market-generated
there's a few times
information.
where I wish I did, right? Where we just bounce up and then we reverse. I'm like, it's too slow taking profits. And then the next thing I know, we're already back at my entry. So there's always give or take. But I've found in my own trading that not having a take profit and just closing out manually, if I'm going to be watching it and I'm sitting here at my desk. If I'm away, then yeah, sometimes I'll have a take profit on there.
Seeing a little bit of a turn here. Remembering that today is Friday. I was just looking at the weekly candles. Shout out to Coach Paul. Weekly candles don't normally end without a wick on both sides, but then I looked at the NASDAQ and we're right in the middle of the week. So I really can't use that. It's a really interesting read, JD. And part of the reason why I was comfortable shorting the Russell as well. The Russell made new all-time highs today, which is a Friday. And then if you go with the assumption that weekly candles don't normally end without a wick on both sides when it gets closer to the end of the day of Friday, end of the week on Friday, and we're near those highs, it's a higher probability short, not a guarantee that it's going to work out. But that was part of the reason I went with the Russell as well.
Interesting.
We did just make highs of the week, new all-time highs.
I'm going to start keeping an eye on that. One more time, what is that rule again?
Weekly candles don't normally end without a wick on both sides. Now, last week, it's like the smallest wick ever in the NASDAQ. But if you look at most weekly candles in the equities, there's a wick on both sides of them. So if there's no wick on the upper or lower extreme, and it's like late on a Friday, it's one of the trades that I've seen play out pretty well. And of course, you have to have it play out on a shorter time frame, but is just fading that move, right? So shorting the Russell because we did just make a new all-time high of the week, and now this pullback that I just took a part of is now that weekly wick on the upper extreme.
Okay.
Hopefully that makes sense.
We've got another Delta update from Hogue, still growing to the short side. Negative Delta across the board. S&P 9,400, minus 9,400. NASDAQ 6,100, negative 6,100. So sellers still stepping into these equity markets. Aggressive sellers, I should say. Is this going to be a squeeze, guys? We're going to squeeze all these shorts going into the close? Eventually, they're going to start pairing off, right?
Well, let's do it.
Weak shorts fuel rallies. That's what they say.
Yes, they do.
There we go, right back above settlement now.
Nice pop there.
Bouncing. Yep. This nice bounce here in the NASDAQ. Looking good.
Back
Think
above
we end
settlement
today
in the
at settlement. Above below
At
settlement.
settlement.
Let's go.
Are we setting a above below price
Dakota?
now? I think we could.
Dakota has called it. We'll use that rolling
Above
into
below.
Power Hour.
Settlement.
Below. Settlement.
Oh, man. You guys have the reversal challenge going on.
Yeah. Who's going to be there? Let's take a look at the calendar. Got Dolby Time, Anne Marie, Muhammad, and Jack. Muhammad putting in some time today. He joined us for the opening call this morning. It was a nice surprise. He was here for Fast Markets. Another reversal challenge. Who won it last week?
With monthly options expiration, it should be a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also happening today.
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah, yeah. Pain on both sides.
Emery
if
won,
we
that's right.
finish-
Thank you, Dolby Time. We have Trump speaking at 2:15. Fed Governor Jefferson speaking at 2:30. And option expiration going into the close. Should create some volatility. Should be a very interesting close today. We've got the MOC quite a bit going on in Power Hour. President speaking, talking Fed, MOC, and options expiration. That could create some volatility.
Let's see if I could take some profits here at 720s in the NASDAQ. We're trying to get above this resistance, support resistance zone. You can see there's been a lot of support and resistance around this level. So if we get above it, I like that play into the 20s. Settlements at 705, so we're just hanging around there.
Got a New York session view up of 722s, but it's a flat line, so it has been trading on both sides of it, which is pretty nice.
And you can see that too in this price, just back and forth.
Yep. It is just flat, back and forth.
Okay, there we go. I'll just put take profit right there. It's just a sell limit. Let's try this. See if we get 21.
21.
Yep.
Silver's looks like it's trying to creep higher again. A little pullback on the Russell. Crude fell out of bed. Crude is officially settled for the day. I've got the February settlement price, not the March. February future settle at 59.44, up 25 cents a barrel, 0.42%.
21 filled. We'll try again at 25. I'm going to tighten up the stop loss just below this pivot right here at the 690.
Still inside this range. It was a good range trade. Oh, someone misses jab, jab, jab.
Another
Do we have
one.
any jabs to share? Let me check.
How many are you long, Dakota?
5. I was long 5 micros.
Oh, okay. I need your mark
Yeah, it
down
feels
for
good,
me.
man. Like I said, that was being able to scale in and scale out is just my comfort zone.
Changes the trade for sure.
How many left now, Dakota?
I got 3 left. I have a take profit at 725. and I'm trailing my stop loss. Tightened it up. So guaranteed green.
Green on the screen. Love it.
Green on the screen.
Real says you should move your stop to break even now. You like moving stops to break even, Dakota?
Why? That's
Why?
my I answer the question with a question. Why? Is there a reason why? Is there a quantifiable reason to move your stop loss to break even besides fear of, losing money? You measure it, right? What's measurable on this? Now, there's a quantifiable, there's a reason for moving my stop loss below this pivot, right? Because that could be part of the strategy on these smaller pivots, sure. But yeah, that's a psychological decision, the way I view it. There's nothing in this market saying my stop loss being at 697 will help my risk management. Yeah, that's the way I view the market. Some people, sure, break even, right? That's you're trading your P&L, you're trading your dollars, the way I view it.
If your break even is a legitimate point of invalidation, there's a strong case for it.
Yeah. Yep. Very rarely happens to me if I'm scaling in, my entry is so like now, sure. Now that we made that pivot right there, we came down to the 702. Basically settlement. That is settlement right here at 705s. Now there's a case to be made, a lot stronger case that this is holding as support and resistance to move my stop loss just under that. Now it's not break even. It's actually, a few points in the money.
Yep. Structure. That is called structure. But I agree with you. Just arbitrarily moving a stop to break even without any real reasoning behind it, but
I'm
not taking any more risk on a trade.
Lost more moving my stop loss to break even than I've. Yeah. And it's not just losing the dollar amounts, it's the opportunity cost, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to think of a great way to explain it. Well, you see it all the time with the house account, right? You move your stop to break even, it comes down, tests your entry, stops you out, and then it goes towards your take profit. And you're like, man, my entry was actually a good entry.
Yeah.
And that's why it held.
Yeah.
We can get
I
Dolby
think
to
the
talk
most
about
important.
that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Dolby struggled with that earlier last year, trading those ranges. He'd have a couple ticks into a trade and he would move the stop just a little too soon, come back and tag him out, and then go in his direction. He eventually got better and better at it, But he'll tell you all about it, the process for trying to avoid that. Happened in real time here on TV too.
I think the biggest thing with that, though, and like you said, Dakota, it's the opportunity cost, is what happens after the fact, right? If you want to move your stops to break even, move them. If you get stopped out at break even and then the trade goes in your favor, the one thing you can't do is try to go make that trade up somewhere else now, right? If you were measuring 100 points in the NASDAQ, you get stopped out for break even, you see the 100 points, and now you just throw on a trade to try to find 100 points, you're going to find 100 points and it's going to go against you, in my experience, most times. So, if you make that decision, live with it, because the markets, aren't going to continue to present great opportunities, like that, right? You either take the trade or you don't, but live with that decision for sure.
Even more so if you took heat on the trade too. You took the risk on the trade. You should be willing to let the trade give it some room to breathe so you could reap some rewards from it, taking risk without profit. I don't know. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
If there's a way to measure, I'm sure traders find a way. And if you be like, if this, then that, and it's a very, like I said, quantifiable decision, you review your statistics and you could go back and see which trades you did it for and why, and have good reason and being able to, like I said, measure it. Oh, 100%, rule number one, don't lose money. Don't lose money. And if that's the way to help, sure. Risk management.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Explore
Hey,
Jesus
Katie,
says
I agree with you here.
you could always get back in. Go ahead.
No, Katie is saying trading has a bunch of sayings that oppose each other because there's also the don't let a green trade turn red, right? Some people say that as well, right? So it's the Dakota answer. It really depends. It really depends. But yeah, if I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer for many things. The biggest one you just said, Dakota, don't lose a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If your average hold times are 10 minutes or less, and you're thinking about trailing a stop to break even, you might want to seriously consider just getting out of the trade in general.
100%. JD, you got plans for the football game this weekend?
Not 100% sure yet. I grilled last weekend. My wife and I fired up the grill, made some chicken wings and some pulled pork nachos. I was thinking about maybe grilling again on Sunday, or if I don't feel like cooking, find a cozy, warm tavern, get a hot meal, and watch the game there. It's gonna be real cold out.
The Bears game this weekend.
If the
Bears are still in it.
Make the Super Bowl, we should have a Top Step watch party in Chicago.
Man, I'm not used to them being in the playoffs. They are in.
I know. I was just gonna say, I haven't been this excited about football this deep into a season in a long time.
I mean, look at my background. This is going to be my last 10 minutes of having this as my background. MP, we're settled. Consider it done. I lost the bet and I paid my debt.
What would MP have had to do if the Packers won? What was the other side?
It wasn't that bad, man. It wasn't that bad. I was just pretty confident, and I was gonna have him just come on slow markets.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah, I'm repping the Bears colors all week. You just had to come on slow market, so I didn't think that one through. Okay.
Oh,
you got a couple minutes left here. You're locked out?
Yeah, yes, I'm locked out, but I'm looking at the Russell here, and it looks like it has the potential to continue to sell off here. Maybe down to 2690s.
Russell's being unruly again.
It's been a clean trade, JD.
Script. It is.
Not at all.
Right. Russell didn't get the
8 minutes left. Let's get a nice little breakout to this long side. I'm going to stack a few take profits up top here. See if we can get filled. Kind of coiling, consolidating, wedging, Dobie Dorito. Ooh, maybe he's starting to break out now. We'll zoom in so it looks a little more dramatic for the audience. See if we can get through these mid-20s. Come on, get there.
Changing the tilt. Let's see what kind of help we're getting from our top step traders. None at all. Flat across the board. Tilt is a non-event right now.
50-50s, which makes sense. We're getting into that hour. It's Friday, end of the week. How many real trades do you want to be putting on right now? Nice trade here, Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
All right, filled, and come on, last one. Last one to finish it off. There we go. Finish
there we
trade.
Go.
Way to close out
trading, sir.
Power players. That was a power player trade right there. We had a couple power player trades.
I mean,
Coach Jade made some profit.
Dakota
locked out his account. Dakota put on a nice micro NASDAQ trade.
Yep, comfortable.
Didn't fumble around with it. Didn't Lenny it. Let the market do its job. Nice, tidy little profit.
That's after taking a loss too to start. Yeah, I took it. That's all right.
What's the P&L now?
1,000.
up 1,000.
Yeah. $1,000.
Nice job there, sir. It's some pretty good trading there, Dakota. I know you were talking about some social media things the other day, and people saying that, you know, questioning whether or not you're a good trader. I've never questioned it. So good stuff, man. Keep doing what you do. I think that was the clear definition of a power player segment. I wonder if they're watching.
They're always watching, man. I hope they are.
If you're watching, hit the thumbs up button, like and subscribe.
Yeah, as long as they're here,
right?
That's all we care about. I love everybody. I just have to block some of them.
Beautiful trade. I love you so much that I have to never see you.
I love you. I just don't want to hear anything you have to say.
Great trade there. Great trade. We're just joking here. All love.
I love you, Chad. But we've got our own problems. Leave us alone.
Yeah. You know, that's so true, JD. You have so many problems of your own, dealing with so much crap on your own. You don't want to deal with others.
Right.
Oh,
I love you. I just don't like
look at the clock. Love you. Just don't like you.
Ain't that the truth?
All right, guys. That's it for the hour. It is 1:55 in the PM. We've got a reversal challenge coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to get Dolby Time in here to lead the charge. He's going to be with Anne-Marie, Muhammad, and Jack. Jack will be back for the reversal challenge, too. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Jay. A couple of pro ball traders here doing it live on TopstepTV. Well done. Great way to close out the week.
Yep.
All right, fellas.
Thank you, JD.
Have a great weekend to you all. Go Bears. And we'll see you all in Power Hour. Coming up right now. I'm sorry. Coming up in 3 minutes. We're going to take a short break. Power Hour reversal challenge up next. Bears.
Go Bears.
Bears. Let's go.
First and last time you're going to hear me say that one. Go Bears.
That's it. TopstepTV.
Meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's two paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the reversal challenge, which means we made it to the weekend, everybody. Made it to the weekend.
Ayo.
Hope everyone out there traded well. Hope everyone on screen traded well. So this is it. This is the last hour of the show. We're going to play a fun little game. It is called the Reversal Challenge. We got 4 contestants on screen, including myself. We have Anne-Marie, Mo, and Jack. If you have never played this game before, open up your practice account, hop into the NASDAQ, and set your brackets to off. And we're going to start at 1 contract. The rules of the game is that once you enter into a trade, you are only allowed to manage your position by hitting the reverse button. So we will be in a trade pretty much the entire time. We will have a halftime, though. And at the halftime, we'll do some hashtag power hour and some other housekeeping, and then we'll hop back into the markets. Anne-Marie, last week you won. How are you feeling about the reversal challenge today?
Feel great.
Feel great. Love it. You are the reigning champ. I don't have any questions.
For a few
about the reversal
moments.
No, I've been here.
Yeah, we got a bunch of veterans. Hoop has
Everybody on the
posted-
panel's won, right? We've
Yeah,
all
we have
won,
once or
right?
twice.
Yeah.
We've all won. We have all won. I see Mandy in chat. She is a stone cold killer. But she is not on screen, so we'll keep tabs and see how Mandy's doing. I highly encourage everyone in chat to play. If you're watching, you might as well. It's a pretty good time. It is. That's always fun. We got options expiration. We got Trump is speaking at 2:15, so maybe the market will get shaken up a little bit here for reversal challenge. We're going to start at the 05s here. So about in a minute, so a minute, 10 seconds, we're going to hop into 1 NASDAQ, either long or short, and get this game started. In the meantime, we got 60 seconds left. Mo, how are you doing? You were on this morning, and now you're back on. You're bookending the show.
Yeah, I'm missing NQ. I don't know how this moves, so probably I will win.
Probably he will win. Okay.
I love
Hoop does
it.
have a poll. Yeah, so get your votes in. Hoop has a poll up right now, so you get to vote for who you think is going to win. Also, we're going to do above below as well. We'll do that maybe in like 5 minutes into the first round. Anne-Marie, I will give you the pleasure of figuring out where you think the NASDAQ is going to close by. We'll let the first poll cook. We'll get a second one up, and that will be all the polls. Let's start in 10 seconds here. The reversal challenge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I am in the wrong contract. There we go. Okay. You're good to go. In the NASDAQ. Fantastic. I am short. We got the positions up. Everything's good. Here we go.
Okay.
I got my cat. Cat's over here. Mo, do you own any pets?
No. I have a camel.
He's a working camel, damn it.
Is that an outside
Don't
camel
call
or
him
an
his
inside
name.
camel?
Yeah. I used to have a cat during Corona, but my kid has an allergy. Later on, we found out, and we moved her to another house.
Well, that's nice of you to do. I was worried how that story was going to end.
Yep.
No,
Ended
not
well.
eat it.
Did not eat it.
What
Yeah,
were
no,
you
we had
going
a
to
Chrissy
steal,
moment.
Jack? Put it out in the cold.
What?
My
Well, we got at least
good friend.
Yeah, go ahead.
His sister had a cat that would go outside sometimes, and it disappeared. This was 10 years ago, and they got a call like 6 months ago saying that they had found a passed away cat in a forest preserve like 10 miles away from there. So it was alive doing something for 10 years, and we're trying to figure out what it was.
Wow.
Living its best life. Just murdering birds indiscriminately.
Where it's found, we like to hope that it was at the old Warsaw Smorgasbord on Cermak Road, but that's what we can think.
Well, we're 6 minutes in, and we've already talked about death. Fantastic. We do have two of the darker minds on Topstep TV on here, with Jack and Anne Marie. Absolutely fantastic. Doing great. What else can we cover in 53 minutes? We have Trump in about 8. See how that goes.
He's been making some news all day, so this is a favored time. Do you know what he's doing? Like, does it say, is it a photo shoot or a round table? No, it just says Trump speaks.
I like the photo shoot. We ever get the photos from there? You ever send those out on his Insta?
I'll be here at
or
some
on his
point.
Snapchat.
But yeah, he's been making news all day, and I was gonna say that like Friday afternoons tend to be when the hammer gets thrown, and then relieved Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Someone in chat, keep us posted on what Trump decides to start talking about here.
So I made the lettering, like I zoomed in a little bit on my screen to make it easier for everyone to see my P&L. But like it makes the dome completely useless. The numbers are so big, it's just gonna fly off at every few seconds. Look at this.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andrea.
No, you don't have to do it. They already size it up. Don't do it.
Yes, I'll do it.
Up.
I'll go back.
Dolby, are you playing along with this bit? Is that hat getting bigger and bigger?
Yes, it is. I'm absolutely playing along with this bit. 100%.
You look like the juggernaut.
I have 2 extra hats behind me. So every winning trading day, I'm going to just make it bigger and bigger until it's just like off the screen. We're going to have to start getting creative.
Holy smokes.
We love a good
enter
bit,
right in the
Topstep
middle
TV.
of a range. Holy cow.
We entered, if I were doing the above below in the SPX or the S&P, it would be pretty much right here. Needless to say, if we weren't doing a reversal challenge, I probably would not be in a trade here. I'm hoping that we hold below this 69.55 level in the SPX. If we don't, it could be off to the races, but you take big swings in a reversal challenge.
Yes. Go big or go home in the reversal challenge. Maybe we get to 15 lats today. We will see. Hoop, if you want to close up that poll, let's get a above below up. Anne Marie, since you won last week, reversal challenge, let's do above below in this NASDAQ here. Where do you think we're going to be closed at by 3 p.m. Central Time?
25,790.
790. Okay.
Yeah.
Looking for a breakout to the upside. Get that on my chart. We'll keep tabs on that throughout the show. Fantastic. How are our P&Ls doing so far? I got $300. Anne Marie's unrealized. Mo's unrealized. Everyone else is unrealized.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's
Pretty
flipped
good
yet.
switch.
I flipped twice already.
Have
Really?
you?
Yeah, I'm feeling it.
Wow.
I'm feeling it. Well, now I'm like dead center, so it's going to be awkward to get out of this position here. But we'll see.
It is
Hey, Rich, nothing
January
going on.
options expiration, so
Yeah.
it could
Jack,
be
for the,
fun, but the 15
unenlightened.
contracts is going to be tough in the last 15 minutes of the day to stay from our loss limits.
Yeah. Jack, for the uninitiated, what is options expiration? Or if Anne Marie wants to describe options expiration and what it can do to the market. Jack.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is Yeah, it's a pretty simple one. So options, have expiration dates, which is when it's due. You're paying a certain amount of money or accepting a certain amount of money at a certain date, right, of where the stock price is going to be or the index price. When they do these, you hear a lot about the zero dates. Those are every day, but out in the future, they don't do them. They don't have every day going out. They need places to do liquidity. So they got weekly and then monthly, quarterly. This is a monthly, third Friday of the month, I believe. So there's a larger than normal options expiration, which tends to, at the end of the day, move things around quite a bit, as there's a lot of hedging and getting out of positions and all that good stuff.
Joey, what did you do with your screen? Your P&L is completely gone.
I don't know. That's not me.
It looks like
that's
it's
on the production
right
team.
Is it?
Like it's
oh,
right
God.
Wait. Hold on. There we go.
Like,
I fixed it. There we go. I fixed it.
Don't just blame it.
All right, I hit like F11.
I was to blame it on the production team.
First, of course, I'm an only child, Jack. We deflect blame at all costs.
Are you really,
Never
Dobie?
my fault. Oh yeah.
Are you really an only
Oh
child?
yeah.
So is your wife an only child?
Yes. We have very small Thanksgivings.
Wow.
Very, very small.
Okay. Fun. Sparky days.
Yes.
Sparky.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good time.
What was that like, Dilby?
What was what like?
Being an
only child?
Dive into
it was pretty fun. I grew up in a great neighborhood, so we had 3 houses all in a row with all similar aged kids, and so it was a lot of riding bikes, kick the can, launching water balloons down the street. So it was pretty great. They were my brothers and my sisters. What's funny though is I do have 2 half brothers, and I have
only children.
No, actually, one was like a Catholic family. I think they had like 5 kids, 5 or 6.
What are you implying?
And then next to them, they had 2.
There's Dolby saying that the papists had a lot of kids. I'm not here for that. 2026.
Hey, where I grew up was pretty old school. Pretty old school. We had a good time though. It was a cool family. I used to see them at the Bears games every now and then though, which was kind of weird. They didn't recognize me.
You have step siblings or half siblings?
I have 2 halves and 6 steps, but was raised an only child.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
That's cool.
Crazy. Yeah. It's good stuff.
I am the oldest of, wait for it, 8.
Whoa,
nice.
There we go.
What's the age difference?
Yeah, it's about 2 years each one, 2-3 years. I am the oldest, and after me, there's 5 girls. The last girls came with a twin, a boy. So 5, the 5th one with a boy, and the last one is a boy. So we are 3 boys, 5 girls. I am the oldest. I took all the blame.
Did you boss them around a lot?
Sorry?
Did you boss them around a lot?
What do you mean?
You're like a bully.
Were you
Did
in
you,
charge
like,
of them and tell them what to do all the time? Did you tell them what to do all the time?
100%. I mean, yeah, they follow me. They follow me wherever I do, and I am a lovely brother, to be honest. I'm so
I believe
cute
that
with them. Yeah, and by at the end of high school, it happened that I leave the city to another city, about 400 kilometer city away, to study the university for 5 years. So I wasn't there all the time. Let's say, but when I come back after university, I'm in charge again.
Nice.
I like that. I'm an
Well, if you had
oldest.
to
I
rank
boss
your
my
si-
siblings around all the time.
You had siblings too? How many siblings did you have?
Well, I have 4 half siblings that were way older than me, and then I was
Okay.
the oldest of the 3 youngest, and so yes, I was Miss Bossy Pants for. I know it shocks all of you to hear it. I know you're all shocked. I can tell.
Nothing's
You're all
changed.
shocked. My husband would agree. My husband would agree.
Oh, we got our
Dang
above
it,
below back here. Thank you, Hogue. 56% say NASDAQ will be over 25,790. 44% say below. I gotta say that's pretty bullish, chat. That is pretty bullish.
Pretty bullish.
I don't know, man. We broke out of the we're the highest we've been the 10-year yield since September. Officially broke through at 423 right now.
Yep. We have a lovely range here, a whopping about 20 or 30 points.
Jack,
Oh yeah,
can
what
you
is
see
Trump
what
saying?
the yen is? I
Not
think
easily.
The yen might have something to do with that. Okay. I think the yen might have something to do with that.
Yen. Always doing its thing.
I know it.
And Marie, have you traded any silver? It's the hot, it's the cool market. It's the hipster. Okay. How'd that go?
I want to be a cool cat, so I did. I have traded silver before many years ago when it was starting to get crazy, and it moved from like 20 something to 40 and then collapsed. So silver is responsible for one of the biggest individual losses I ever had in a future space. I lost 30 grand in one trade. And so I am very careful trading silver. And so it was okay. You know, I made a couple of bucks. I lost a couple of bucks. Net, you know, I'm up a couple grand trading it, but it's one that I approach in full body armor, complete full metal jacket. So
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm ready for it.
Is that when it was trading at like $50 a tick?
Yeah, they were very big. The tick was really wide. Yeah, it was shock. It's the first time I'd ever been in a trade where I literally had deer in the headlights. It was, I will never forget it. I will never forget it. It was horrific. Truly.
Well, you got a story out of it.
Yeah, I do have a story on, but you know, that's the great part of trading. If you live to get to the other side of it, it doesn't kill you. You don't drown yourself in a bottle of pills or a bottle of booze, and you get to the other side. It's good. So, not to be, I know that was grim, Dobie. I'm sorry. You know, people do step out in front of trains and jump out of buildings in this type of business. But, you know,
I know.
it happens though, right? It's a sad thing. It totally happens.
It's serious, actually. Here in our country in 2006, the market was booming. In 2006, people was new to trading. Electronic trading wasn't something there. So in 2006, 2005, we got a strong bull market followed by a very severe drop of the market. Most people, when they saw the market moving up, everything you buy turns to gold. People start to sell their homes, sell their cars, taking big loans. And in just February 2006, we had the strongest bear market ever in our country. And that, I mean, a lot of people, they just died. They just lost it.
man.
Yeah. It's a sad state. It's a sad state.
Hey,
You
trading
got to
is not for
remember
the faint
that
of heart.
it's not, and you always have to remember that you can get yourself into a space where you really do not want to be, and that is incredibly important to think about. Incredibly important to think about.
Yes. Yes, we are
Hey,
adding.
it's
Sorry, I
Friday,
got
though.
lost in
We'll continue this
conversation. I got
Monday.
lost in conversation. Yes, we need to add a contract. Let's do it on the 23, so about 50 seconds, 45 seconds. We will go to 2 contracts. We'll do a halftime at 2:30. Things will start getting pretty spicy at around MOC, which is at 2:50.
Unknown caller.
Still have okay, so Trump is attending the Boulevard renaming ceremony. That's what the juice is saying.
It's being named like Trump, right?
I don't know, probably. Who knows?
All right, are we
knows?
ready? When is it?
15 seconds. We're going to add 1.
Okay.
Which is great. I need to help my average here. 5 seconds. Add 1 contract.
All
Short
right, that was
2.
good timing.
Short
crud.
2.
Adding to a winner.
Must be nice, Mo. Must be nice. Yes, there was someone in chat saying, who was this? I don't even know if they're still even in chat, but I'm going to read it anyways, if I can find it. I cannot. But someone was saying, why do you do this? Why are you playing this silly game, this stupid little challenge? Well, because it's Friday, and we don't want to risk real money in the last 40 minutes or the last hour of the day. Most of us at this point should probably be done for the day. As Hogue would say, if you're still on the floor on a Friday, you probably didn't have a great day for trying to make it up in the last half an hour. So we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. We're going to play a game. Maybe we learn a little bit about the market.
Looking at the options, we have like giga stickiness at this level now.
Oh, great.
We're doing above below in the SPX. The ES. What was that level? Let me see. Yeah, right here, like that 87 would be my over under.
Wow.
87. Nice.
That was a sticky area yesterday. I was watching the dome and it started packing orders between that 74 and 85 zone. And we did the same thing today. We came down, tested all of it, shook it all out. It went down to the 60s, and then, that was all she wrote. It just came right back up. Plus, it's Friday.
Yeah, that's 69.88. Hogue knows it. Today, it was some level that's very stubborn. I mean, even the market, faded and it come back to it. 69.88.
Stubborn's a good word for that. Yeah, big fight, I guess.
Stubborn's
Big
level.
fighting there.
Got that good trading music going.
Oh, yeah. I love the music in the background. We got 5 minutes until halftime. Do a little P&L check. I'm up 300, but taking some heat. Anne Marie up a cool 230 unrealized. Mo up unrealized about $1. And then Jack down 100 unrealized. Not a lot of action right now in the NASDAQ. There's a lot of nothing.
Last 10 minutes, man.
Yeah, that's where this game really comes alive. It's like an NBA game.
Gonna be the do or
Nothing
die.
matters until the fourth quarter.
What time are we pausing
Is
at?
that really
2:30?
true?
2:30.
You think that's true? That
For
nothing
basketball?
matters to
NBA?
the fourth quarter? Yeah.
I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, what? The last 5 minutes of a basketball game could take like 45 minutes.
I know.
It's like
I know.
drag. No one watches the NBA anymore.
Come on,
Sell off here.
market.
That'd be fantastic.
Got any
news.
This is
Jack, I think I heard you saying that Hassett was his odds of becoming the Fed chair is reduced dramatically, correct?
Yeah, our boy's done.
He's cooked.
It certainly seemed like today.
The energy vampire is not going to get it.
No, but he'll still be around. He's
That's good.
He'll still be the NEC head. Yep. So we still got him, but that's, I think, what kind of got kicked off with the metal sell-off, dollar strengthened on it, bond yields up.
Someone in chat was saying we're at, what, 4.22 now in the bonds?
Well, yeah, we were above that. We got up to like 4.23 last time I was looking at it.
Ooh. That's getting up there. I think there's kind of like a ceiling right around those 4.2s, right?
4.2s has been very strong resistance since September. Oh,
So
an
what do you
interesting.
Oh, what?
Go for it, Jack.
Interesting tidbit is they were showing that at the time of that announcement, Twitter was down. And there's a little lag where the bonds reacted quicker than Polymarket because it got up on Bloomberg like did a terminal.
Huh.
Faster.
Interesting.
I'm sure someone took advantage of that. Some sicko out there was ready for it.
Well, the truth is, there's a lot more money to be made in bonds doing that than, say, the poly market on it. The volume, or the liquidity is not quite the same.
Not quite the same. Got a minute 30 here before we get to halftime. We'll kick it over to Dr. Volatility, which we certainly need. NASDAQ is a sleepy pants right now, but hopefully it will pick up. We have OpEx. Trump is speaking, but it doesn't seem to be anything too important. He's renaming a boulevard. Chat, what is he renaming the boulevard to? Please let us know. Please let us know. Doesn't have to be serious.
This is the.
That's a great range trade right now.
Hour of like an option expiration, like right near a big level. Should start doing the flippity.
Flippity doodah? Yep.
Mo, I think it's interesting that you and I are sitting on the same side of the fence, trying to watch you, see what you're gonna do there.
All right, we got 15 seconds, Dolby.
Yeah, I mean, there was no point of any reverse any position. The market didn't move.
Yeah.
Get me out of this market right now. We got 5 seconds until we're flat. Please stop going down, NASDAQ. You're eating. Oh my goodness, that is terrible. Flat.
Oh,
everyone has
right
to get
as
flat right now.
Oh my goodness, right
as
that
flat
now.
Disaster.
Wow.
That's that was
stinks.
some of the worst time I've.
What? Dolby,
Terrible.
did you plan that?
No,
Look at
I got
that.
screwed by that,
Oh.
Anne-Marie. I was up like $500 and I had to cover. Wow, that was brutal.
Look
That
at
was
Jack,
brutal.
you know, quiet and smirky down there.
Yeah, well done.
Always working.
Well, now we're
I'm
gonna
not
bid back up
confident,
again.
though. Like this, money now means nothing unless you're down, like near your limit. The key right now is survival.
Yeah.
The 8 contracts at MOC or
That's
whatever
when things will get fun. Dan Emmons, Fed Jefferson is currently speaking. That might be the little volatility we got. But let's bring in the doctor of volatility, James. What do we got for hashtag Power Hour and a bit of news?
Absolutely. This is your halftime show brought to you by TopstepTV. Hello, everybody. This morning, we asked you to go to Twitter or Facebook and share your trader win setups and anything else you want to show us, and you did that. Here are the submissions that we picked for today, starting with James. Great name. At Coach Dakota, hashtag slow markets trade taken during hashtag fast markets. You can see those guys realized P&L of 1,668. So good job there. What's up, Jack?
I was gonna say, have you
There's
seen
a
that
lot of pictures on the wall.
subreddit of people selling mirrors on like Craigslist?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Anyway, moving on. From Turt. Volatile market today on the NQ, but I came out green again. Results, I got $209 on my second Topstep 50K eval and just under $600 to pass another account. Only 6 trades today, which has been around my average for the past month. So see you on Tuesday. Take a look at his calendar there. Nothing but green. Congrats, Turt. Keep it up. Loved seeing those greens. Talking about seeing green on the chart, it's been a theme today on the X because Evan Trades says consistency is what pays. And he has also got himself a green streak. You can see 14 trades is probably the most he's taken. That was on last Monday. You're doing good. You're looking pretty. So keep it up. Pay yourself, Evan. Don't forget to take that payout. Always important. Next, from JBFX. Easy sell today on micro gold. You see there, he made himself a nice profit with 1,500 unrealized and 1,500 realized. Hope you locked it up. Hope you had a great day. And finally, for your Power Hour submissions from Josh, officially a Topstep funded trader. Congrats, Josh. Welcome to the big leagues. And hopefully we'll see your name start populating on our big boards and our top P&L boards. That's what we got for you for Power Hour and for hashtag Fast Markets. Thank you, as always, for everybody who's submitting on Twitter, on Facebook. Before we go back for the second half of the reversal challenge, guys, did you know that Friday marks a day to not celebrate anything? It's National Nothing Day. You may be wondering what to do to not celebrate, and so were we. It's helpful to understand where this day came from. In 1972, San Francisco Examiner journalist Harold Pullman Coffin started it. He was tired of the number of groups claiming a day to celebrate themselves. If you feel the same, don't worry about honoring anything today. You can look forward to a day of nothing every year. One exception is when January 16th falls on Martin Luther King Jr. Day once every 7 years. That is a day worth celebrating.
The sloth got me. I was caught.
Incredible.
I was like, why is the sloth there? What are we saying about the guy or the day?
That was great news, James. That was great news. That's like the definition of filler content right there. That is, we're celebrating nothing.
You know,
Fantastic.
Do you know what I was horrified to discover about sloths? They actually grow moss on themselves. Did you know that?
Intentionally?
No, because they're just hang out by wet things. They grow moss. You can actually find moss on a sloth's body. That would be like the most horrifying thing.
That is incredible. Let's get in these markets in 10 seconds. So at the 35, we're going to start with 2 contracts. 2 contracts. And go time. That was a fun animal fact there, Anne-Marie.
It is.
I like
It's
that.
fair. I was horrified. I was horrified. Can't even.
And if that animal fact horrifies you, wait till you hear about the chlamydia rates with koalas, because it is staggering.
I
Absolutely
actually
staggering.
heard that in a meme from Liam Hemsworth. It was like part of a movie. And he said something about, but for me, I'm like, well, I'm not planning on being intimate with any koalas. Or
clip that.
don't want to be around them.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Intimacy with koalas. That goes down in the absurd commentary. Daggone it. I'm sitting on the wrong side of the trade here.
Got you distracted. Mind games. We're playing them over here. The short's working out nicely so far, until it decides not to work out, which could be at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
I just decided to fade Emery.
Could be a sound strategy.
Well, you plan on winning, so it's a good idea. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I did see a 200-year-old bonsai when I was in Tokyo.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. It was so mesmerizing. It was so beautiful. My husband was like, how long are you going to be looking at that tree? It was just, he didn't appreciate it at all. Not at all.
Fun fact, I think Hogue was actually born around the same year as that bonsai tree. It's crazy.
No, I got a great book for Christmas called 200 Years on the U.S. Stock Exchange.
Ooh,
and
okay.
I'm going to be in there, and I'm going to look for every single picture because they have traders all over the place. As soon as I find one of any of us, of course, the OGs sitting in the back, I'm definitely going to take a snapshot and show it to you.
Oh, please do. I'm sure Hogue could probably spot some people there.
Yeah.
It's a very cool. It's a picture book, right? Like coffee table style?
Yeah, it's one of the big coffee table books. It was a really cool gift. And
oh, nice.
I was just mesmerized. Yeah, so many cool pictures. Just super cool.
Yeah, that is very cool. You have to show it to us next time you are on air.
Yeah.
NASDAQ bidding ever so slightly. However, nothing crazy is actually happening. Apparently, Jack is doing very well, though.
Yeah,
it's
Look
like
at
$1,400.
you, Jack.
I'm getting cooked a little bit now, but I'm
Doesn't
hoping
look like
this 60
What?
950 is the backstop.
We will have to go to 4 contracts eventually. We might have to do that at like 40. 40.
Okay. Let's hold it through MOC with the 4 though, right?
Yeah. We can maybe do like 42 or 43.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do like 42 or 43.
Okay, so did we actually have a decision made about something that I just am totally missing? When
at 43,
are we going to go
we're
to
going to
4?
4 contracts. Yes, at 43, we're going to go to 4 contracts.
43.
We'll take that into
so that
MOC.
means our market. Does that mean our market close number is going to be 17?
What do you mean?
See how we're looking at the thing and there's a little ticker that says live reversal challenge, and there's a ticker on the
Yes.
side that goes 20. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be one way to do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jack, how did you get up to 1400? That is incredible range
I don't
trading
even
right there.
know.
That's pretty
That's
impressive.
just fantastic. I know.
It's because I wanted to be short, and then, well, basically I was just flipping around a lot because I figured we'd stick around this level I talked about. So I figured if I see green, take it, because I don't expect the big move until a bit later.
Clever.
Yeah, well played. Well played.
Clever.
I need to do less talking and more trading, apparently.
Same.
Mike is in a flow state right now. Mo is also in the flow state. Mo, how'd you trade this week? Outside of the reversal challenge.
Yeah, pretty good. Thanks to silver, actually. I mean, I did well. Find my comfortable risk management in silver, and base hits get me where I wanted to be.
Nice. Janelle in chat says, you guys are great. Don't change a thing. We won't. That takes more effort. So we're just going to stay the same.
He's joking, everybody. We're always adapting.
No, this is the reason why we are not trading real capital at the end of the day, because you could do watch a 20-point range in the NASDAQ. Markets are closed on Monday as well.
Is part of the day, I think.
Oh, pardon me, it's like a nooner type of thing.
Yeah,
half day. Well, we won't be here.
Yep.
Andre will be back on Tuesday, so chat, don't you worry. I do want to give huge props to Coach Jay for locking down fast markets 5 days in a row. Stepped into Andre's shoes. Thought he did a fabulous job. It is not easy to host fast markets. He did incredible.
True.
That's 2.5 hours of talking markets every single day. Did great work there.
Man.
All right, so are we adding in 30 seconds?
Yes. Yes, we are. We got Jefferson and Trump both speaking at the same time. I cannot wait to get clobbered by a random bout of volatility. In 10 seconds, going to go to 4 contracts.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Double down. 4 contracts, everybody. We're going to take this 4 into MOC. Getting a little bit squirrely here.
I don't like this.
I don't like this at all either.
Yeah.
Need to figure out a way to get out of this trade.
Here we go.
This is better. I mean,
It's so jumpy. Price action is just so jumpy.
Yeah.
It is. It's just coiling until it explodes. And so.
Yeah, just do it.
And then the slippage is going to kill us.
Yep.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's going to get rough.
It is. So who's winning? That would be Jack. Jack is winning.
Pretty handily right
it
now.
All changes on a dime here.
Yeah, no, nothing matters really until 8 lots and MOC. They're trading pretty well. Yeah, Jack is cooking.
He is.
What time frame are you operating on, Jack?
So we
all
can
time
steal
frames,
your
Toby.
secrets.
All time frames at all times.
Just punting.
Jack doesn't even use the charts, just looking at the dome.
I know.
Reading-
He doesn't
reading
even
the
look at the
dome.
dome. He just
Feels
feels the price
Mhm.
and he's on it.
You guys are just preempting me getting blown out on MOC here. If you're in a live trade, we could get, it's not promised, but there could be some significant volatility in the last 10 minutes.
Hope so. I hope so. We got nothing right now.
The dome's kind of thin, really.
Yeah, this is rough. This is very rough.
Dang it. Ugh.
Come on.
Feels like it wants to sell off.
Uh-oh.
That's the vibe I'm getting.
A little shift here.
Oh, and what? Your P&L going to the upside? Is that where things are shifting?
Or I'm losing money on this one right now. It could get a lot worse right here. There's
yeah,
a little bit of a shift in.
What?
just sell this thing off. Just sell it.
Yeah. God, it's going to the way I wanted initially. I got too cute.
Oh
Yep.
my goodness.
Now
That
look
was
at
the
that.
worst.
I'm negative.
That was the worst. How do we get out of this one? Okay. That helps. Bid back up. Wumu, are you ever bullish? Seems like you are just perpetually
both ways
bearish,
there.
Wumu.
I just reversed. I'm losing the low that I can.
Is this range
I'm
gonna
best in
behave
losing.
itself here? Got MOC, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It has been fairly lackluster. The,
Yeah, it
last
feels
couple
like that
weeks here.
fade down was just a bunch of stops getting run. You know what I mean?
Feels like we're in algo land right now.
Yeah, it's a bunch of stops getting run. We had 250 lots on the sell side that triggered, and we got a few 50s just moving all around. But
Can we get back up to point of control here? 700's gonna... NA trades, we are at 4 right now. We're gonna take 4 into MOC, and then we'll get into 8 after MOC.
Come back, my pretties.
Yeah, right. We got minute 30 till MOC. MOC, you are our only hope right now. Could always bring back James, Dr. Volatility himself. Maybe he can shake this thing up a little bit. What is the stream named after today, James? Quiet Little Trades. Oh, it's that band you posted. That was a good band.
1 minute.
have you played any shows lately, Dolby?
Have I what?
Have you done any shows lately?
Not really. Nothing crazy. I think we had like one show maybe like 2 months ago that was pretty fun. But it's playing shows in winter in Chicago is not ideal.
Oh, kind of sucks. Yeah. Yeah.
Totally sucks. Like loading in and out of the snow.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
attendance
I've
tends
watched.
to go down pretty good. So mostly just practicing, trying to get better. More deliberate practice. It's on my 2026 list of things to do.
10 seconds.
10 seconds until MOC.
Please. Oh, no. No. Sell this thing. That's not a sell. Yes, it is.
Initially, it was a buy.
Oh.
Covering. All right. Well, that was scary. Well, this just got very strange.
All right, what minute are we adding, Bilby?
Let's do 55. We'll go to 8 at 55. Do we have the MLC imbalance? S&P 500 plus 1.1 billion. NASDAQ minus 800 million. Dow plus a billion. Mag 7 minus 900 million. Thank you, Who.
Interesting.
Right. Damn, for all this, we're scratch on the day in the
I
in the
know.
NQ and the ES.
Yeah, this market doesn't want to go anywhere.
And the Russell, really.
Russell's been cooking. Anne-Marie, what's the deal with the Russell? Why is it the hottest indice on Earth right now? all-time highs.
Sector rotation, right? Everybody's looking at risk. Everybody's looking at risk, and they're cashing in on all the bazillions of dollars they made on the Mag 7, and they're like, let's go hang out with these little poor lonely fellas. We'll dump them soon. We just want them to think that we love them. That's pretty much what's going to happen.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. Although, you know, if you're looking for really awesome, there's some pharmas that are sitting in the RTY that are, I mean, they've got some real promise and some drone technologies that are, we're going to see some things come out of there for military tech for sure.
Yeah.
When are we going to 8? 55?
55. Got 2.5 minutes. We'll go to 8 contracts. We'll probably settle at 8. I don't know if we have to go to 15. See if we can get everyone across the finish line.
Wow.
Let's see. Score update. I'm at 2,500. Anne-Marie minus 1,100. Mo minus 1,900. Jack plus 1,400.
Wait, Dolby, you're up 2,500?
Yeah, he was flipping around on MOC.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, it was inactive.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Well, a lot
to
of
pull
game
the
left
trigger.
though. About to get some serious size. I had a nice turn on MOC. I got the sell and the buy on the reverse. And that was pretty much
Nice.
enough to turn this ship
Very
around.
nice.
What happens next? Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Chat, put your score in there. Where are you at? If you're playing along at home, let us know. This is the only thing I use hotkeys for, is only this game.
Oh, that's good.
Oh,
what's
interesting.
That? Oh, no, that's 54. That's not 55. I don't know what that was about. Maybe someone said something. Ooh, it's getting
I
squirrely.
mean, it's OpEx. There's gonna be crazy moves.
kidding. Look at
It's getting
this.
squirrely.
Holy smokes.
Another sell-off.
38
30
seconds to...
Yeah, to 8 contracts. We'll be adding 4.
At 55.
At 55, yes. 20 seconds.
Wow.
No, time flies when you're having fun, Mo.
That's tough.
Yep,
What is
here's
going
the.
on?
It's just options
5
expiration,
seconds.
man.
Slippage is brutal. Okay, we're going to get up to 8 contracts. Now.
I'm already in
8 contracts. 8 contracts.
Yeah, me too. Lord have
Said it
mercy.
already. Come on.
Oh, no. Go back up, please. Got 5 minutes left in this wonderful game. That also means 5 minutes till the weekend. Everyone in Chicago has the exact same plans, which is wait until Sunday to watch the Bears game.
Wouldn't that be so great for them if they went to the Super Bowl? I would be so happy
Sure would
for
be.
them.
Getting hoisted by the position I wanted.
Dang it.
This is terrible. What the hell is this?
Stick to your guns.
Oh, I'm about
What
to get
is
stuff.
this?
Oh. Son of a gun.
Keep going.
I'm out.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
my
your 8 contracts
practice
for
account
you.
disappeared.
Holy moly.
Yeah, my practice, look at this. My practice account completely disappeared.
Oh my goodness.
I'm out. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
All right, time to make moves. We got 3 minutes,
where are
30
you?
seconds.
Mo, all of a sudden, comeback kid over here.
Look
Silent
at
assassin.
that. He said he was going to win. He said
True.
he was going to win.
Anything.
Don't ask me how I did it. I don't know.
Well,
And chat, if you're paying attention, Anne Marie was our projected winner based off the poll we started at the top of the segment.
Oh, thank you, James.
Jeez, I
That's
just
tilt.
let
tilt.
everybody down. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I am in just a terrible position right now. I have to
I
hold
just
it.
get the feeling it could reverse at any second. That's just.
I know. That's why I don't want to cover this. Because I'm
I
like,
know.
we're right at the bottom of the Dorito, so
saying.
it's like you just eat it. We're just eating this Dorito until this recovers. I mean, thankfully I had a cushion, but this is rough.
Oh, so both are long and I am short.
Yeah.
Now,
Man,
man.
keep your position as it is. Yeah.
happened.
Keep hoping,
Mo?
guys.
Oh, I'm hoping until 3 o'clock.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Stop it.
Oh, there's no getting out of this one.
No, you can reverse.
No.
Oh, we're
As soon as
close
I
right
reverse
now.
mode, this thing is shooting up to like 750. That's how this works.
I would not be surprised if that's exactly what it did. I seriously would not.
Let me get all your stops. Every single one of them.
Stop it.
1 minute and 30.
Okay. I think we just roll with this. We just gotta roll with this.
Come on.
Come on. You did the low, let's do the high. Get up to the 730s.
Dolby, look at you, buddy.
What? No, nothing to do. Nothing. There we go.
Come on,
no.
AQ.
Come on.
What?
Come on. Keep on doing it.
Oh, no.
You want to do it, NASDAQ. We all know you're a meanie pants.
Oh, I know
You
it. I
want to get everybody stopped out. Just slam this to
Over
740s.
to
Let's go. Just slam it to
15
740s.
seconds.
You had your
mark.
chance to reverse.
700 is
No, Mo.
You had your chance to reverse. I think Jack did it.
NASDAQ does not have good intentions. Oh, come on.
holy smokes! Look at the
This thing
shift.
is- this
Look
thing's
at the
brutal right
shift.
now.
Diamond hand.
Jack's. Look at the shift.
15 seconds.
It's moving all over the place. What?
15 seconds.
Look at you go, Mo. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
5 seconds. 5,
Yay!
3, 2. Mo, you son of a gun.
Whoa!
Minus 968.
Yeah!
Mo.
Oh, I did it.
You called it.
My goodness, Mo.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Ah.
Truly, couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Mo, well done.
This is great.
You're the winner of the reversal challenge. If we could get Mo up on a full screen 1-up. Mo, please, victory speech for everybody.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was so interesting. It was so funny. I totally just decided to go long the first half. It didn't work. Second half, I said, okay, it's not working. So let's do the short side. That's it. There's no technique, nothing. Just hold on the position and they win. So sorry for the guys. I am the best.
Ah, yes, you are, Mo. James, take it away.
Absolutely.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Well, you guys heard Mo. He came, he saw, he kicked its ass. That was the reversal challenge, everybody. Thanks for playing. Thanks for hanging out with us in this last hour of the day. Oh, I don't know about you guys, but I am happy it's the weekend finally. Kick back, relax. It's cold as hell in Chicago, but that's not going to stop us from unwinding, touching grass, and making sure that we are all ready for our new shows next week. But before that even begins, stick around because the show's not over yet. At the Buzzer is up next with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We had a crazy day in the markets, and if you missed any of the action, be sure to tune in for At the Buzzer to make sure that you are caught up before you head into the weekend. And then there you go. Hang out, talk to the people that you love, do something nice for somebody, and be sure just to unwind. And then do all that, and then be right back here on our YouTube channel this Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central Time as we kick things off again, starting with a market recap with Anne-Marie. You saw her here in the reversal challenge. Now get ready to have Anne-Marie talk you through the week ahead and make sure you're feeling ready for that Monday open. That's going to be happening on Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central Time right here on Topstep's YouTube channel. Then after that, Coach Dakota will be back for slow markets at 7:30 p.m. Sunday night. Aaron Trades is back with the London Open Monday morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. And then the queen of Eurotrade herself, Deanna, will be here at 3:30 a.m. for Eurotrade, all coming back to you Monday morning. And that's all happening before we go back live Monday at 7:15 a.m. for another bell-to-bell session. God, I'm on autopilot. Guys, we're off Monday. Monday's a holiday here in the States. We're not going to have Topstep TV on Monday. Here I go talking like I know what I'm talking about. Enjoy the long weekend. Take Monday off, relax. We will see you Tuesday. We're still going to be here behind the scenes, putting in the work to make sure Topstep TV is as good as it can be moving ahead. But seriously, if you have the time, take off the charts, take it off, disconnect, and be sure to be here Tuesday morning, bright and early, 7:15. We'll see you then. At the Buzzer's up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. Have a great weekend, guys. We'll see you Tuesday. Let's go.